Thank you, Valerie.
You're welcome.
All right, we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, good morning. I would like to call the Monday, October 12th, 2020 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest.
Present.
Todd James.
Present.
Tamara Adjins.
Present.
Matt Rufo.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Present.
Jose Alvarez.
Present.
And Ramiro Diaz.
Present.
Okay. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the August 10th meeting?
So move.
I'll second. Ramiro.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to adopt the minutes from our August meeting. I'll do a roll call vote. Todd James.
Yay.
Tamara Agins. Is it Agins or Agins? I'm sorry.
Agins.
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 Matt Rufo.
Yay.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
All yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules for adoption?
Sure. Special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments, hearings held via video conference. The order of business at the hearing shall be as followed. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading and adoption of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, which includes staff presentation, followed by applicant presentation, and then questions from members. Recess for 30 minutes, and then consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by applicant, questions from members, followed by voting, then adjournment. Presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. Reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. Seconding a motion. The member seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by the other member. Statement by the chair. The chair will restate the motion confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
I, Todd James, move to accept the special meeting rules.
I'll second. Romero.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to adopt our special hearing rules. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara, I forgot already.
Tamara Agins.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. All yays, no nays, the motion carries. I promise I'll do better tomorrow. Next item.
Okay, in accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as nola.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the 30-minute recess, after which public comments will be read into record as a part of consideration of dockets. One item on today's agenda has been withdrawn. Item number 3, reasonable accommodations number 001-2, an appeal of the executive director of the City Planning Commission for a property located at 1925 through 1931 4th Street. We will now begin with unfinished business for variances from the September 14th canceled hearing. The first item on today's agenda is BZA docket 050 for a property located at 2130 Palmer Avenue. We have Brian Gill signed up to speak on behalf of this application. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Amos? Ms. Amos on the call?
Hey, I'm here. Sorry, having some technical problems.
Okay.
Sorry, the first item is BZA 5020, a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21(6)A8, accessory structures and uses with the CZO to permit the renovation of an existing non-conforming carport structure with insufficient rear yard setback and located in front of an abutting structure's front building line. The staff finds that the variance requests meet all but one of the approval criteria. The staff must therefore recommend denial of BZA 5020.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present. And again, we have Brian Gill signed up to speak on behalf of this application.
Okay, thank you. Brian Gill Architects, 810 Union Street, Suite 330. Here on behalf of the Clays, who own 2130 Palmer Avenue. A couple of months ago, you may remember that we came before you and they have an existing carport that covers about 70% of their backyard. Currently, they want to move it slightly closer to the street and align it with the side of their home, and also wanted to go to the rear property line. A suggestion was made during that meeting, I think by Jose, if I'm not mistaken, that I might want to talk to them during the 30-minute recess and see if they would agree to pulling it 3 feet off the rear property line. I was unable to reach them that day, and there was also a structural question about eliminating some columns in the center of the carport to see if we could make that span. So I have since spoken to my structural engineer and the owner obviously in 2 months, the last 2 months, and they have agreed to pull it 3 feet off the property line. And it does appear that they would still be able to get their cars in there, not quite as comfortably, but they would be able to do that. So I think it's a big improvement to the site. It gives them more light and air, not only to their backyard, but also to their home, which we're renovating the back portion of as well. So here to answer any questions anybody might have. So.
Thank you, Mr. Jill. Any questions from the board? I just wanted to clarify. I recall that question coming up, excuse me, Mr. Jill, about making those changes. I don't recall if staff or Commissioner Alvarez or James, if either of you recall whether or not those changes, how that impacted the recommendation from staff.
The staff recommendation remains the same.
Well, I think the point I was making is during the conversation about the proposed carport is that where the commissioners had issues with it being pulled forward on the rear property line where it is now, as opposed to aligning it with the side of the home on South Robertson. And you may remember that the current owners, the owners own the house directly behind them as well. So
I think we're getting a lot of background noise from someone.
Yeah, if everybody could mute if you're not talking. I don't know who's back.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Jill, this is Todd. Thank you for just clarifying that. I do remember that we did have that discussion, and yeah, Commissioner Alvarez did make that mention before, Jose, if you remember that. I think it was your idea initially on that one. I think a big part of the other conversation was bringing everything a little bit more in alignment with the existing structure. So a lot of that has been accounted for here, as well as pulling it away from the rear property line, which, while we understood that they owned the neighboring property, I think the benefit of it was to try to help and preserve the right of air and light to the adjoining property. So by pulling that 3 feet away, the buffer is still at least preserved if someone else was to own the adjacent property at a later date.
right.
And I think, Todd, the other issue was the alignment of the front face of the carport relative to South Robertson Street.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how that, it aligns, it looks like, with the face of the side face of the house. So I'm not sure how that was reflected in the report, but I think it was proud of it before. Or I can't remember where that line was, that discussion.
Yeah, it was actually a line to the second wall, the second surface, like on the back wall of the stair. And yeah, what we discussed is that bringing that forward to the building and allow, cover access to the house. I mean, this reflects our conversations.
Yeah.
So I guess the bigger question is this now not a moot request? That's why I'm a little bit confused on.
That was part of my question, because that's what I was trying to recall from when we when those discussions were had at the last meeting.
Right. And just from what I'm seeing in the plan, now the carport is fully in alignment, attached to the structure, now negating the issue on the rear property line. So staff, I mean, it's kind of, we got to come back to y'all. I mean, this is in alignment with that side yard. So is this still even a request?
So I can weigh in on that. We asked the Department of Safety and Permits to weigh in on the alignment of the front of the carport with the side of the house, and whether or not that negated the language in the ordinance referring to accessory structures not being permitted forward of the house that they are adjacent to, the adjacent property. And so that is the variance that is still required.
Sorry, it's about the adjacent property, not the existing.
Correct.
That's right. My apologies. It's just still weird just considering that now the structure's attached.
So that's why we followed up with safety and permits, just to be
Okay.
perfectly clear.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got enough information. At least from my standpoint, sorry. I don't have any further questions, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Any other questions from any other board members?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Please note the chairwoman's recusal on the next item.
As well as myself.
Okay, the next item is BZA docket 051-20 for the property located at 1331 Carolick Street or Carolick Street. We have Matt Norton signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And as a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. The next item is BZA docket 051 for a property at 1331 Carolick Street. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Sections 22.8.b2, 2210A, 2211A2, and 2211B of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a secondary educational facility with front yard parking, front yard loading areas, excessive driveway width, and excessive curb cut width. At its August 10th meeting, this matter was automatically deferred due to quorum issues. On August 18th, 2020, the staff was advised by the Department of Safety and Permits that the existing curb cuts along Carolick Street and on the North Villery Street side and the Morales Street side are legally non-conforming, thus no waivers are required. Subsequently, the driveway along Carolick Street does not require a waiver. Further, the variance previously included for Article 22, Section 2211A2, non-residential driveways on the Columbus Street side was a staff error and has also been removed. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 22, Section 22.8b, permitted vehicle parking locations in the front yard, and Article 22, Section 2210A, permitted loading space location in the front yard, meet 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance for Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and therefore the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 3 provisos. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present, and we have, again, Matt Norton signed up to speak on behalf of this application.
And just real quick, hold on 1 second, Matt. No, I'm also recusing myself, so I don't know if we've identified a board member to preside.
Okay, so the chairwoman and the vice chair are both recusing. So is there someone who will be speaking on behalf of the vice chair or the chairwoman? Do we need to vote on this?
Yeah, we need someone to nominate someone to act as chair for this item and take a vote on it.
Okay.
Ed, if you want to nominate me, that's fine.
I was about to nominate you, Jose.
I was going to suggest that Alfonso and Jose do it just because they.
Jose's got the better sounding voice. He sounds very. It's perfect for leadership.
I'm terrible at Robert's rules and stuff, so.
I am too.
Okay, so since we don't have a chairman and we're voting on it, the staff can do the roll call.
Okay. So we have a nomination.
Yeah,
Who are we nominating?
I would nominate Jose to sit in as
Okay.
the chair.
So Jose has been nominated as the chair. Do we have a motion? I'm not sure how this works.
Oh, should I?
Well,
amend the
I can take it over.
Okay.
So we have a nomination. Do we have a second?
I second it.
And then the roll call of the remaining members, Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Ms. Agins,
Aye.
Mr. Rufo.
Yes.
I believe that's everyone. Am I missing anyone? So the ayes have it, and we can move forward.
Thank you.
So I believe we're at
Given the
the applicant
applicant.
presentation. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. This is Matt Norton. I guess I would just make a few quick points. Obviously we're in a unique situation with 4 front yards, since we take up the entire block and the building is sited approximately in the center of the block. So that leaves us without the usual rights that most properties have to do some off-street parking or some off-street loading areas. The parking that we're asking to maintain, which is an existing parking lot basically on the rear, well, I guess we can't call it the rear of the building, but along the Columbus Street side is an existing asphalt parking area. We would actually be reducing the surface area of this asphalt parking area by making it more efficient. We'll be adding almost a 30-foot deep green space between the parking and Columbus Street. We're replacing the existing chain link fence with more aesthetically pleasing aluminum picket fence, and also adding, as you can see in the landscape plan, approximately 6 new live oaks, 5 red oaks within the landscape islands within the parking. The parking will of course be brought up to city code, so it'll have proper drainage. It will have permeable paving underneath the actual spaces. And I should also mention that we're also completely eliminating an asphalt lot that was along the Villery Street side of the building. So we're actually reducing the hardscape, fairly significantly on the site. We're also eliminating front parking on the Kellerick Street, the side of the building, which is the main entry side of the building. So that we'll remove that parking, and that will become simply a bus drop-off area. I think if you see in our packet, we've run these changes by all the neighborhood associations, and we have a letter of support from the Historic Treme Association. As far as the loading areas go, the Murray Street loading area has a 7-foot masonry wall around it to screen the dumpsters and the deliveries that come in that side. That's an existing receiving area that's being refurbished. And that will serve mainly the culinary program of this career tech, kind of VOTech training facility. And then the loading area at the rear of the building will serve more of the shop areas. So we needed this area so that we can bring in lumber for the carpentry program and steel and tanks for the welding program without causing loading to occur on Columbus Street and blocking traffic for significant periods of time. You also see in the packet that we have an approved Parks and Parkway Commission landscape plan that's adding 10 new street trees where we're able to. And
Okay.
that's it, if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board?
On Columbus Street, is the plan to reconstruct or rebuild the curb and gutter? I'm looking at street view on Columbus Street and see that it's largely submerged.
Yeah, unfortunately, the budget on this facility, we're kind of maxing it out as it is with the building and the portions of it within the property lines itself. We will be repairing the sidewalk at some areas in the front of the building and along Villery Street, where we had 2 curb cuts for that asphalt parking we're eliminating. Those will be rebuilt there, but we don't have enough money to actually address some of the curb issues on Columbus.
Okay, thank you. And I notice also there's the request for the 24-foot wide curb cut for the entry and exit from the bus drop off. Is that in order to fit 2 buses in at once, or what's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, that is to deal with the issue of the buses passing one another. I think those variances, I think the staff was saying that we didn't require variances any longer. But, yeah.
Right, they are legally non-conforming based on safety and permits.
Okay, the ones on Columbus Street, wouldn't those be new cuts? Or those exist already? I guess it's hard to tell from the drawing.
No, they're not new cuts.
Okay.
They're already existing.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? No. Okay, well, let's move to the next item.
Okay, just a moment. So now we will begin with unfinished business for reasonable accommodation appeals deferred from the September 14th canceled hearing. And item number 3 was withdrawn by the applicant. So now we will begin with new business for variances from the September 14th canceled hearing. The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 059-20 for a property located at 336 Decatur Street. We have Heather Cooper signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And as a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. This is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 10, Section 10.3a of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a standard restaurant with insufficient open space ratio. The staff believes that the requested variance of Section 10.3a, which regulates open space ratio, meets all 9 criteria of the standards of variances, as identified in Article 4, Section 4.6f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 3 provisos. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present. And again, we have Heather Cooper signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you. Heather Cooper, Rosa Sword Architects. As they mentioned, we're looking for an open space variance. This is currently an empty parking or an empty lot. And due to its 3 street fronts and the fact that it's a kind of uniquely shaped site, we'd like a variance for the required open space. And we appreciate the staff review and the committee's time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? I didn't hear you.
None from me.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just a quick question to staff. This is not the first time that, I mean, this is not the same owner and architect, but this project came before us some years back for an initial review and approval, correct?
I am not sure about that.
Yeah, that
Robert.
is correct.
Okay.
I may be telling on myself in terms of how long I've been on the board by saying that, but I think I just remember this coming in under a different architect.
Yeah, it did. I remember.
Think then it was a proposed morning call location.
Was it this, Todd, was it the same request, and what was the decision?
It was the same request. Yeah, same request. And I think if I remember correctly, we had moved to approve it then, but I think it's because it was never put into place that expired.
It also it pended with VCC for a really long time too. And that was part of the problem back then.
Okay. Just giving some history. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing and seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is BZA docket 060 for a property located at 1780 North Broad Street. We have Brian Anderson signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And as a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Joanna?
The next item is BZA docket 06020 for a property located at 1782 North Broad Street. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 23, Section 23(8)B to permit the renovation of an existing building into a medical clinic with an insufficient parking lot buffer yard. The comprehensive zoning ordinance requires a buffer yard of 10 feet provided along the lot line when a parking lot of a non-residential use or district abuts a residential district. In this case, the subject property, zoned HUB1, abuts an HURD2 district. The parking lot is proposed to be sited along the rear lot line to allow the applicant to reuse the historic facade of the current structure. The applicant proposes to provide a buffer yard of 5 feet, requiring a waiver of 5 feet. The staff believes that the requested waiver of Article 23, Section 23(8)B to allow a waiver of the required parking lot buffer yard fails to meet standards 2, 3, 4, and 6 of the standards for variance per Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. Special conditions result from the actions of the applicant or person who may have an interest in the property. Granting the variance would confer on the applicant a special privilege, and strict adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance from Article 23, Section 23(8)B.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present, and again, we have Brian Anderson signed up to speak.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this project. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm the architect of record and here to represent my client, Dr. Stephen Jones. I'd like to start off by pointing out a small but important discrepancy with the staff report. Page 7 of the report correctly states that a normal medical clinic of this size would be required to provide 6 off-street parking spaces and 2 bicycle spaces. What the staff doesn't note, and what I've confirmed with them in prior emails, is that this property is actually exempt from all off-street parking requirements due to its size and current zoning of HUB1 per section 22.5.8.6 of the CZO. The reason I point this out is to emphasize the fact that my client could have moved forward with this plan for development months ago, but chose to come before this board to request what we believe is a very important variance. A little background on the property. My client purchased the longtime blighted residential site at the corner of North Broad and O'Reilly with the intentions of operating a small neighborhood medical clinic. Dr. Jones already has a similar clinic in the St. Claude neighborhood and has recognized a major need for accessible medical services in the 7th Ward. It's also important to point out that the main structure on the property, which we plan to save and repurpose, is over 130 years old, and that we received unanimous support from both the City Planning Commission and the City Council when we applied to have the zoning changed to neighborhood business. We've also received letters of support that were submitted to the staff but not included in this report from 2 surrounding neighborhood civic associations and the Rock of Ages Baptist Church. So why are we here today? We believe that the recently added 10-foot landscape buffer zoning requirement, while successful in intent, falls short in this instance of practical use. My client wants to save a historic building and feels that moving all of the necessary, not required parking to the street would cause much more harm to the neighborhood residents than the removal of a 5-foot of additional landscaping on 2 sides of the property. The staff correctly reported that this is an owner-created issue and that we are not required to try and fit parking on this site. Where I believe the black and white report falls short and where I hope this board will see the gray area is that my client is trying to be a responsible developer by placing the parking on the site and not on the street. He sees very little economic gain by refurbishing a historic structure and reducing the overall size of his clinic. He does understand, however, that it's his duty to preserve our city's history and to not negatively impact his neighbors. I'll leave you with one final comment. The staff report notes that we would receive a special privilege should you allow us to reduce our landscape buffer from 10 feet to 5 feet. I would argue by saying that pages 10 to 17 of this report show that out of 50 plus commercial properties in the surrounding area, they were only able to find 4 properties that actually had similar conditions in regards to proximity to residential zoning, size, and ability to provide off-street parking. Out of those 4, only 3 were found to be compliant with the 10-foot landscape buffer. The reason all 3 were found to be compliant with this 10-foot landscaping buffer is because they did not have parking on their site that required a 10-foot landscape buffer. At the end of the packet, you will find aerials of the 3 compliant properties: 1700 North Broad, which has parking on the sidewalk side of the property, which backs into the street; 1781 North Dorgeno, which is also found by the report to be compliant with the landscape buffer. In fact, has no landscape buffer, but the parking again is on the sidewalk side of the street, with parking backing out into the parking lot, into the street. And then 1782 North Dorgeno, which has 1 off-street parking space, which falls in the middle of a vacant lot. As an architect, I can understand why the zoning restriction was added to the code a few years ago. I just don't believe that it was meant for small properties such as ours, and I feel that we would negatively impact the residents far greater should we move all the parking off the site and into the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you again for your time in hearing this case.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Yes. So yeah, this is Todd, Mr. Anderson. So I appreciate some of your comments. Just something I want to just point out. I think a little bit in what you're presenting is a case for support actually speaks against you to some extent, by identifying, because the building is less than a 5,000 square foot requirement, that the parking isn't required. So in order to provide the parking, that's what's pushing for the buffer zone to be put into place. So I would just strongly suggest to maybe reconsider that point, and let's maybe more address the conversation to its intended proposed use as a level of a healthcare related facility, and understanding that if by having that type of usage, that would further promote parking being on site in order for it to function properly. And that's just considering who may be coming in of someone. You don't want to have someone coming in for treatment or just a regular appointment and having to park along Broad Street or along O'Reilly and having to walk back to the property. The parking around that area can be rather congested because of the number of curb cuts that exist at that Walgreens that's across the street, as well as there's not a lot of off-street parking for the existing residents that's behind you, as well as along the side streets. So just wanted to point that out in terms of some of your comments, that I'm just concerned about how that may get presented and misunderstood. It doesn't basically align with what's the actual project intent. The only other thing I would still push, because I think this is still I think there's still merit to what the request is, consideration for taller landscaping around the perimeter of the property in order to help to offset some of that buffer requirement. So even though you still have 5 feet provided, maybe consider taller landscaping to help screen what would be the lights peeking into the rear yard or the house that's directly behind you, or to the house directly adjacent to you on Broad. If I'm not sure if that would be something to consider as a means to increase the buffer. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, my intent wasn't to disregard the code or to try to sway the board to think differently about it. I think the point I was trying to make, and maybe I didn't make it as eloquently as you did, Mr. James, was that we do realize that the buffer zoning is meant to protect the neighbors who are residential from the commercial space, and that we were feeling as though having a medical clinic would be very difficult to push that parking off into the neighborhood, and that it may be more negatively impacting. But we would seriously consider denser landscaping along those 2 5-foot buffers to maybe perhaps make up for the 5 feet that's missing. Luckily for us, the property falls on the outside corners of the street, so we're already buffering almost 20+ feet the buildings themselves from the residents. It is only 2 residential lots, but 2 residential lots do matter. So denser, taller landscaping would be something we would definitely consider if it helps us meet the goals of both the zoning and the clinic itself.
Okay. And just help you out, it's not Dershing law.
Oh, sorry.
I kind of echo some of the points that Commissioner James brought up, so no need to kind of repeat, but I don't know, we'll, I guess, get into more of the logistics when we get to the later portion of the meeting. Were there any other questions from board members?
Yeah, I had 2. One was, do we have support letters from the immediate 2 adjacent neighbors? That's one. And the second one is it possible that we can make those parking spots permeable instead of impermeable?
So to answer your second question, absolutely. We're not required to meet the permeability requirements, but all of our projects, for the most part in my office, we do look at all that. So we can, in fact, make the parking permeable as well as the driveways. On the other note, we have support letters from civic associations, from the local church. The 2 surrounding properties, my understanding, are rental properties. And we've reached out numerous times, because this is actually our 2nd time doing a neighbor participation program, because we did do the rezoning last year, or beginning of this year, actually. We were never able to get any kind of information from the residents adjacent to the property.
Jose, I think that adjoining property was actually owned by a fellow architect that we both know at some time. I'm not sure if he still has control of that site, at least on the O'Reilly Street side. And if I understand correctly, staff, isn't it now required to try to do permeable for all commercial parking? Is that the case or not? I thought the council passed the ordinance to increase that requirement.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's only for parking lots that have 10 or more parking spaces.
Okay.
Is that right? I can confirm that.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just get that confirmed for when we come back later on. I just want to make sure that's there. So if it's a requirement, fine. Otherwise, just Jose's suggestion, maybe consider it as a proviso.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing and seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 6, BZA docket 061-20, for a property located at 2335 Jefferson Avenue and 5324 Robertson Street. We have William Sonnet signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And as a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Joseph?
Yeah, the next item is BZA 6120 for the property located at 2335 Jefferson Avenue. The request is a variance from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6 AA.1 and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in excessive encroachment of steps/stairs into the required front yard. Article 21, Sections 21.6.AA, steps and stoops are permitted in all required yards, but may encroach up to a maximum of 6 feet into a required yard. Article 21, Section 22.7, Table 21-2 confers with this aforementioned standard by listing the requirements for steps and stoops as subject to 21.6.A. The proposed addition of a straight run staircase to the second floor front porch would encroach 13 feet and 9 inches into the front yard, an excessive amount by 7 feet and 9 inches. This is not compliant, and the applicant is thus requesting a waiver of the standard. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variances fails to meet 5 of the 9 criteria of standards for Article 4, Section 4.6.f, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed. The special circumstances are caused by the applicant. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. This request was scheduled for the September BZA meeting, but due to Hurricane Beta closing City Hall, this case was automatically deferred to this October BZA meeting. In that time, the applicant has not submitted documentation that has affected the staff's recommendation. Therefore, staff continues to recommend denial for the requested variances.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present. And again, we have William Sonade Jr. signed up to speak on behalf of this application.
Hi, thank you. My name is Will Soniet of Soniet Architecture in New Orleans. We've prepared with the owners a statement addressing the concerns of the staff. First, I'd like to comment on the quality of the report produced by Joseph. We found it to be very thorough and well documented. However, the reason I asked to speak was to contest 2 key data points noted in that report that we felt did not tell the full picture of the reasons for the request of the variance at 2335 Jefferson that may have led to the staff's recommendation. First item is in regard to the comparison of the owner's requested variance to the number of requested variances in the neighborhood. We argue that the number of requested variances should not have any bearing on the viability of this request because most of the houses in the neighborhood already have existing non-conforming encroaching stairs. In other words, just because there are very few precedents for variances is not to suggest that there are very few instances of the condition we are proposing. The neighborhood appears to comprise mostly of original first constructed houses on the lots built around similar time when the area was developed, which means that you see a lot of houses built with raised basements constructed with very large entry stairs that encroach into the front yard. If you look at page 9 of the BZA staff report, you'll see that 20 of the 40 properties surveyed for data have existing non-conforming encroaching stairs into the front yard setback. We included photographs of some of these properties in our presentation, which you can see on page 19 of the report. We respectfully ask the board of BZA to allow this variance to the owners to build a stair more in keeping with the historic precedents of the neighborhood. In addition, I'd like to say that due to our correcting the slope of the front porch since the original application submission, the requested encroachment is now at 12 foot 11 inches into the front yard rather than 13 foot 9. The second item I'd like to address is that the current owners are not the original owners of the property who are responsible for the current condition of the stairs and the porch, which I think is critically important to their hardship in this matter. The builder developer is responsible for the odd stair design, which is what we consider an architectural oddity for the neighborhood. After Katrina, he purchased the property and elevated the second floor structure, which then required the creation of a larger non-conforming stair into the front yard. The builder developer is also responsible for the poor construction of the stair and porch. It doesn't slope well, and all the treads and risers we think are built out of interior grade material, and they're constantly needing to be replaced. The builder developer and the contractor designer the drainage system under Jefferson Avenue are responsible for the constant and ongoing repairs required to keep the stair and porch from not cracking and shifting and causing leaks into the main part of the house. In addition, the builder developer did not permit the construction or follow similar variance protocols such as these when he did the work after Katrina. If he were to consult the BZA staff, I would think the BZA staff would have directed the builder's attention to similar adjacent precedent stairs, many of which we're referring to as precedents in our report. In that ideal world, BZA might have very likely proposed a stair design more in keeping with the neighborhood precedent, which is exactly what we're proposing to build. Therefore, we respectfully ask the Board of Zoning Adjustments to allow the variance for the owners to build a stair more in keeping with the architectural forms of the stairs in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Just a quick question back to the applicant. When was that stair condition put in?
We don't have an exact time, but it was post Katrina. The previous owner before the current owners, he was responsible. He was an owner builder who raised the first level. So now they have 9-foot ceilings on the first floor, but we can't find any record of the permit or going through BZA or any sort of variance application when in fact the existing condition would have required a variance if they would have done so.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a general question for the staff and about this prohibition about encroachment, given the prevalence of stairs of this condition that exist in the neighborhood. Is it for safety reasons? Is it for just aesthetic reasons to prevent the encroachment of stairs at this level?
I can let another staff member speak to the intention of the standard. What I do know is that the staff does look at all 9 criteria, and we did take into account the prevalence of that type of stair condition in the neighborhood, and that's why they do meet some of the other criteria, including 5. If any of the other staff members want to speak to.
Let me
go ahead.
I was gonna say, let me jump in. So Matt, I think the 9 criteria do include as part of the analysis the prevalence in the neighborhood. And so there are 9 criteria, all of them have to be met. That may have leaned towards a more favorable determination on one of the criteria or more than one of the criteria. But in the totality is where our recommendation comes from of the 9 criteria.
Thank you.
And last point is that the requirement is for all steps and stairs throughout the city. So it's not exactly taken into account specifically this, or it's not a special standard for this neighborhood, just to clarify that.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing and seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 7, BZA docket 062-20 for a property located at 3321 St. Philip Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Patty Burke signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And Amos?
The next item is BZA 6220, a request for variances to permit a single-family residence with a front yard parking space on a parking pad with insufficient distance from a lot line and a curb cut with excessive width. The staff finds that the variance request do not meet all of the approval criteria, and staff must therefore recommend denial of BZA 6220.
Okay, again, we have Patty Burke signed up to speak on behalf of this application. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present. Is the applicant on the call?
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm here with my husband, Dan. On Monday, October 5th, we submitted comments to supplement our original application letter that support our position regarding standards 1, 2, 4, and 5 that the staff report states we failed to meet. Since I only have 5 minutes, I ask that you please read that document. Standard 1, our residence is very unique. We have a front yard with a deep setback with no side or back area for parking. That is a special circumstance peculiar to the land and not applicable to other lands. The staff report agrees, but says it is not an obstacle to compliant parking. The standard does not say anything about our special circumstance having to be an obstacle to compliance. The staff report argues that if we had no front yard, our lot would be too narrow for a driveway, denying the concept of a special circumstance. We do have the front yard, which makes the variance possible. Standard 2, the literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive us of a right enjoyed by other properties, a driveway. In fact, there are 10 driveways in our block alone, and in the 3200 block, there are 12 driveways. See the map and list of addresses that we gave. In the entire zoning district, we would find many driveways on other streets. The report says on-street parking is the norm. The reason there is so much on-street parking is that the times have changed since the neighborhood was developed. One residence has more than one car. Other people visit in cars. Short-term rentals have visitors in cars. In our case, people going to the bayou and festivals nearby park in the neighborhood. We are asking for a driveway, which is common in this district. Standard 4, granting us this variance will not confer any special privilege as other residences have driveways that allow off-street parking. The variance will give us the opportunity to have a driveway, which the ordinance does not deny. Every time a variance is given, it confers a privilege denied by the ordinance. That is the definition of a variance. If you argue the special privilege is the variance itself, you would never give a variance. We believe we are only asking for what others do have, a driveway, because we do not have the conditions for a driveway while following the ordinance. Standard 5, this variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. We are putting in a permeable driveway and a drainage plan to lessen runoff. Although most properties have driveways to the sides of their house, cars often park in the front yard, that is between the house and the front property line, and do not pull up to be next to their house. Our house will look very similar to the other houses with driveways and parking pads, 1 foot or less from the lot line. We would like to keep ours 1 foot 3 inches from the lot line because there is a storm drain, which we would like to avoid. We would also keep with the essential character of the neighborhood, as it would appear more to the side of our lot than in front. Contrary to the staff report, there is a house with 5 yards with front yard parking on our block and the next block. We have gathered addresses with front yard parking, which my husband will submit in public comments. We have submitted a revised plan to Mr. Wright this week after the deadline for new materials. The plan leaves in place our current existing fence so that the parking pad will not be seen and the current appearance of the property will not change. Mr. Wright told us the board could suspend the hearing rules and accept the additional material. Not having a driveway with off-street parking is causing hardships to us that those with this advantage do not have. Our car has flooded often. We have replaced 2 cars because of flooding. The city has not provided a solution to street flooding. Parking on the neutral ground is certainly a practical difficulty. Our neighborhood has continued car break-ins and some carjackings. When we come home at night, we are afraid to walk down the street. This certainly is a hardship and practical difficulty. Dan was injured on his job on the riverfront and was unable to return to that type of work and is now retired. This resulted in surgery for a ruptured Achilles tendon, and he has increasing difficulty walking. The injury is not expected to heal completely due to health problems like diabetes. We are both over 70 years old and don't know what lies ahead, but feel that the driveway will be crucial to enable us to continue to live in our home as we age. We really want to live in New Orleans. And it would be difficult for us to find other affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Thank you, Ms. Burke, for your response. You may mention that you had revised plans, and Amos said that you would need to suspend the rules in order for us to accept them. Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes, I was hoping to be able to put that on here because, you know, it seems like, you know, the staff didn't want anything to change or for us to look different. And this way, instead of, you know, that's kind of what we wanted, but we had changed the plan to make the driveway in front of move back the fence, but now we would like to keep the fence and put, you know, just for us to open a gate, go in and close it. And so there wouldn't be the car wouldn't be visible at all when, you know, it would look just like it does now.
Okay. So just understanding that, and I know that in the past, we've tried to avoid suspending the rules to accept more material here, just because it may have some impact on the staff's reporting. So maybe consider an option for deferment so that the staff could receive those revised documents, see if it has any impact on their report. And then we could proceed from there. I think that's just a better suggestion with all things considered.
Yes, we'd be willing to do that. We also might like to show the other driveways that we've found that have, you know, front yard parking.
Okay. Yeah, if you could do that, and it maybe just put that into a more formalized document to try to help to establish what may have been a precedent set within that area. I did look at some of what you guys submitted and some of the aerial photographs of what was shown.
Yeah.
We did see that there were a large number of, I won't say a large number, there are a number of driveways in that area. The only thing I am still concerned with is that some of those drive strips that may be installed along that area may not actually be compliant parking stalls. I'm not sure if the pads are actually large enough to be considered parking spots, but people may be using them that way. But I just want to make sure that we at least give the staff the appropriate time to review the supplemental documents you guys have had. That would just be my personal request.
Right. I would agree with that. You know, I just, you know, we understand that some of the other parking that we look at was done way before the ordinance probably, but it is there. It's not, you know, we're not changing something or getting the only driveway. And that's my point there. You know, it's like there is other you know, the neighborhood looks a certain way, and this wouldn't be changing that drastically.
Okay. And one last point, while I do appreciate what you were commenting on with regards to your husband's health and you guys' age, just to be, I just want to make sure you're aware, with the zoning change, there's new requirements. There's a reasonable accommodations format of how you apply with if medical need is a portion of your statement. So I would strongly recommend to try to keep the medical component out of your 9-point criteria response because it just triggers a whole nother process of review. So if you're going to go that route, there's a different venue. I just don't know if that's necessarily appropriate at this time.
Oh.
So,
well, it does say hardship. That's why.
Go ahead, Bob.
Can I just to follow up on Todd's comments, there is a reasonable accommodations process that it's an administrative review process that if you met those requirements, you wouldn't even need to come back. So what I would suggest is maybe we can get together if this ends up being deferred, if we can sit down with you and walk you through that process. It may be that that if that's the basis for the request, then there is an accommodation that could be made that wouldn't necessarily be a zoning entitlement, but it would result in your being able to get a driveway. So I would definitely want to sit down with y'all and talk about that option as well.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank all the city planners who were very helpful to us, you know, trying to guide us through something we didn't know anything about.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? I was going to mention the same things. Commissioner James beat me to the punch. But if there are no other questions, I don't see or hear anyone else chiming in, so we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 8, BZA docket 063-20, for property located at 727 Salcedo Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have James Thomas signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Sydney?
Yes.
Okay.
BZA docket number 063-20 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 15, Section 15.3.A.1, Table 15-2, and Article 22, Section 22.4.A, Table 22-1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, to permit the conversion of a single-family residence to a two-family residence with insufficient lot area, insufficient rear yard, setback, and insufficient off-street parking spaces. The petition site is an interior lot which fronts on South Salcedo Street at the municipal address 727 South Salcedo in an MU2 mixed-use high-intensity zoning district. The lot measures 30 feet in width and about 102 feet in depth with 3,060 square feet in area. Currently, the property is occupied by a single-family structure. The developer has been approved for a partial demolition of the existing structure, and they propose expanding the floor area of the existing single-story structure and adding a second story to create 2 housing units within the envelope of a typical Camelback shotgun. The expansion of the ground floor will establish a new rear build line, which is non-compliant on one side by 3 feet and 5 inches due to the angle of the rear property line. Staff finds the slant of the rear property line presents a special condition that results in an insufficient rear yard setback. While the structure is located in a high-intensity mixed-use district, the lot area per dwelling unit regulations for the MU2 district requires 1,700 square feet per dwelling unit. Therefore, the 3,088 square feet provided on this lot is deficient by approximately 312 square feet for a 2-family structure according to section 15.3.8.1 of the CZO. Additionally, Article 22, Table 22-1 of the CZO requires 1 off-street parking space per dwelling unit for residential dwellings. At 30 feet in width, this lot is too narrow, so narrow that it cannot provide tandem parking. It can only provide tandem parking for 2 vehicles. While the proposed parking strips are of adequate depth to accommodate 2 vehicles, Section 22.8.B.1.C of the CZO states that off-street vehicle parking must be situated side by side and tandem parking is not permitted. Staff finds the subject site is shorter than others in the area with a depth of 102 feet. This is due to the fact that the subject lot is situated on a square which is smaller than other residential squares in the surrounding area. No minimum lot depth is prescribed by the CZO for this area, but the median lot depth in the subject area is 120 feet. Therefore, this lot is relatively small in terms of buildable area relative to others in the area. And these special conditions make it impossible for the applicant to create an additional housing unit on the site while complying with the CZO standards. Despite the predominant pattern of relatively small lots in the subject area, there are 14 2-family or multifamily dwellings identified in the surrounding area. The majority of 2-family and small multifamily structures are also deficient in regard to lot size. Additionally, very few residential structures surveyed provide off-street parking, which is adequate in both design and number of spaces provided relative to the number of dwelling units on the site. In their survey of the area, staff identified 16 properties which are non-conforming in regard to parking design and 9 which provide an insufficient number of off-street spaces. Staff finds the proposal meets 8 of the 9 criteria for each of the requested variances. However, the applicant fails to meet the standard 6 as applied to all 3 variance requests. Given that the developer could make use of the property by redeveloping the existing family dwelling without proposing additional floor area or a second dwelling unit, strict adherence to property regulations would not result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner, and therefore staff recommends denial of the request.
Okay, and we have James Thomas signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Good deal. So thank you y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So we'll start out. My fiance and I, we bought this subject property back in May of 2020 with the plans to demo the structure to build a duplex. Our plans, were to start our lives together in an owner-occupied one unit and rent the other unit out to help offset some of our living expenses and student loans. Once we acquired the property, we put in a request to HDLC to demolish the extremely poor condition structure, only to be denied. We were told we had to renovate as much of the structure as possible. So we went back to the architect to redesign the duplex and incorporating about 35% of the existing structure. That's the front portion of what is currently, I think y'all just had that photo up, currently there. It was not the ideal design, but our options had been restricted. It was brought to our attention that we would need to apply to have a few variances to proceed with our project. In our request for the variance application, we addressed the 9 criteria for variance approval. Per the staff report, they agreed that we met 8 of the 9. If you look at item 6 on page 16, your staff says that we didn't demonstrate hardship because we could comply with building a single family home in lieu of a duplex. Basically, it sounds like we're being penalized for wanting to build a double on a piece of property that is zoned MU-2, a zoning that even allows multifamily development. Even the staff report on page 7 states that zoning is to encourage a walkable neighborhood. Of the 3 variances requested, parking, lot size, and setback, the staff report admits on page 10 that these are non-compliant conditions. These non-compliant conditions are common among existing properties. So going into the parking, as it relates to parking, the staff report says that on page 10, these data indicate some of the proposed non-compliant conditions are not uncommon to those in the subject area. Staff found that the majority of the properties in the area do not comply with parking regulations. Remember, our design is already providing 2 off-street parking spaces in tandem. We're only requesting 1 off-street parking space and not 2. There are waivers that were granted in this same area for the off-street parking. There's 722-724 South Lopez, per staff reported, granted 2 off-street parking spaces. Again, we're only asking 1. 3209 Gravier Street, they granted 1 off-street parking space. 738 South Rendon granted 2 off-street parking spaces. Again, we're only asking for 1. In regards to the lot space, as it relates to the lot space, the staff report says on page 10, open quotes, of the 11 residential lots occupied by 2-family structures, a large majority provide insufficient lot area. Our lot is only short by 9% of the required square feet. There's 8 non-conforming of the total 11 in that area. Waivers were granted on the following: 3201 Gravier Street, per staff report, 722-24 South Lopez, 738 South Rendon, they were under 19%. 3027 Gravier Street, was granted the lot space as well. And then as far as the setback, as it relates to the rear yard setback, the staff report says on page 10, about 1/3 of the properties provide insufficient rear yard setback. The staff additionally states that page 16, this is a minor nonconformity regarding rear yard setback. Our proposed plan meets the 20 feet rear yard setback on one corner of the duplex, but misses it by a couple feet on the corner. This is due because of the irregular shape. In summary, I've cited many examples of properties that have been granted waivers for each of the same variances that we are requesting. The only difference is we are wishing to convert a single family dwelling to a two-family owner-occupied dwelling in an area that has a need for more affordable housing and is currently zoned for multifamily use. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Just real quick. So James, this is, I get the majority of what's being proposed. My only concern again is this is creating an intensity on the site, considering a rear yard setback waiver request, including changing from a single to a double. While I understand it's allowed within the zoning district, that's also heavily driven by the lot area. So even though it's just shy by 300 feet of area that would grant it to be a double, I'm still a little concerned that it may just be an over densification of that lot, this particular lot, considering its existing dimensions. And because of that, going to a double, that shows revenue gain and an increased profitability on a property. So it's just really hard for me to see how to get past criteria 6 considering that.
So this isn't for a revenue gain, so to speak, aspect. I mean, this was an owner occupied opportunity for my fiance and I to pursue. And so when we looked at this property, the zoning requirement said that a double was permitted. I mean, this is MU-2. So we moved on it, and now we're being restricted. We're basically being told because, there's a single family residence on there that we can't even, we can be fine with doing a single family, but we can't do a double. And there's just no way that we can make it work as a single family residence. And the other thing I would add to what you were saying is that those variances, they've already been granted for other properties. So why is it that we're being, basically we're being penalized for it?
So I don't think we're talking about an individual penalty. And again, so my concern, and this has actually been a reoccurring issue, and staff has heard me make this comment in the past, that when people do the initial title search on these properties, people move based off of, oh, well, I see it's permitted, but they don't dig deeper into what allows for it to be triggered. And often enough, this is sometimes being driven by realtors and brokers who are not properly educating folks on the ones who are educating people who are purchasing these properties on the limitations of the site. It's quicker for them to say, yeah, it's allowed as a double in this. You're allowed to have doubles in this area without explaining the caveat. So it's just a bigger point of concern for me with that portion of it. I know that we're only talking about that one last criteria, but I mean, it's still us fulfilling the 9, not just 8 of the 9.
So if this was a vacant lot, you're saying that it wouldn't be a problem?
If it was a vacant lot, it would still be limited to a single family based on what the zoning dictates.
Even though you granted it to other places?
I'm looking specifically at your property. So Chairwoman, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in on the point about profitability to clarify what Commissioner James was bringing up on the profitability side. It's the fact that when you say a demonstrable hardship, you have the ability to still develop a single family structure on the property. So that's why the question of profitability comes up on the demonstrable hardship, because you're still able to put back what's existing on that site. So anything in addition to that would be considered profitability, because it's not denying you the right to put back what's already there. What you're seeking is something in addition to what's existing on that site currently.
I can't make a single family home work at the end of the day. Like I mean, that's the honest truth. So, I mean, while we would like to entertain that idea, it's not doable for many reasons.
And so even with that, that's another thing. One of the huge elements that does contribute back is financial hardship. That's one of the big things that we have to make sure that we don't grant something on is, well, the affordability of a project. I mean, it's unfortunate how that works, but that's the legal constraint of how the 9 criteria limits us as a board in terms of what we do approve or not.
No, I understand that. And I'm not speaking to that. I'm speaking to the fact that we're bringing back a structure that is, this thing has been, it's just been overlooked for many, many, many years. It's been sitting there. It's an eyesore. It's falling apart. It's almost falling on the neighbor's house next door. And we're just proposing to take this over, bring back that historic look on the outside, keep what the HDLC has requested us to keep, add something on that is livable for us, for my fiance and I to live in, but at the same time, bring an opportunity for the area to have an additional unit for affordable housing. It's owner occupied, I mean, I just can't stress enough the fact that it would be net wins across the board. And if it isn't a demonstrable hardship on us at the end of the day, because I mean, this is something that we've lost sleep on. I mean, we've been sitting on it for 6 months. I mean, I don't know what else to do at this point. And we're trying to comply with what y'all are saying. We're trying to comply with HDLC and the permitting, but we just feel like we've got our hands tied behind our back at this point.
Gentlemen, I don't have any further questions or comments right now.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? All right, if hearing none, and seeing none, we'll move to the next item.
BCA 06420 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 93A, Table 9.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with insufficient lot depth. The subject property is located in the 900 block of St. Ferdinand Street in an HMR3 historic Marigny-Tremé Bywater residential district and is currently undeveloped. Per Article 9, Section 93A, two-family dwellings require a minimum lot depth of 90 feet. The subject lot at 87 feet 9 inches is deficient by 2 feet 3 inches. The staff believes that the requested variance of Article 9, Section 93A in Table 9.2 fails to meet just one of the 9 criteria for the standards of variances as put forth in Article 4, Section 4(6)(f) of the CZO, in that strict adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner. Therefore, the staff is obliged to recommend denial of the requested variance.
Okay, we have Ryan Fern signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, I'm Ryan Fern. I'm the owner of the property and the applicant. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. I want to set up some facts about the property, and I may be repeating things that you already know, but I think they're important to my request for the variance. The variance is required because of the lot's irregular width and depth. It's significantly wider than average for the neighborhood and 2 feet and 3 inches shorter than the current regulations for a two-family home. It was historically a 2-story fourplex, and my deed actually has 4 addresses on it. The assessor's legal description still calls it a fourplex. I also have photos of the property as a fourplex. The lot was literally created to be more than 1 unit. The lot area is large enough for 3 units under the current zoning regulations. It's 6 feet wider than the minimum lot width for a two-family or multifamily home, and it's wider than 85% of the other properties in the neighborhood. The lot is actually larger than a 5-unit property just a few doors down, which under the current zoning regulations could only be a single-family home. I'm asking to build a two-family home, which is half the units of the historic use of the property. If you look at corner properties in the neighborhood, the intersection where it's located has two-family homes and a former two-family home that's been converted to a single. 1 block north has a two-family home, 2 triplexes, and a fourplex. 1 block west has a two-family home, a triplex, a 5-unit building, and a church. And 1 block south has a mixed-use commercial building, a triplex, a fourplex, and the Marigny Opera House. And the railroad tracks are 1 block east. Not one of the 15 properties I just mentioned is restricted to a single-family dwelling, even though half of them are on lots that are smaller than mine. I believe there's clearly a demonstrable hardship, as there are also other two-family units within this stretch that have a similar lot depth condition, and my lot is larger than all of them. The neighborhood is a medium density district with a majority of two-family homes or more, and I think that preserving the historic character of the neighborhood also includes preserving its medium density history. So based on all this, I feel that it's a really reasonable request and that it would be an asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just get clarity from staff? I believe what the staff member, when she was reading the report, had that the request was denied, but the documents that we have that the request was approved with provisos. Can we get some clarity on the status of this request?
Yes. In its original iteration, there was a recommendation for approval that was based on an oversight. The fact that that one criterion was not met, I had overlooked that. And based on that, the original iteration of this report did in fact recommend approval. However, at the 11th hour after the report had already been issued, I found the error, I corrected the error, and resubmitted the report to reflect that just because of that one criterion that was not met, that the recommendation was changed to a denial.
Which criteria is that?
That's going to be the one that, wait a minute, let me pull it up. I'm sorry.
And I would just I would just ask, because we don't have that in front of us, that we may need to defer this item so that we can see the correct information, because what we're looking at is not what was read out. So we're not even seeing which item, which criteria was not met. And the report that we have just doesn't accurately state the position. So I would just request that we would defer this matter so that we can see all of the correct information.
Can we have that submitted during the break? I'm sorry, but this has already been deferred.
I mean, I'm just saying, as it stands right now, we're not seeing, I can only make the recommendation as one board member, but for me, I'm not seeing the information that was being read out. So I can't make a decision based upon incorrect information. What I have basically is not the correct report.
Correct.
I can't speak for the other board members, but that's just my position.
Right, can it be added?
So that would require for us to suspend the rules. And as you heard me mention earlier, on a previous item, and I was with Ms. Burke, if we had something that was different that we're receiving beyond a date, I think we would want to have more time to have clarity just as a board. My actual question to Staff Member Jones is just if we could just get that clarification of what is that non-criteria response. We do have the option to still look at this when we come back later in the agenda once public comment has come in. I'd just like to at least have a couple things reviewed first, but I do agree with Commissioner Forrest that traditionally we would defer if we don't have consistent information in front of us at the time of the hearing.
Yes, this is Robin again. I am looking for I'm looking for a copy of the revised report that I can get to you all. Not knowing that you didn't have the most recent one. I wasn't prepared. I don't have a copy of it with me, but I'm going to have to drill down into some network drives to pull it up again, if that's okay. And otherwise.
So Robin, just for now,
yes.
Not necessarily the number, but which criteria you're saying is not met?
The one with that whether or not it would impose a hardship.
And Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, but the substance of your report, including the analysis for criterion 6, is correct. It's just when you went to the final section to make your recommendation that you missed noting that criteria was not met. Is that right?
That is correct.
So your comments in criteria number 6 is still applicable. That did not change. It was just the formal response towards the end of the report, which is inconsistent.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Are we ready for the next?
Otherwise, Chairwoman, just so I could get clarity back from staff. If that is the case, that would render this lot undevelopable as a single family at all, correct?
It would, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Or were you directing that at me at all? I'm sorry.
Yeah, to anyone on staff, either to you, Ms. Jones, or
Okay.
Emily. We all one in this one right now. In terms of overall lot depth, understanding this, that would deem that this lot can't be developed at all as a single family, correct? If we would have followed the staff's recommendation.
It could be developed as a single. It could not be developed as a duplex.
Duplex. Okay, so the lot
depth, for whatever reasons, the lot depth requirement is different for single family than it is for a 2-family dwelling.
Okay. All right, thank you. So now I understand the premise of the staff's report and clarification. This almost mimics the prior project as well.
That's not correct. The prior project doesn't meet the lot area minimum.
I'm saying in terms of development standards of it being single versus double, not necessarily to the letter of the CZO. No further questions, Chairman.
Any other questions from any other board members? If not, we can move to the next item.
The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 065-20 for a property located at 3038 Earhart and 1104 South Roman Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Miles Granderson signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Travis?
Yeah, BZA docket 6520 is a request for a variance of Article 22, Section 2211B2 to permit the construction of a Mardi Gras den with excessive curb cut width. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing structure and construct a Mardi Gras den in a warehouse building on lots 2 and 3. At the July 13th BZA meeting, the applicant was approved for variances for insufficient minimum permeable open space, front and corner side yard setback, and excessive curb cut width along Earhart Boulevard. The applicant is now returning for an additional waiver for excessive curb cut width along Clio Street. The request fails to meet one of the 9 criteria and that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present. We have Miles Granderson signed up to speak.
Hello, we're back with this one again, as you all probably well remember. This, as we know, and I don't know that I want to belabor too many of the points over again, but as you know, 24-foot curb cut is the max. These are Mardi Gras floats, which with the tractors and the floats, which make it very difficult to attempt to maneuver those 24 feet. Also, Clio is a thin street at that point. There are some pluses here that really bring this into something that will be beneficial to the city and to the neighborhood, in that by having the door in this location, where there was not a door there shown previously. It will allow one floats from, this is an Iris Den, the one right across the street on the other side of Clio on South Roman is also an Iris Den, will allow the floats to go back and forth between without disturbing traffic further. If this door were not added, they would have to, they would have to make a block, potentially including Earhart and a little piece of Claiborne, all that, just in order to go from one to the other. Obviously, that would not be preferential. Also, it allows the ingress and egress of floats on Clio as opposed to on Earhart more times than not. So that will be useful as well. All the reasons that we stated outside of this, generally speaking, for the curb cut with, certainly remain in place. I'll, I think, probably leave it at that. If you have any questions, please do ask. Also, I'll note that I do think this will be better also for, any other businesses in the area and for the school, because again, if a float has to go back and forth, it's just jumping across the street from one to the other, and it's doing so on a curb cut that works.
Thank you, Mr. Granderson. Any questions from board members?
Just a quick question, Miles. When this one came in front of us last time, I think the issue beforehand was that they were trying to at least get this building permitted. So has that process been resolved and that this project is already underway?
Yeah, it's been permitted, and with this hoped for approval, then the plans would get the permitted plans may get adjusted. One thing that came up, by the way, just I want to make note of, is that we got the curb cut waiver for the first time around, in addition to one or two others, but the curb cut waiver at that time was for Earhart, and if you look on the plans now, the curb cut for Earhart is actually 24, and that's because the physical realities of the site would not allow for more than 30, which make this being the addition of this door and having 30-foot curb cut there even more vital, because it will be very difficult and to pull floats in and out of the Earhart frontage.
Okay, thanks, Miles. And just for the benefit of the newer board members, we did see this previously and approved a different configuration of this, and Mr. Granderson at that time did make us aware that this request was going to come back to us. So just to kind of explain what some of these initial comments were.
Yeah, the issues that we've discussed on this call really just kind of came to light maybe a day or two before our last BZA meeting, unfortunately, without time to address prior.
Right, and I think at that time we asked you to consider a deferment, but your client didn't want to go that route because it would have pushed off them being able to get the building permits in hand within a certain time frame, correct?
That's right, because we gotta get building floats because COVID's going away, so we get Mardi Gras 2021.
Thanks, Miles. All right. Yeah, no further comments, Chairwoman.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from any other board members? Hearing none. Always comedy, Mr. Granderson.
Yeah, I just had a question. I mean, I know Clio, it's a secondary type of street. Do we have enough width there to make the turns, Mr. Miles?
Yeah, and yes, and I'll note also again that on across the street on the South Roman, which we refer to as the Iris 1 Den, which has been under construction for a while, that has a 30-foot curb cut literally directly across. So the sort of calculus and all of that has gone into place already there for the in and out and left and right.
All right, good, thanks.
Yeah, and Jose, I think what we talked about last time, that was the 30-foot was granted on that one because of that width at the street. I think we knew at that time it was like, I think it was like a 50-foot or less property line right of way. So I think what the consideration was then was knowing that the turn-in radius on some of the standard floats would not meet the clearances needed. and would impact off-street parking and all of the other requirements that are not requirements, but just existing conditions that are in that area. I'm done, Chairwoman. All right, I see she stepped away for a second. So any other board members have any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I guess we could move to the next docket item.
The next, we will begin now with unfinished business for variances. The next item is item number 11, BCA docket 046-20 for a property located at 3030 First Street and 2336 South Durbandy Street. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22-4A, Table 22-1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a place of worship with insufficient off-street parking. At the August 10th BZA hearing, the board issued a 60-day deferral to give the applicants more time to rectify the issues with the property across the street to secure correct permits to demolish or relocate the historic building. Due to the fact that some of the site may not be approved for demolition and could result in a greater number of parking waivers, the staff requested a 60-day deferral to allow the applicant time to submit demolition plans for the city to review. The applicants requested additional time to prepare for and update plans. Therefore, the staff is now recommending a 6-month deferral of the requested variances. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present, and we have Edward Fleming signed up on behalf to speak on this application. Is Mr. Fleming on the line?
I apologize, I was on mute. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I have really nothing to say other than we're further along the process than we thought we would be at this point. So it looks like we would be ready to represent considerably sooner than those 6 months. And our hope is to be able to do that, if not at the next meeting, then in the December meeting. But that's yet to be determined with staff. But I just wanted to say we are quite a bit further along than we thought we would be at this point.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Sorry for my noises in the background.
Hey, Caitlin. So I guess if we get that sense of clarity from Mr. Fleming, so you're saying not the 6 month in a shorter time frame?
Well, the staff's recommendation, we were deferring to 6 months as an outside mark. At the time all that was established, there were a number of things that were, for lack of a better expression, up in the air. Many of those have been clarified by now. I don't understand it as my place to be able to request anything other than what's on the docket this morning. I really just wanted to give you all a heads up that I think that we could be ready to represent sooner than 6 months. That's always been our intention, our wish to do that. But am I correct that in order to present before whatever the date would be for 6 months from now, we would need to make a formal request in the next BZA meeting?
So I think that we could, I mean, if you're thinking it's a shorter time frame, I mean, we could amend this at the dais and say a 30, 60, 90, or 6 month duration of time. It's really just if you have a better sense of where this falls, but we want to still take into consideration what the staff may have recommended, only considering that we don't want to just push it out 30 days for it to come back for another deferment because of postage notifications, et cetera. So I think it's advantageous for you to just kind of have a better sense of what duration of time it may be. So I don't know if you need to confer with staff offline. while when we go through the next step, because keep in mind, we do have to still move to public comment, and we'll come back to you. But if you at least have enough time between now and then to make a pretty comprehensive decision on what time you want to request, that would probably be the best route to go.
Well,
I was just going to chime in. I was just going to chime in that there may be some additional time built in by staff for them to be able to review and make their determinations. So just understand what your time frame may be. They may still need to build out a little bit beyond that to allow them time to make their decision.
Right.
Or recommendation. Sorry.
I was just going to say though that the planner who I'm working with, Aspen Nero, is actually out of town this week. And I really wouldn't want to present anything other than what's presented today without conferring with her, which won't even be possible until sometime next week. So really, this is just an informal statement on my part that I think we'd be ready to go sooner than 6 months. When that would be exactly, yes, but we definitely need to check in with her and make sure that there wouldn't be any other issues from the staff's point of view that might extend it beyond what I think we'd be ready. So. And just to add confusion to the process, only to say that I don't think it'll be quite so long.
Right. And Missy, if just for the sake of procedure, just a point of clarity, if we were to say 6 months, and let's say if he is ready to come back sooner, what mechanisms do we have in place in order to undo that?
So I talked to Aspen about this case previously, and she said that she told me that they said it was going to take them about 6 months, and I suggested that if it was going to take that long, that they should withdraw it and reapply because of the uncertain time frame. If they know that they can get it within 1 to 2 months and they can wait the 2 months, I feel like doing it for 2 months is the best option. You can, like we did with the Cohen project, you can amend something already previously adopted, and we could do that. But I just thought when there was a 6 month delay, I personally suggested that the applicant withdraw and reapply just to make it cleaner. But now, since he's doing this, I think the 2 month deferral probably is probably, if he can get that. It's not, I don't think it's anything we need to confer with Aspen about, because I did talk to her about that, and it was because of a delay on the applicant's end, not for any reason that she was causing it to be that way.
Okay, thank you. So maybe consideration of it being a 60-day deferral is probably 60-day deferral is probably the better process at this time, but review it and let's just reconsider it later in the agenda.
Okay, so you mean we would reconsider this in this same meeting today?
Yeah, right. We're gonna pause for 30 minutes for public comment after presentation of all the dockets, and then we're gonna take it back up for the vote, and we'll put the deferral time frame on it then.
Great. Well, so long as this doesn't create any conflict for staff or any problems for staff, then we'd be happy to do this sooner than later. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just as a point of
go ahead, Tom.
Just one other thing, just as a point of order before we move to the next item, or if other folks in the meeting are not necessarily on the current docket item, I may suggest that you may mute your microphones or turn your camera off in the interim, just so we don't have anything that's a distraction to the meeting pop up on screen.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Hearing and seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item, let's see, well, we will start now with our new business. The next item is BZA docket 066-20 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Sandra Tomasetti signed up to speak on behalf of this application. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A, maximum impervious surface in the front yard. Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2A, minimum permeable open space. Article 11, Section 11.3 B3, parking pad location. Article 22, Section 22(8)(b)(1), permitted vehicle parking location in the front yard. Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(1), parking pad location. Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(2), parking pad design. Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(3), parking pad location. Article 22, Section 22(8)(c), dimensions of vehicle parking areas. Article 22, Section 22(8)(c), dimensions of vehicle parking areas to permit an after-the-fact non-compliant driveway, which result in 9 waivers. The addition of the driveway and parking pad decreases permeability by 2.83%, requiring a waiver of 2.83%. This increase in concrete also creates more paving in the front yard and puts the impervious surfaces in the front yard at 42%, requiring a waiver of 2%. Article 11, Section 11(3)(b)(3) prohibits off-street parking spaces that are required in front yards of in the required front yards of property, and also prohibits the parking space in the front yard prohibits parking space of the front yard building line, requiring a waiver of front yard parking. Additionally, Article 22, Section 22(8)(b) prohibits parking between the street line and the nearest part of the front street facade, the building requiring a waiver to permit front yard parking. Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(1) and 22(11)(d)(2) also prohibit parking in the required front yards as well as parking in the front line of the building's facade. Article 22, Section 22(11)(d) and Article 22, Section 22(11)(d)(2) requires a parking pad be located 3 feet from the property line. The applicants are proposing a parking pad located 1.75 feet from the property line, resulting in a waiver of 1.25 feet. With the proposed parking pad width of 8 feet and depth of 11.5 feet, the applicants will also need a waiver for the width of the parking pad and the depth of the parking pad, which is required to be 8.5 feet in width and 20 feet in depth, resulting in a waiver of 6 inches from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22(8)(c), and a waiver of 8.5 feet from Article 22, Section 22(8)(c). The staff believes that the 9 requested variances fail to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present. And again, we have Sandra Tomasetti signed up to speak on behalf of this application.
I am Nick Hope. I am the owner of 1535 Joseph Street. Sandra was unable to make it today. We would like to request a 30-day deferral on this hearing for several reasons. The worst of which is that my father died about 2 weeks ago, and I have been unable to work on this project and communicate with the staff to attempt to mitigate some of the questions that are raised by these assorted violations of the zoning code. I would like to have 30 days to work further and get all my ducks in a row, please, and also work with my planner to try to work out a solution. There's also new information coming to light by someone who's researching this particular situation for me. I would also like to point out that contrary to what the staff report says, I purchased this house with the driveway already in place. I knew that the driveway had been installed illegally by the previous owner, but I did not know the specific details of how he happened to do it. I was also led to believe by I guess it was the previous occupant is actually who put it in. The house was owned by a trust. The trustee who is working with me to facilitate the purchase led me to believe that the zoning violation had been taken care of by them going downtown and paying a fine. The fine apparently was to remove a lien, but she also led me to believe that everything was okay with the driveway. So this situation is not of my making, it is of the making of the previous owners. But my main request is right now just to have a deferral for 30 days so that I can work properly on the project and try to reach a agreeable solution. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Cope. Are there any questions from board members?
No, I think
The only question I had was just in light of your circumstances, just making sure that the 30 days is going to be sufficient for you to be able to take care of what you needed to take care of, follow up with staff.
I think it should be. I was in Pennsylvania for a couple of weeks, which is where my parents live, and my mom needs a lot of support, and there are all those things that need to be done to when somebody dies, you know, administrative tasks and such, but I think that 30 days should be sufficient.
Okay. Any other questions from board members?
I think Ms. Cope is addressed enough for us to make that deferment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cope. If there are no other questions from board members, we can move on to the next item.
Okay, BZA 6720 is a request for a property located at 7621, 7623 Birth Street to permit a two-family residence with a parking space in the front yard. This is an after-the-fact request. The applicant recently constructed a front yard patio that the applicant proposes to use for parking. The subject request to permit parking in the front yard does not comply with the site design standards for the historic urban neighborhoods residential districts found in Article 11, Section 11.3. Pursuant to Article 11, Section 11.3.b.3, parking is prohibited in the required front yard. Additionally, restrictions for parking in the front yard are found in Article 22, Section 22.8.b.1, Section 22.11.d.1, and Section 22.11.d.2. Pursuant to Section 22.8.b, permitted vehicle parking locations, parking pads for two-family residences are prohibited between the street line and the front facade of the residence. Pursuant to Section 22.11.d, parking pad designed for single and two-family residential uses. Parking pads are prohibited in the front yard and must be located behind the front building line of the house. The property is developed with an interior lot that measures 30 feet in width and 120 feet in depth and is developed with a two-family residence. The lot size and structure are typical for the area that is characterized by single and two-family residences. The staff surveyed the nearby properties and found that only 11% of the single and two-family residences in the area provide parking in the front yard. Therefore, the request to provide parking in the front yard would not be in keeping with the predominant development pattern in the area. Increased demand for parking is a subject of concern in the area that is being addressed by the council with the recently implemented University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District, in addition to a study that is in progress. Based on this report, the staff believes that the request to permit a two-family residence with a parking space in the front yard fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present. We have Jacques Foray signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Are you on the line, Jacques?
Yeah. Hello. Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe you were going to unmute. I had to do it, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm Jacques Frere. I'm the owner of the home. I'm a native New Orleanian, been here all my life. My family's been here since 1830s. I bought this house 26 years ago, been living in this house, taking care of it. 20 years ago, the city redid the street, and in doing so, it tore up a pre-existing brick entrance to the property, and they replaced it. So I do have a city-provided entrance to the property, bricked, very similar to what you see in front of the house now. About 7 or 8 years ago, the doubles and dormitory phenomenon arose. I've got, on 2 corners, have doubles. One of them was a nice little cottage torn down, and a 2-story building was put there with 8 bedrooms and baths and stuff. The one across the street's doing the same. On a 3rd corner, there is a fourplex with no parking, a lot of students and such in there. Recently, the house across the street was given a permit to convert a double into a double to dormitory, and it's just kind of I felt like I'm being cornered in on all sides. I've lived here, I've taken care of the house. I'm the kind of neighbor who picks up the garbage cans for the neighbors, cleans the trash out the street all the time, checks on the elderly residents, and I'm being squeezed out of having a place to park. So it's not a problem I created, it's one of the doubles of dormitories has created and become a hardship for myself. So recently I decided to put in a patio in front of the house, which I got a permit for, and it is a permeable patio. We had to dig several feet down to put the rock base, different grades of rock, building it all up. So it is suitable to actually park on, and it fits into the character of the neighborhood. So I haven't done that. When I see this double dormitory being about to be built across the street as well, I'm feeling trapped in. A neighbor around the block complained to the city, and when his wife found out what he did, he goes, "Why did you do that? He's such a nice guy. I know him from the neighborhood meetings and such. Go talk to him." So he went and talked to me. He found out why I put this patio, which could be used for parking, in. And it's because of the doubles to dormitory phenomena. 2 on my block, a 3rd one about to be slated, another multi-unit with no parking, and not to mention on the side streets having doubles to dormitories. And all the parking issues on Maple Street come onto my street as well. So it's not a condition I created, it's a condition that pre-existed and being exacerbated by the doubles to dormitories. I have gotten letters from all the neighbors in support of what I have done. They are okay with me parking there, in particular the 2 neighbors on either side of me. Also note that the neighbor who originally reported me, he wrote another letter saying, "I did not bring this on myself. He wishes he hadn't reported me." So he's withdrawing his complaint, so to speak. Another neighbor on the corner across the street, he's an architect. He says it fits into the character, enhances the neighborhood the way it's done with the bricks, the nice red bricks, everything balances out. There's a porch on either side of the front yard. I know the survey says it's like 10-foot setback from the property, but from the house going forward to the sidewalk, it's actually 16.5 feet because they're counting it from the front of the porch rather than from the front of the house. That's 16.5 feet. My car is 14.5 feet. It does fit in. It does not encroach upon the sidewalk, as many people who do have front yard parking encroaches onto the sidewalk, or various gardens encroach onto the path. I wanted to make sure that did not happen. I wanted to make sure that it was appealing and fitting with the neighborhood. Your survey says that 11% of the surveyed area has front yard parking and 48% has side or rear yard parking. Well, that's a 59% of the area surveyed has parking. I'm just asking for something that the majority of the people already have. Also, all these different conditions. There is no side areas, roughly 3 feet on each side of the house. There's no room to put a driveway. By your survey, 59% of the people actually have parking. There is no room to park on the sides. This is not something that I created, as in Mr. Kiefer's letter, who originally made the complaint, and then rebuttal to his complaint says, I did not create this problem. And he also complimented me on how nice it came out looking. The hardship is, the lack of parking. I'm a senior citizen on Social Security. There's issues that previous applicant came up, Mrs. Burke, a few cases ago, talked about crime, break-ins, cars and stuff. If I have to park around the block and carry groceries and stuff, it does create a hardship when you've got these 20-something-year-olds bopping in at all hours. On my block from corner to corner, there are 13 houses. 6 of those have parking available to them. So I'm not asking for something that roughly half the people already have on the block. Some of those have actually multiple parking spots. So I'm not asking for any special privilege. I'm just asking to be counted in with what other people have. To kind of recap, an old New Orleans TV commercial, Frankie and Johnny's Furniture. I got the $50. So you're the special man. You're the special man. For me, the $50 is I've got the pre-existing entrance pad put in by the city. I've got a city-approved patio with specifications that actually do fit a car. And I've got letters from a dozen or so neighbors saying they are okay with what I've done. I've also submitted about 14 pictures of houses with parking in front to show precedence in front of the house. And if the person who did the survey expanded a little bit further, you're going to find at least 3 more houses further up and further down Butte Street, which have front of street parking as well.
Sir, you've reached the end of your time. If you could wrap up your comments.
All right, I just finished. But thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Sure. Are there any questions from board members?
Quick question to staff. What is the required depth of a legally compliant parking stall?
I believe it's 18.5 feet.
Okay, so no matter what, in any configuration, the stall as proposed does not meet the standards of what will be considered a parking stall, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
May I make a comment? An architect on the street did say it was 18 feet, not 18.
Sir, I have the floor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. And whether another architect gave you any suggestion, the architect is not who dictates what's the letter of what is within the CZO. That is what establishes the parking dimension requirements, because it's not necessarily about the vehicle that you may drive. It's about any vehicle that may be able to park in that stall once it's defined as a parking stall. So, and no matter whatever configuration, it still doesn't meet that requirement. I was actually going to ask, and I'm not sure if Bob is still on the call or not. Traditionally, whenever we have these type of these requests, and these have happened quite a few in the past, if it doesn't even meet the standards of a parking stall itself, why do we still have to review them when they come in? Just a question to Bob or Missy. If it doesn't meet the standards of what is defined as a parking stall.
I know you were addressing that to Bob or Missy, but I would like to just add that perhaps the board can consider a variance for the length of a parking stall. That would be added to the request.
Right, and also whenever we receive an application, we need to docket it, so.
Okay, all right, I was just curious. And my concern in this, I'm gonna state what it's always been for me in the past, is that even if we were to grant that waiver for the overall depth of a parking stall, let's say the next person or the applicant purchases a larger vehicle that extends beyond the 16.5 feet of depth of the stall, that vehicle will now obstruct the public right of way in that sidewalk, which creates a further legal issue for the city as well as this board for granting any form of a request like this, which would just create a whole new host of issues. It's not necessarily about the applicant creating the condition or something or a condition that's happening or of use on other properties in the area. We still have a fiduciary responsibility for understanding the impacts that we may create if we grant these type of requests.
And I was just gonna chime in. I think it's been a while now, but I know we did have some situations previously with after the fact requests, and what you're bringing up, Commissioner James, was one of the main concerns when the size of the space is not legally compliant and you have the potential of the cars encroaching on the public right of way. And that's not something that we can necessarily get around with provisos or anything of that nature, because you do have to allow for access for persons to walk, whether they're walking or using any type of trying to think of the word, wheelchair access, anything of that nature to kind of go through the what would be the sidewalk is the public right of way.
So I would just ask if the applicant put that into consideration. I'm glad you said it, Chairwoman. What are we to do if we grant you this request and someone in a wheelchair needs to bypass your vehicle when it's parked there? What in that case, what do you think the situation should be? You're muted.
You need to unmute, sir.
Okay. So I purposely make sure my car will not go over the sidewalk. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I've lived here 26 years. I plan on living here until I die. I love the neighborhood. I've been in New Orleans all my life. My next car will be the same size or smaller. It's hard to determine what a future owner may or may not do, but as long as we make it an honest effort to try to stay within the boundaries off the sidewalk, then I don't think it should be a hard hindrance on me, especially when I got all the neighbors, the homeowners, not just the residents, but homeowners, all okay with what I am doing.
So once again, I'm gonna come back to that point. This is not something that's for negotiation because your neighbors don't have an issue with it. There's still the legal obstruction that would exist. And here's the thing, by us granting the variance, we can't just grant it and limit it to you as an owner. Anything we grant stays in perpetuity with the land. So if you were to sell the property a year from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, that waiver would remain with the property. And let's say that next person does buy a vehicle that's larger and then obstructs the sidewalk. We gave that person the ability to do so by granting you the right.
Well, is it possible to grant the right to use it with the proviso that a car does not exceed X amount of space?
The way that the
no, because there's no enforcement for that stuff.
Well,
there's no way
I was just going to say that the challenge is that the parking space is a standard size. There's not a way to do a proviso that limits the specific size of a parking space to the length of your vehicle.
And there's so many sidewalks that are broken up and it's hard for anybody to walk on, much less a sidewalk, a wheelchair. And there's so many gardens that go over sidewalks, making it difficult to pass. I'm making every honest effort to fit in with the beauty of the neighborhood, the garden district type of house that it is. and not be over that line. I'm doing my very best to stay in my own home, stay in a neighborhood that I've helped, take care of the residents and been a part of and I enjoy so much. I feel like I'm being squeezed out of my home by these doubles to dormitories, and they just park anywhere and everywhere, trash things out. I'm the one that cleans everything up. I'm really trying to
I think
stay in my home.
And
Really am.
I think we hear what you're saying, sir, and I think that we've made it clear that we're trying to weigh what your concerns are against what we're legally allowed to do. And we still have to meet our legal requirements as it relates to what would be considered a legally compliant parking space. And as Commissioner James has mentioned, and as I have reiterated, what would be considered a legally compliant parking space just wouldn't, what you're proposing wouldn't meet those standards.
I would ask you to please, waive that 1.5 foot difference and allow me to park there. Respectfully ask that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
Yeah, this is for staff. Did I hear right that Mr. Fred had actually a building permit? And he was granted a building?
We listed this as an after the fact, but the way it was constructed was actually as a patio, not a parking space.
Okay, it was a patio. Got it. Done.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 14, BZA docket 068-20 for a property located at 2803 St. Philip Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Matthew Byer signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Emily?
This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22.4a, Table 22-1, Article 22, Section 22.8d, and Article 23, Section 23.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the conversion of an office to a community center with insufficient off-street parking, insufficient aisle width for two-way circulation, and no buffer yards on the Belle Chase Street and North White Street frontages. Article 22, Section 22.4a, Table 22-1, results in an off-street parking requirement of 19 spaces. I'm sorry, of 54 spaces. And that takes into account the inherited rights deficiency under the former use. I will say that the staff report and the agenda list the parking waiver as 18 spaces. It should actually be 19 spaces. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Article 22, Section 22.8d requires that two-way traffic aisles within off-street parking lots and structures measure 24 feet in width. The proposal is for 12 feet, resulting in a waiver request of 12 feet. Lastly, Article 23, Section 23.8 buffer yards requires that where the parking lot of a non-residential use or district abuts a residential district, a buffer yard of 10 feet shall be provided along the lot line that abuts a residential district. As such, the site is required buffer yards on the Belle Chase Street and North White Street frontages. However, as the applicant is proposing no buffer yards, they're seeking waivers from this requirement. The staff believes that the requests do satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variances. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 7 provisos.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to the board for hearing our variance. We recommend with the staff report for approval. Son of a Saints, a nonprofit organization that provides whole person services for fatherless boys in New Orleans. Fatherless due to either death or incarceration. These services help their mentees face the number of challenges they encounter due to being fatherless. Son of a Saint moved into this historic 100-year-old building, which was first constructed as an ice house for the surrounding neighborhood 3 years ago. Before Son of a Saint, the space was operated as a commercial co-working space with a dozen small companies renting a space in that building. Now that Son of a Saint recently purchased the building and is now the sole organization there, the building can be renovated from an open office to better fit their specific programming needs. Ultimately, we're proposing to maintain the existing amount of parking spaces and the existing configuration on an existing trapezoidal lot. And we'd be happy to take questions from the board.
Thank you. Just a note that Commissioner James recused himself from this item. Are there any questions from board members? Hearing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with new business for appeals. The next item is item number 16, BZA docket 069-20 for a property located at 1005 St. Philip Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Nikki Sawalski signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And BZA docket 069-20 is an appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that there are no setback requirements for water features or mechanical equipment in the French Quarter because there are no required yards. And Safety and Permits will present at this time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Kindle. I'm the zoning administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and present on BZA docket 6920. As Valerie had mentioned, this is appeal of a decision by the Director of Safety and Permits that there are no setback requirements for water features or mechanical equipment in the French Quarter because there are no required yards. In April and May of 2020, the staff of the Vieux-Carré Commission asked the Department of Safety and Permits about the requirement that a water feature be set back 3 feet from the property line. CZO section 21.6 GG4 states that a water feature shall be located a minimum of 3 feet from all lot lines. The department determined at that time that these restrictions apply to accessory structures in the required yard area. In the French Quarter, there are no required yards, so these setbacks for accessory structures would not apply. Therefore, water features in the French Quarter are not required to be set back 3 feet from the property line because they're not located in a required yard. This determination was provided to the applicant on July 7th, 2020, and the applicant appeal alleges that this determination was made in error. In CZO sections 21.6 and 21.7, there are several setback requirements to the property line for accessory structures and permitted encroachments into required yards. In general, these rules provide the limitations on these encroachments into the required yards. In the buildable area, which is the developable portion of the lot, which excludes the required yards, there are not the same limitations on accessory structures as there would be within a required yard. Since there are no required yards in the historic core districts, which includes the French Quarter, the accessory structure setback requirement should not be applied as it would be if they were in a required yard. Therefore, a water feature that is in the buildable area would not be subject to the 3 feet setback requirement. For this reason, the department's determination on this matter should be upheld. And that completes my presentation.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present, and we have Nikki Sawalski signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A 2003 study by the Bureau of Governmental Research called New Orleans' previous zoning ordinance incoherent, over-amended, outdated, and vague. Back then, their report said interpreting the zoning ordinance is well beyond the reach of a typical developer, not to mention the average citizen. After 10 years of hard work, the more than 40-year-old zoning mammoth and its hundreds of amendments were finally replaced with the current zoning law. I must admit that 2 years ago, I had heard of the CZO, but I certainly had no idea how to read it or what was in it. 2 years ago, I'd never heard of the BZA, much less knew the function of this board. As I contemplate what those opposed to this appeal are saying, I think very few citizens understand this process or even know what is in the CZO. Many seem to be misconstruing this decision appeal with a variance request. As you know, they are not the same and the repercussions are very different. How many understand that what happens in the former applies to the entire city? While it's the French Quarter in this case, today's decision could transfer to other areas in the historic core. Article 21.6 GG4 states a water feature shall be located a minimum of 3 feet from all lot lines. Article 21.6 T1 says ground-based mechanical equipment, including but not limited to heating, ventilating, geothermal, air conditioning, swimming pool equipment, and backup electrical generators may be located only in an interior side or rear yard and shall be located at least 5 feet from a rear lot line and 3 feet from any side lot line, where at least 2 feet of that distance remains open to the sky. The zoning administrator's interpretation that there are a number of setback requirements to the property line for accessory structures. In general, these restrictions apply to accessory structures in a required yard. In the French Quarter, there are not required yards, so these setback requirements for accessory structures would not apply. So water features and mechanical equipment would not have a setback requirement if they are not located in a required yard. And then he has the exception for swimming pools. What, if not confusing, is this interpretation? There is no mention of required yards in the rather straightforward clauses. It's based on an accessory structure restriction. However, an accessory structure in the case that precipitated this appeal would require a setback of 3 feet. Article 21.6A7, detached accessory structures shall be located a minimum of 3 feet from any lot line unless otherwise permitted or limited by this ordinance. However, in the historic core, a detached accessory structure may be built on the interior side or rear lot line, providing there is no existing structure on the adjoining lot located on or within 3 feet of the common interior side or rear lot lines. How is any member of the public to read S&P's determination into the simple and direct language currently in the CZO? CZO article on definition says the words shall and must are mandatory, while the word may is permissive. Article 26 of the CZO defines lot lines as property lines bounding a lot, while a yard is defined as open space located at grade between a structure and adjoining lot lines, unoccupied and unobstructed from ground upward. The first article of the CZO further clarifies, whenever these regulations contain an actual, implied, or apparent conflict with other laws and regulations, including an internal conflict within this ordinance, the more restrictive regulation applies unless otherwise specified. I'm not sure how many understand what happens today determines whether any setbacks at all will be required anywhere in the quarter, not just for water features, but also for mechanical equipment, HVACs, generators, exhaust fans. While this appeal results from a large fountain and basin request, it could just as easily be a bank of air conditioners or a restaurant exhaust fan or a generator at another address. This interpretation means any property owner or developer can place mechanical or water elements not just on a property line, but could attach to an adjacent fence wall or building wall, causing noise, vibration, damage, moisture problems in degrading structures. In real terms, a restaurant, bar, or condo can put all their mechanical equipment at the back of a lot against a division fence or party wall with no variance requirement and therefore no notice to neighbors. This determination renders adjacent property owners unable to prevent water features or mechanical in locations that damage their property or impair their quality of life because zoning will no longer prohibit. S&P and VCC cannot and will not deny a permit that complies with the CZO because a neighbor is concerned about future damage or disruption. I saw an online petition which grossly misrepresents this appeal. The project architect on at this address purports that the appeal will change existing setback to 3 feet without saying for what. It makes no mention of possibility of variances.
Okay, their time is now up. The property owner, Rick Ballantyne, now has 5 minutes to present.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Hi, my name is Rick Ballantyne, and I along with my wife, Bridget, own the property at 1005, 1007, 1009 St. Philip, which is owned as a multifamily residential property and is one of the properties on your agenda today. I would also like to first thank the members of the BZA board for their service to the community, as I believe you guys play a vital role preserving the tote ensemble of the French Quarter. I would also like to clarify for those community members and others on the call today that Bridget and I are not here today to ask for any variance or exception to any of the existing guidelines that govern or pertain to the addition of water features or any other decorative additions on or adjacent to shared courtyard walls in the French Quarter. As had been previously claimed by our Rampart side neighbors on numerous occasions and had been the basis of their overly zealous claims in an attempt to garner support for their side, when in fact the zoning division of safety and permits found our proposed water feature to be Article 4, Section 14. In fact, our proposed water feature is not located in a required yard setback, and notwithstanding that, these types of uses are extremely prevalent and have a long-standing precedent in the Ville-Carré. This was also confirmed by the CZO's own zoning administrator, Mr. Kendall, after review of the preliminary drawings, and found them to be approvable within the CZO with some slight adjustments to the pavers, increasing their permeability square footage, which we gladly adjusted. Additionally, the VCC, its staff, and the architectural committee did not find basis for overturning the decision on the basis of compatibility with the design guidelines, therefore allowing us to move in the process forward with our courtyard and fountain project, hopefully very soon. In a September 16th update to VCC to the August 19th to yet another appeal regarding our fountain by our Rampart side neighbors, we did in fact do a redesign and attempt to address their concerns as best we could. We removed the grapefruit tree and we're replacing it with a new tree to ensure a non-invasive root system. The only reason for the need to replace the Peruvian lime tree that was originally there when we purchased the home was due to the fact that it died from a couple of freezes in 18 and 19 winter. We presume this citrus tree to have been planted by the previous owner of our home, Mrs. Betty Norris, who was a longtime member of the BCC, and her husband, Bill Norris, who sadly recently passed away earlier this month. As part of my getting ready for this meeting today, I would like to read you to a part of an email that Bill Norris sent to me some time ago before he passed away. After I sent him and Betty a copy of our proposed project, it says, quote, "Rick and Bridget, your plans are fabulous. We are taking the house. We're fabulous. You are taking the house to its future. Betty and I would want to do everything you have planned. We cannot see any problem the VCC would have with your plans. But I would also like to take a moment right now to wish Betty Norris, their daughter Lydia, and entire Norris family our condolences, if they're listening, if anybody's listening. As also outlined in the VCC staff analysis of our redesign to address our Rampart side neighbors, it was confirmed that the fountain design had been modified with the goal of pulling the water source away from the existing brick fence to avoid moisture wicking. The fountain head is offset 6 inches from the brick wall and is anchored to the substructure of the fountain walls only, and the waterproofing membrane is not attached to the existing brick wall either. This creates an additional standalone element design of the water feature that will allow us or future owners to be able to modify or remove this element without affecting the existing brick wall. We also raise the size of the fountain to allow additional depth to allow to be used as a garden seat, and also allow for more depth to reduce potential splash from the basin, which will further protect the brick fence. It should also be stated that the location of this fountain does not back up to walls of any structures and is only adjacent to an 8-foot wall brick fence. I would also like to point out that the VCC staff also does not consider any of the proposed changes made to the design to help address any of the neighbors' concerns detrimental to the appearance of the fountain, which was originally approved, and they also consider it to also fit within the tone ensemble of the French Quarter, and that it was keeping with the design guidelines and the VCC purview recommended conceptual approval of our beautifully designed water feature that, when finally completed, will add many years of pleasure, aesthetic value to our property, and for us and visitors to our home to admire and enjoy, much like many, many other similar soothing and delightful such water features throughout the Ville-Carré. We ask that this honorable BZA committee pass a resolution in support of upholding the current regulations of the CZO, which allows for our rightful and legally approved plans that are consistent.
Mr. Valentine, that's the end of your time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Just one quick question to staff. I know that the applicant made reference to that this would potentially have impact with regards to like future permits as it pertains to mechanical equipment and things of the such. Nick, just to validate, the building code and the zoning ordinance does address that as a supplemental condition, that as long as that equipment does not restrict access around the building, that equipment can exist, correct? So essentially, if it was in the way of essential service, fire department, or anything of that such, the equipment cannot go inside of the required yard area.
So I don't want to speak to the building code, and I believe, Commissioner, you probably know the building code much better than I do. So yeah, if those restrictions are located in the building code, I would think that would make sense. With regards to the zoning code, the position of the Department of Safety and Permits is that, you know, these restrictions would apply if they're in yards. So yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be required to be set back, you know, that 2 feet. But yes, if the building code requires that there is, you know, passageway, I believe maybe it's 2 feet or something to allow for safety personnel to kind of be able to access from the front of the house to the rear of the property, that those regulations would still be in place.
Yeah, that's correct. It's 24 inches free to air and light.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 16, BZA docket 070-20 for a property located at 737 Eleanor Street and 5808 Magazine Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Justin Schmidt signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and the property owner, Edward Nichols, will follow after Mr. Schmidt's presentation. And BZA docket 070 is an appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 2021846-NEWC. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Valerie, kicking it off.
I'm sorry, not the applicant, but the staff presentation. I'm sorry, Nick.
Didn't want to ask out of line, so.
Yeah.
All right, BZA docket 7020 is relative to 737 Eleanor Street and 5808 Magazine Street. The applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the department, or the director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of a building permit. On June 22nd, 2020, the Department of Safety and Permits issued a building permit for the new construction of a mixed-use building at 5808 Magazine Street. The applicant's appeal alleged that this permit was issued in error because the developer had proposed to subdivide the existing lot into 2 lots, and that subdivision was never approved. Furthermore, the applicant's appeal alleges that the approval by both Safety and Permits and the City Planning Commission was dependent on the subdivision approval, and without the subdivision approval, the total area used for commercial purposes would change that building permit approval. The developer had applied for the subdivision in December 2019 to divide the property into 2 lots, with the existing structure at 737 Eleanor on proposed lot A1 and the proposed mixed-use building on proposed lot A2. The new property line caused an issue with the rear yard setback to the existing structure, and the developer withdrew that subdivision application on February 2nd, 2020. The subject property is in a CPC, Character Preservation Corridor Design Overlay District, which requires design review approval from the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. The design review was approved on May 21st, 2020, And the CPC staff noted in the final synopsis and sign off that the structure complied with the setbacks as multiple principal structures on a lot. In addition, the CPC approved site plan shows the entire site with no indication of a subdivision. This indicates that CPC's approval was based on the current lot configuration with the subdivision withdrawn. Safety and permit staff reviewed the initial plan set and made comments on the first set of plans that indicated that a subdivision would take place. However, that comment was withdrawn when the building permit was issued, when the applicant submitted plans showing that there would not be a subdivision. The subject property is located in the HUB1 district, and per CZO section 21.4A, table 21.2, multiple principal buildings are permitted on a single lot in the HUB1 district. Therefore, a subdivision was not required to construct a second principal building on this lot. In addition, the subdivision, or lack of one, does not have any impact on the total area being used for commercial purposes. In the HUB1 district, there is a limit on total area of commercial uses, but that limit is for each individual commercial use and not the total amount of commercial uses on a lot. Therefore, a subdivision would have no impact on the compliance with this commercial use floor area limitation. For these reasons, the department's determination on this matter should be upheld.
Okay. The applicant, Justin Schmidt, now has 5 minutes to present.
Thank you, Ms. Goings. Justin Schmidt, 909 Voyager Street, Suite 1500 for the appellant, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Brando, who are the adjacent neighbors to the south of 737 Eleanor Street. I think at the end of the day, the board would agree that this probably needs to be deferred because there's still a lot of questions and even more questions raised by Ms. Becknell or Mr. Kendall's report that was issued after the comment period. But there's also been some other events. On September 22nd, 2020, there was a stop work order issued on the property. On September 30th, 2020, it was still pending as of this morning. And we really don't have any indication that it's been lifted or any indication as to really what specifically that was issued for. And so we'd like to investigate that to be able to comment on that as well. Nevertheless, as we said in our application, this is a prime example of a developer trying to overdevelop a lot. And in this case, and I'm not suggesting there was anything done intentionally with this, but the byproduct of this has allowed him to build a lot more on this lot than should be. First of all, with all due respect to Mr. Kendall's interpretation, I believe, of the 5,000 square foot area is incorrect. Table 12.12-2, the top says, it says in the HUB1, says permitted up to 5,000 square feet of total floor area. Then it says floor area, conditional use approval required for over 5,000 square feet of total floor area. And then it has a third line in that top bracket, commercial use with number one with a footnote, uses over 10,000 square feet of total floor area are prohibited. So it doesn't, there's no modification of total floor area as far as the commercial uses. And if you look at footnote 1 on the following page, footnote 1 to table 12-2, it says total floor area limits per commercial use. That footnote is not associated with the floor area in there. So that's the commercial use. As Ms. Becknell's email, and this came up in conjunction with, as Mr. Kendall said, this was originally permitted as, or applied for as a double lot. They were going to shave off the back end and build a separate lot of record in the rear. And on February 4th, 2020, it was communicated to Ms. McNeil, communicated to Ms. Goings, and Ms. Goings communicated to Mr. Nicholas that while commercial STRs are classified as commercial uses, because of the requirement that a commercial STR take place in a legal dwelling unit, residential bulk and yard standards rather than commercial standards are applied to these uses. And this is the reading is consistent with 20.3.LLL.1.E. So that was communicated to Mr. Nicholas, and because that was communicated to Mr. Nicholas, that was necessary, and that's why he withdrew the re-subdivision request, because that didn't leave a rear yard setback that was necessary. So in this case, we've got uses, you've got, when you look at table 12-2, there's issues with the area calculations on that, and that because we end up with a total.
Mr. Schmidt, your line is muted.
Oh, all right. Did you hear anything? Where did you?
When I caught you was where you had where we lost you.
Where?
Right when I stopped you.
Okay. So the total area, when you add the new building according to the plans that were recorded and the old building according to the assessor's website, end up with 5,354.60 total square feet on this property. And if you think about it, the whole reason is it's the property we're using, the density. It's not how many uses we have there. It's nonsensical to say you can have 3 uses of 4,999 square feet and not trigger into a conditional use application. That's the intent, and clearly that's what it's there for. The other problem is we've got illegal curb cut that was put on the back of this property.
Okay, that's the end of your time.
Okay. That's even for an appeal?
The property owner, Edward Nichols, now has 5 minutes to present.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, just like Nick said, I mean, I didn't file for any variances. I didn't need to. I didn't file for any waivers. I went straight to the city several times before this project even started and said, okay, what can I do and what can I not do? And I met with several officials in City Hall and zoning and safety and permits to find out exactly what are all my restrictions. I originally did file for a re-subdivision because they said it would be pretty easy to do because I met all the criteria. When Valerie came back to me on February 4th and says, oh, you need a rear yard setback for the corner house, she says you have 2 options. And I wrote it in my letter. She says you could simply withdraw it and start building immediately because you are able to build multiple properties, multiple buildings on this one lot. Or you can fight safety and permits and file for a variance or a waiver, which I know after doing this for a while takes several months. And so no, I'm just going to go ahead and build, and then down the road, if I want to re-subdivide, I have an opportunity to re-subdivide it. So I decided to do that. So we filed everything, went through the CPC, DAC. They suggested a few changes on the 3rd floor because it's a 3-story structure. Everything got approved, no problem, no variances, no waivers. I tore down. There was an old existing shed that the HDLC had approved. We tore it down, no problem. It was literally rat infested. And then when I went next door to the applicant who's appealing this, and because when I redid the original house, 737 Eleanor, everybody on the block was ecstatic because it was a really bad rundown 1895 Victorian. So I restored that to beauty. Everybody loved me. But now that I'm doing this within my rights, you know, everybody's against me, of course, because they think it's going to be, I guess, a parking issue or whatever. And I literally told Mr. Brandt, the neighbor, I think it's just a disgruntled neighbor because he says I'm going to block the view of an oak tree that he's been seeing across the street on Magazine Street. And he literally told me this, I'm going to make it as difficult as possible for you to build a structure. He's texted me several times, just really bad, you know, I will not allow you on my property. We've had to build all 3 floors on the property line without stepping 1 foot on his property. So you're talking about building a complete wall, including painting it and everything, all 3 floors to to construct, which has been very difficult, but we've done it. So we haven't, we don't want any problems with the neighbors, of course, and I haven't done anything wrong. This is against safety and permits. And I've been in touch with Nick. I've been in touch with Emily. I've been in touch with Valerie throughout this whole process. And we haven't filed for any variances. Everything's to code. It's multiple buildings. He's talking about a curb cut that's not been approved. And the last thing, that's not true. We filed with curb cuts and everything's been approved. So I don't know. I think it's just a waste of time. I really do. So I'm appealing to Nick, and hopefully this can get resolved pretty quickly. As far as a stop work order, I've never received it. This is the first I've heard of this. Nick's never mentioned it to me. Emily's never mentioned it to me. Valerie. So I don't even know why they would even allow a stop work order in this property. It's literally more than half built. It's totally foundations done. It's fully framed. The roof's on. The windows and doors are going in this week. So I don't know what the neighbor really expects to happen. But this is, I'm an individual guy, born and raised in New Orleans. I'm not this big major company. I live here, born and raised here, and I love New Orleans. And they just don't want to see change or good change coming to Magazine Street. This has been an eyesore for so many years since the 70s, including old Peter Pit. That's going to be an urgent care, which is under construction. We're right next to one another. It's been long overdue for this part of Magazine to actually come up and actually be rejuvenated. And neighbors just don't like change, unfortunately. And I think that's the case here.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Schmidt, I just wanted to be clear, because I know you started off your comments requesting a deferral. Was that what you were intending? I just wanted to clarify that point.
I think that's appropriate in this case. If the board, I mean, I think, and I want Ms. Forrest, am I entitled to some rebuttal on that?
Well, rebuttal is once we do the public comment, when we come back from the recess.
That's the pleasure of the board. I mean, I think this is, I've raised the questions. You know, the bottom line here is that, as I said, the building permit was not reviewed in light of the fact that this was a commercial, that you had short-term rentals in 737, and as Miss Becknell's email to Ms. Goins ruling that's fine, but you have to, you know, you have to then you apply the residential bulk and yard standards instead of the commercial standards. That throws this whole permit out the window, because they didn't apply that. They didn't apply the corner yard side setback. They didn't apply the rear yard setback.
So Justin, just for, look, this is Todd. I think the initial question was just clarification if it's your intention to request a deferral at this time. And the only reason why I'm saying that, Justin, is because I know there's still going to be time for you to rebut some of the comments once we get past the public comment segment. I'm just trying to avoid us having redundancy and info.
Sure. I mean, I think it's only fair to do a deferral, but I know that's not up to me. And so I feel like, you know, we wanted to go ahead and put our case here, but I think there's enough questions that have been raised that I think a deferral is a good idea.
Okay. All right. So let's just maybe once we get a little bit more public comment, if any, we'll have that opportunity to revisit this a little bit more in depth. I do have some questions, but I need to really look at some of the code a little bit more first.
Any other questions from board members? And again, we'll have probably some additional discussion after the public comment portion. Hearing and seeing no other questions, we can move to the next item.
Okay, we will begin with the unfinished business for any other matters. The next item is item number 17, is consideration of the election of officers, which was deferred from last month's meeting. Would the board like to consider to discuss this matter prior to the vote after the recess?
Was there any questions or anything to consider, or do we just want to have this discussion at the vote period?
You alternatively can make nominations now and vote on them later and receive public comment on them if any. So it's really up to you.
Okay, I didn't know what happened at the end of the August, because I think this was originally on the August meeting. Did we have any discussion, or was it just deferred from that meeting?
It was just deferred because we didn't have enough people here. We wanted to have the full board here.
Got it. Thank you. So were there any nominations that board members wish to put forth at this time?
I'd like to nominate continued roles with Madam Chair continuing as chair for the next term period, and Todd remaining and continuing on as vice chair.
I would second that if that's a motion.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. We can, again, we'll revisit the conversation at the appropriate time when we come back from public comment. Next item.
Okay, the next item we will consider will be new business for any other matters. Please note the following 3 items are associated with the same appeal for the Children's Hospital, which will come before the board next month. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Henry Kinney signed up to speak on behalf of these requests, and we also have Sharonda Williams signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner.
Yeah,
Item
and
number-
sorry, Jose Alvarez would have to recuse himself from this item.
Item number 18 is the docket number is to be determined. It's a consideration and possible action on a request to compel witnesses to the November 9th BZA hearing on the appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits relative to 200 Henry Clay Avenue, Children's Hospital, as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that the new helicopter landing structure is a helistop rather than a heliport, and that the decision is invalid because it was not issued by the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present, and we have Henry Kinney signed up to speak. I'm sorry. Do we do the staff presentation first here?
Yes.
Or is there a staff presentation?
Yes, it would go like a regular docket item. You do the staff presentation and then the applicant.
Okay, I'm sorry. So safety and permits.
Hello, yes, we did not prepare any sort of presentation on this
I'm
matter.
sorry, I thought that you had a presentation, BZA staff. This is
no.
Okay, so the merits of this are going to be on the November 9th hearing. These are requests that the applicant asked for the board to compel witnesses, and also, well, that's for this one, for the board to compel witnesses. So there is no presentation by Safety and Permits because this isn't the merits of the appeal, it's just the request to subpoena witnesses. So we can proceed with the applicant.
Okay, so Henry Kinney, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, I guess good afternoon by now. Henry Kinney, and I represent 103 opponents of this helicopter heliport at Children's Hospital and Henry Clay Avenue. The essence of the appeal, which is the merits that we're going to deal with at the next meeting, is a factual determination of the definition of a heliport. There are 2 facts that go into the definition. A heliport is defined as a landing facility.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Kennedy.
You can just, this request is related to requesting witnesses to be subpoenaed. So if you can just keep your comments related to the request for having witnesses subpoenaed without getting into the merits of your actual arguments.
I'm not getting into the merits at all. What I'm trying to do, Madam Chairman, is explain to you the factual issues and therefore why we need witnesses and testimony. Okay, I have no intention of dealing with the merits, but I just need to explain to you whether the facts at issue and the facts that are at issue are not being agreed to by the quote property owner. The property owner is fighting the determination of the facts every which way that they can. And I started to say is that there are two issues that are factual issues. That is, are any service facilities, that is 5,000 gallon tanks, all kind of physical issues as to what constitutes this heliport. And the second aspect of the facts and the definition is whether or not this heliport is permanently based there. Okay, so you have to have those facts at the November meeting to make a determination of the truthfulness and accuracy of the letter that Ms. Becknell and Ms. Quigley issued. Okay, at that point, you have to make that factual determination. If you look at the very article that enables you in the zoning ordinance, it says that you make a determination based on evidence. How else are you going to get evidence in this particular matter other than by having witnesses subpoenaed? Okay, it's very clear that this is available to you. I can't force you to do it. It says may, but let me also say that this clearly is provided in your rules. The first line in your preamble of your rules say that the Board of Zoning Adjustment, you guys, have done this pursuant to Title 33, Section 4727. You're there because of the state legislation. You're not
Mr. Kinney, Mr. Kinney,
of the
Mr.
city
Kinney,
charter.
Mr. Kinney, and staff, if you could just pause this time for a second. I think what the chairwoman was actually trying to help out with just a second ago, and I'm going to attempt to do the same. We understand the justification why you're asking for this. We are aware that we can subpoena witnesses on any application. I think the request is getting clarity around who it is you intend to make this request for, so that we can know who we would need to contact. I'm trying to avoid you losing the time within your 5 minutes to address that question for us. So if you can keep the conversation pertinent to that, I'm just trying to help to facilitate your request.
Thank you very much. And by the way, for the board, I have offered to Children's Hospital to take the depositions of these people so you don't have to sit through all this. If we can take the depositions, we can excerpt a couple of lines, enter it into the record, and you won't have a trial on your hands. But they have refused consistently to provide an agreement on the depositions. The people that we would like to subpoena are the architect who prepared the plans, the contractor who built the facility, okay? That's both to the physical aspects of half of the definition, okay? The people that put the storage tanks in, the designer of the heliport itself, okay? And two other people. Acadian Ambulance, who operates the helicopter, which goes to whether it's permanently based there, and Mr. Nickens, who's the head of Children's Hospital. Now, these we've tried to pare it down. Originally, when we were forced into appealing very quickly, we had listed 32 different people. Obviously, that's way too many. I would again submit that if we could do a deposition, we also, by the way, offered to stipulate. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the end of your time.
So yeah, Mr. Kennedy, that's why I was trying to avoid you running out of time. So I'm gonna ask a very simple question. And I'm having an issue pulling up the link now, staff, so I don't know, it may be part of when I'm putting one on my side. Can you just give us a list of who are the people involved? and in their role of responsibility. I don't want too much more dialogue beyond that point.
Okay. The first one is Mr. Nickens. The second one is the representative of Lemoyne. I'm sorry. Let's see. John R. Nickens, who's with the hospital. Willis Hover, who's the contractor. Roy Sears, who's the architect. And Tom Jones. I think we can scratch him in the effort to be briefer. Okay. And then Mr. Mike Saunier of the AMED services. So those are the people. I think that's 5 people, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So quick question, Mr. And I understand that Ms. Williams is on behalf of the hospital. And
I think you might want to let Ms. Williams speak before you start asking questions.
That's what I was about to say, if it was time for her to actually interject.
Yes. Ms. Williams.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
Sharonda Williams.
Over you. I was trying to catch time before he started.
No worries.
Behaving.
All right, Sharonda Williams is signed up to speak on behalf of the application. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Sharonda Williams on behalf of Men's Hospital. I've submitted something in writing for the board consideration as well, objecting to the subpoena of witnesses. As Mr. King stated, he originally suggested that he needed 32 witnesses to talk about what is a strictly legal determination and interpretation of a provision of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. And now he's pared it down to 5, but those 5 witnesses have nothing to add that would be required for a subpoena to appear before you. Mr. Kinney is attempting to turn this board into a court of law to conduct a trial. He has asked for depositions and stipulations of people, including the CEO and of Children's Hospital, which would have nothing to lend to this. The other 2 people that he's requesting now in his pared down list, the architect and the contractor, have nothing factually to lend that would require this board to issue subpoenas. The building is what it is, and the plans are what they are. There's no need to have these 2 individuals come and testify. In terms of Acadian Ambulance and the operations of the helicopter, in connection with seeking the zoning verification, we provided to the Department of Safety and Permits information about the operations of the helicopter, including responding to questions that were sent to us after we made a request for the zoning verification, asking about the frequency of use, how many trips, and whether it was permanently located there. We actually provided to the department a copy of the lease at Lakefront Airport, which is the permanent location in the hangar for the helicopter. So we've provided to Safety and Permits all of the information about the operations. In fact, the city, through the Department of Safety and Permits, has done inspections of the helistop at least on 2 occasions, at least on June 23rd and more recently on September 23rd. So they have a full personal view and have personal knowledge of what is actually at the location. And that surely would have informed any zoning verification that was provided. In fact, not only did they have an inspection, but members of the Department of Safety and Permits, including Ms. Becknell, attended a meeting with the neighbors back in July, on July 21st, which included discussions about operations of the helicopter. So all of those facts were provided to the Department of Safety and Permits prior to the issuance of the zoning verification. There's nothing lent to them by witnesses, certainly not the CEO of Hospital. And Mr. Kinney references the storage tanks and has referenced that on a couple of occasions. And that's a totally separate issue that's not even related to the helistop. That's a separate issue and matter that's pending before the City Planning Commission and doesn't have any bearing on the issue that's before this board at all. And the only other thing that I would say, as a part of this particular item on the agenda, I think there's a discussion about whether Ms. Becknell's zoning verification is valid under the comprehensive zoning ordinance because it wasn't signed by the Director of Safety and Permits. Well, as an initial matter, the language says that the director shall make and approve, which suggests that she can delegate some authority to a chief zoning official like Ms. Becknell to draft something that she can approve. It was provided on Ms. Jackson's letterhead. There is nothing in the record showing that Ms. Jackson had no knowledge of the zoning verification that was provided. And in addition to that, there's nothing in the CZO that specifically prohibits Ms. Becknell from signing this zoning verification and providing it in connection with the request that Children's Hospital made. And so with that, we just don't believe there's a need to subpoena not even one witness on this issue that is a purely legal determination of what the language is in the comprehensive zoning ordinance, in light of the fact that we provided factual information as requested from the Department of Safety and Permits in providing the zoning verification that was given to us.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just a point of clarity as we're getting into questions for the from the board. One of the points that one of the reasons that this even came up on the agenda is because generally speaking, when we as the board have subpoenaed or even considered a subpoena is usually at a point where the board needs additional information in order to make their decision. As the applicant is expected to be able to sufficiently make their argument, and it's not the role of the board to make arguments on behalf of the applicant. And by this request, it's as though the applicant is seeking assistance supplementing their argument by asking the board to subpoena witnesses. And that's not normally the process that we would take. We would normally at least hear this item and then determine if we have sufficient information to make our decision. And I just don't know if it's appropriate at this stage to engage in subpoena of witnesses. So I just have some hesitancy. And even in the comments that have been made by the applicant, this is all based on the applicant's arguments. And I just don't know if it's appropriate to utilize the board to supplement an applicant's argument.
And thank you, Chairwoman. I think that that's a very good point. And my concern, Mr. Kinney, is just understand that even by requesting that same subpoena, the line of questioning will not come from you or even from Ms. Williams to any of those who are subpoenaed. Only the board members will be asking any questions of them. And actually, if anything, the hospital reserves the right to have anyone who may have been in a professional capacity to come in and speak on the hospital's behalf if there was part of their project delivery team. So, I mean, if even out of that list of people who may be able to provide any level of commentary would be anyone on behalf of the hospital and the architect of record. Beyond that, requesting the general contractor to be present, I'm not sure if we would get anything pertinent to help clarify this, because we're talking about a zoning matter and not necessarily a construction and methods issue. So I don't see necessarily where they would be applicable for them to be in attendance. And I would ask that, again, the commentary does remain with the intended question, which is primarily about, well, only about the heliport and not anything else beyond that. I think it's about that intended accessory use, I'm assuming, correct, Steph?
You asked, I'm sorry, are you asking me?
No, I asked the staff. So Missy, the appeal is only dealing with a heliport, correct? Not any storage tanks.
The appeal is whether or not the landing structure is a helistop rather than a heliport.
All right, that the only topic that we would address is that item, not anything else pertinent to any other form of accessory use.
The other question is whether or not it's invalid because it was not issued by the director. That is what the application itself states, those two things. The fuel tanks were not made part of this application.
And that's why I just want to make sure we're only keeping it pertinent to that scope of work and not necessarily something beyond that.
Correct. That's what the subject of the appeal was on the appeal application itself.
Okay. So Mr. Kinney, I just want to make sure we come back to this point again. You do have an understanding or appreciation that even if we were to subpoena any of these folks to attend the meeting, the only line of question will come from the board members. Do you appreciate that?
I do not. And I want to categorically state that you are the appellate board. You have to have the facts. When Ms. Williams got up there, what did she say? We have submitted the facts. That's Ms. Williams's facts. I don't believe one word of Mrs. Williams's facts. So my client has to go ahead and accept all of the facts as Ms. Williams presents them, yet we have no right to present any facts that are contrary to that. That is everything about that complies with due process.
So, Mr. Kenny, I'm not seeing how, all right, so here's the deal. We're dealing with a building permit and anything that may have been described. Well, Mr. Kenny, I have the floor. Mr. Kenny, I have the floor. Thank you. We're dealing with a set of documents that were submitted as a part of a building permit process. The facts of information that would help to feed any determination by safety and permits would be the plans and specs as submitted to the city of New Orleans and in accordance with their requirements, correct? Would you concur with that?
Absolutely incorrect. There is no building permit ever been issued. This is solely about a zoning interpretation letter.
We're getting into
very.
So, Mr. Kenny,
the arguments of the case.
Yes.
Mr. Kenny, just to get back to the point that was made.
Can I answer the question?
Mr. Kenny, we still have the board members have the floor. This is not an argument between us and you. So,
And this is, and we're not getting into the merits of the case. The question that this item brings forth is the necessity for seeking subpoenas of certain witnesses. And the comments should be related to that. It would not be appropriate for us to start to get into the merits of the case at this point because that item is not properly before us. What's properly before us is whether or not there is a need for specific witnesses to be subpoenaed.
So I'm just trying to, and so Chairwoman, just to that point, what my only question is just understanding that the facts of material that will be provided is still an instrument of the people that Mr. Kenny is actually asking to be subpoenaed. So their documents would suffice as facts in terms of what was provided as a permit. So I'm just trying to get to the point of clarity of, even if we went into a point of subpoena, the line of questioning would only come from the board and our information is going to come from those set of documents. So I feel as if whatever may have been provided as documents is sufficient enough for information for us to review when this appeal comes to us.
And to try to take it out of the sound of a courtroom, it's each person, the applicant presents their position and any opposition would present their position. So I don't want to make it seem as though, Mr. Kenny, what Ms. Williams has indicated as part of her client's position is quote unquote the facts. So you still have an opportunity to present your position as it's stated. So there is, and the board takes all of that into consideration making their final decision on the matter. So there isn't any supposed facts that are only one-sided at this point. We have the department's position, your position based upon your clients, and then Ms. Williams' position based upon her clients. All of that is taken into consideration when a decision is rendered.
As far as I'm going to have the chance to rebut it, is that correct?
On this point, Ms. Quigley, can you clarify the process? Can you clarify what the process is for this item? I'm sorry.
Yes, so we're once the board has finished with their questions, we're gonna move on to the next matter, and then once we break, we'll accept public comment on this matter, and then we'll go back and we'll have rebuttal then, just like we do for the other safety and permits appeals. The rebuttal will come after that, after the public comment.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing and hearing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 19, docket number to be determined. This is a consideration and possible action on a request to have the BZA retain outside counsel for the BZA meeting of November 9th for the appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits relative to 200 Henry Clay Avenue, Children's Hospital, as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, regarding the determination that the new helicopter landing structure is a helistop rather than a heliport, and that the decision is invalid because it was not issued by the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. Mr. Kenny, you have 5 minutes to present.
One question before you present, Mr. Kenny. I'm just looking at 19 and 20. I think the reason for requesting item number 19 is because of the issue brought up by item number 20. So I think those two would need to be taken up together.
Okay.
So no, the number 20, sorry, number 20 is you had to publicly notice the executive session because it's talking about the character. Well, if you decide to have the executive session, you have to give me public notice. And so that's why it's on the agenda. It's not an action item. It's just there for public notice period. And you can choose to do it after the public comment period if you like.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And sorry, you can continue, Mr. Kinney.
Okay, and not one word of what I'm going to say involves the merits. So I just want to be very clear on that, and I'll be very precise. I asked on Friday at 3 o'clock that Ms. Fernandez give you the privilege log that the city attorney's office gave us shortly before that time, showing 25 correspondences going back to 2019 that involved the city attorney's office, 5 different city attorneys on the very issue of the issuance of this, or the very issue of the Holly stop. And to go back and to say, this has nothing to do with the permit, Mr. James. It has to do with a request for a letter of verification, and it has to do with a letter of zoning verification. So there are no permits involved. It's a letter in which somebody gave alleged facts, and then who was involved in all of that. And I'd ask the board to receive what we sent out on Friday, for you to suspend the rules and receive the privilege log that we had to get by suing the city attorney's office and Ms. Jackson, okay? That shows the 25 communications that we furnished to you all on Friday. And I ask that the consideration of that not take from my time. Ms. Forrest, would you please consider suspending the rules and let me introduce this privilege law?
That will require a motion by a board member. So a board member would have to make a motion to suspend the rules.
And I'm not sure if I'm okay with that, because that breaks what we've established as a precedent in our meetings, that we don't accept anything beyond a deadline for submission.
So let me go on, because I don't want to squander my 3 minutes. And by the way, never have you had to sue to get the information and then say that you missed the deadline. This city attorney's office has been part and parcel of every aspect of this determination. Ms. Quigley, we have an affidavit, okay? And the fact that you won't accept the responses that is really disturbing, okay? Because you have to be neutral. You're a court. You have to be neutral. You cannot be getting legal advice from Melissa Quigley and the city attorney's office when the very issue is something that they decided. Let me put it very clearly. Let's assume, and I think this is the case, Ms. Quigley said this letter is accurate. This letter is okay, all right? So you're going to get advice on whether my appeal is correct from the very person that made the determination, that was part and parcel of it. I am amazed that you cannot see the conflict. This is a conflict of interest, okay? Ms. Quigley in the city attorney's office, prior to the issuance of the letter, was involved in determining whether or not a lease for a hangar was in fact valid, okay? So what do? You're going to say to Ms. Quigley, is Mr. Kinney right or is he wrong? What is she going to say? He's right? How can you let the city attorney's office and how can you let Ms. Quigley continue to represent you? And precedent is a horrible excuse, okay? Wrong is wrong is wrong. Due process and fairness is fairness. And to have the consultations, and I wonder who you all have consulted with. Ms. Forrest, you consulted with Mr. Rivers. You're supposed to be a neutral body to which people can have faith that they can appeal to. You can't be consulting people behind everybody's back and get an answer.
Are you done with your comments, Mr. Kinney?
Yes, ma'am. Have you, by the way, by way of information, has there been any consultation with Mr. Rivers about any of these issues?
We'll address questions at the appropriate time, Mr. Kinney. Ms. Williams, you can go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Again, Sharonda Williams on behalf of Children's Hospital, and we again provided something to the board in writing. So I'll be brief on this point. We object to any request that Ms. Quigley be recused from advising the board on this matter on November 9th. Is evidence or proof. He has provided any legal guidance to Ms. Becknell in drafting the zoning verification. There's a lot of assumptions being kind of presented here. The fact that there was a public records request and a privilege log does not prove or demonstrate that the city attorney's office was involved in drafting a zoning verification that is totally within the realm and authority of the Department of Safety and Permits. Ms. Quigley provides procedural advice to the board. It's totally going to be within your authority to make a determination about whether Ms. Becknell's zoning verification was appropriate or not. Mr. Kinney's argument suggests that Ms. Quigley will somehow have some authority over the board in making a determination on November 9th about whether his appeal will be granted or not, which is not the case. There's just simply no reason, either legally or ethically, for Ms. Quigley to be recused. And then further, I don't even know that the board has the legal authority to obtain special counsel, because the Home Rule Charter provides that certain boards are allowed to get special counsel, and they're limited to the Sewage and Water Board, the Board of Lick, Civil Service, and Public Belt. There's nothing in there that says that the BZA can somehow go out and obtain special counsel for an appeal. And again, there's just simply no reason for it under the law or the rules of ethics.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just to clarify a few points, especially since my specific neutrality was called into question, I feel the need to respond. I'll start with the question about the items requested to submit after the deadline. I'll reiterate the fact that this item is not before us, your actual appeal. So if there are any additional documents that would be relevant to your appeal, which will be docketed at the next meeting, you still are within, I believe, staff can clarify, but you still are within your time to submit those documents before the next meeting, when this would be heard next month. There were no consultations with Ms. Quigley, with Mr. Rivers by me. I only asked specific questions around procedure, and Ms. Quigley serves as member of the city attorney's office to assist us with the procedures of our meetings. We've never sought out quote unquote legal advice, as you would state it. When we make our decisions, we have to make our decisions based upon what's in front of us. And it's not that we seek advice from Ms. Quigley in making those decisions. She's there to assist us with procedures. And part of the reason that this was put on the agenda the way that it was because I reached out to ask procedurally what would be the appropriate way to consider these questions and these requests prior to the item being on the agenda. So just wanted to make sure that I clarified for the public, since publicly my integrity was being questioned, and just wanted to make sure that that was cleared up. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
I'd like to echo the chairwoman's points of, and the way that we function as a board, even through variance and any form of appeals, Ms. Quigley's input has been strictly from a procedural standpoint, not how we shall interpret any level of the code or any other function beyond that.
And just to clarify for the for board members, especially we have a couple of new board members, and Ms. Quigley kind of hinted to the executive session portion on the agenda. So that item and this entire request was put on the agenda to ensure if there were indeed a need to consider special counsel or a need to consider not having Ms. Quigley serve as member of the city attorney staff that is assigned to work with us on the board. If any of that needed to be considered, anything specific to Ms. Quigley would need to be considered in executive session. So should the board deem it appropriate to have that conversation, we would need to go into executive session. So we had to properly notice that on the agenda in order to do that. So if there are any board members who wish to, who feel the need that we should engage in that conversation and discussion, you can chime in and we would take the necessary steps to go into executive session to discuss that.
And you also may do that after the public comment period if you don't choose not to do it right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing and hearing none, are we at the appropriate point for recess?
No, we still have item 20, which.
Sorry.
I guess.
Well, item 20 is we're just gonna we kind of discussed that there was nobody that jumped in, so we're just gonna take that up if needed after the public comment period, but now would be appropriate to go into the public comment period.
Okay, all right. So this concludes the presentations of dockets, and the board will now recess for 30 minutes and return at 2:05 p.m. Consideration of dockets, including public comments, will begin at 2:35 p.m. I'm sorry, 2:05 p.m. 2:05 p.m. I'm sorry, it's going for an hour there. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the close of the 30-minute recess. Would the board consider a motion to recess for 30 minutes?
I, Todd James, move for a 30-minute recess.
I will second that. Romero.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to recess for 30 minutes, returning at 2:05 p.m. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. We'll be in recess until 2:05 p.m. Anyone that's on may want to just turn your video off until we come back from recess.
Hi, everybody. It looks like we have quorum, so let's go ahead and get started with our second half of our meeting. Leave it to you, Valerie.
I'm looking for the public comments. I don't see them anywhere. I see the spreadsheet, but I don't see them organized anywhere. Do we have them organized somewhere?
You should be sending those shortly via email.
You said it should be in the email. Trying to start my video. Well, I can work from the spreadsheet if I need to.
And he actually won't be there until after the recess is closed, so that won't happen until the vote.
Okay. Okay, should we just go ahead and then just return from recess? And
Yes.
okay. All right, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
I, Todd James, to move.
I'll second. Mr. Romero, Diaz.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to return from executive session. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yay.
Tamara Agins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yay.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We're out of recess.
The digital public comment form is now closed, and we will begin with the considerations of dockets, including public comment portion of the meeting. Okay, we will begin with the unfinished business for variances deferred from the September 14th canceled hearing. The next item is BZA docket 050 for the property located at 2130 Palmer Avenue. Thank you. This is a request for variances to permit the construction of a carport located in the front of an abutting structure's front building line. There were no public comments received for item number 1, so there's no need for rebuttal.
Are there any additional questions or comments from board members for BZA item 050-20 at 2130 Palmer Avenue?
Thank you now.
Okay.
They have a couple of people that may not realize they're unmuted. If you can just mute your lines. A couple of staff members, you're unmuted. You may want to just mute. We're hearing background noise. Were you making a comment, Mr. James?
Yeah, I was going to say, even if Emily, if you could just go ahead and mute all, and then we'll just unmute from there. But I think it's addressed now. Madam Chair, I think if a motion's in order, I think we covered enough of the dialogue on this, and we just understand that standard 6 is the remaining criteria from the staff report that was not addressed.
Yeah, I think so. You can go ahead.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, with regards to docket number BZA 050-20, my motion is actually to approve the requested waiver of Article 22, Section 22.6.A.8 for accessory structures and uses in corner lots. Understanding that the staff's report addresses 8 of the 9 criteria, and with regards to criteria 6, I'd like to accept the applicant's representative letter on support of that request and move for approval with the 3 standard provisos. Some supplemental comments I would provide to criteria 6, also saying that while I understand it's about a demonstrative hardship, the modifications to the plan actually brings the extension of the home in alignment with the existing structure. And due to that, I believe the proposal remedies the concerns and actually preserves the right of air and light to the adjoining property. So with that, I move for approval.
Second.
Who was the second? I didn't see.
Alfonso.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to approve the requested waiver of for BZA docket 050-20, subject to 3 provisos and adopting the applicant's letter in support of the 9 criteria. So finding that the 9 criteria have been met with additional language. Roll call vote. Mr. James.
Aye.
Tamara Agins.
I have a procedural question. Is it possible for me to quickly review and then return to me at the end? Or do I need to vote right now?
You can take you out of order. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Matt Rufo.
Aye.
Jose Alvarez.
Aye.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Aye.
Candace Forrest. Aye. Tamara, are you ready or you need a minute?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So that's 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joe.
Okay, the next item is item number 2, BZA docket 051 for the property located at 1331 Carolick Street.
Just note, again, my recusal, so I think it was Jose will be taking over for this item.
And my recusal as well.
Okay, noted. This is a request for variances to permit a secondary educational facility with front yard parking and front yard loading areas. There were no public comments received for item number 2 and no need for rebuttal. So the board can vote.
Any additional questions from the board at this time?
I'm trying to manage all my screens and find the.
Yeah.
I'm working on 2 different computers, 2 different screens.
I'm working on one screen, Ramiro, and I'm trying to put it together. All right.
It's 51. Okay. I'm just trying to remember what the. This one was for approval, right?
Well,
so
it was for approval and denial.
Oh, I thought one got pulled. Okay, I'm confused.
No, it was just for approval. This one, we pulled the the original variances. Because
Okay.
it was found that they were legally non-conforming.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for at the end. So I'll make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations for approval with the noted provisos.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so it's moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Gonzalez. In regard to docket 5120, to approve the request for waivers, variances of Articles 22, Section 22.8.b.2 and 22.10.a, showing that the request meets 9 of the 9 criteria and subject to the standard provisos outlined by the staff report. Do a roll call. Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Tamara Higgins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Jose Alvarez, yay. So we have 5 yeas, no nays, and 2 recused members.
The motion carries unanimously. You can move on.
Oh, that was it. I knew it was something I was missing.
Okay,
Well done,
now
Jose.
Very well done.
we'll now begin with unfinished business for reasonable accommodation appeals. Item number 3 was withdrawn. So we'll move on to new business for variances deferred from the September 14th canceled hearing. The next item is BZA docket 059-20 for a property at 336 Decatur Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a standard restaurant with insufficient open space ratio. There were no public comments received for this item. I'm going to hand it over to the board.
Are there any other questions from board members?
No.
So, Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Yep, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 059-20, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation that based on a report, it believes that Article 10, Section 10.3a, Table 10-2, open space meets 9 of the 9 criteria, standards for variance, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos.
Jose Alvarez will second.
Thank you. With regard to docket 059-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to follow staff's recommendation, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and grant the requested waiver, subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Higgins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Okay.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez, Alfonso, you're on mute.
Yay. My apologies.
It's okay. Candace Forrest, yes. So 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item. You're on mute, Valerie.
I am so sorry. The next item is item number 5, BZA docket 060 for a property located at 1780 Broad Street. This request is for a variance to permit the conversion of a multifamily residence with a medical clinic with insufficient buffer yard. So we do have comments on this in support of the application. Dr. Stephen Jones at 3118 St. Claude Avenue in New Orleans. Zip code is 70117. My name is Dr. Stephen Jones. My family and I reside in New Orleans, and I operate a community health facility called Urgent Care 11 in the Bywater neighborhood. Our team at Urgent Care 11 has provided efficient and accessible medical services in this facility since 2014. Throughout this time, we have learned the importance of accessible medical services in the surrounding communities and believe the North Broad area will greatly benefit from a walk-in medical clinic. I must admit that I am a tad frustrated with the fact that it's taken over 6 months to get to this point in the review process, but I understand that we're experiencing extraordinary times related to COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, I am committed to staying the course and following the city's regulations. My research tells me that we can do a lot of good in this neighborhood, and I'm excited about expanding my practice to this community. Thank you for your time. That's the only comment. Okay.
Thank you. Was that the only comment?
I can't see any more. Is that the only comment, Emily?
Yes, and there are no comments in opposition, so there's no need for rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from board members on this item?
Just a quick question to staff. In a report, it states 3 of the 9 were not met, but there's references to criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6. It is the 4 that are not met, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And just to follow up on your question about parking and permeable parking, paving, it's our Article 22 requires any parking that exceeds the minimum number of vehicle spaces required. Those additional spaces have to have permeable paving. In this case, since they're not proposing to put more spaces than required, they wouldn't be required by this section of the CZO to provide permeable paving, although there might be building code requirements that would require them to meet a stormwater management component. But I haven't gotten confirmation on what those might be.
So, while I appreciate you still looking for that confirmation, another way, just for the sake, loosely interpreting it for the sake of this conversation, because the building is less than 5,000 square feet, technically he's not required to provide any parking stalls. So theoretically, for the use in square footage, if you just follow the table, it would be 6, correct?
Right, and I checked this with safety and permits, and I confirmed that because the table would require them to provide the 6, then it's not considered additional parking then that they're providing.
Okay.
They're just meeting the requirement.
All right. And if I look at the set of plans that were provided, maybe my count was off. I thought, all right, let's see. So what is the 4th? Because I'm seeing it showing 6, and there's one that's shown as a asterisk. Is that, what is the reference for, and maybe that's a question to his architect. What is the asterisk reference for in the number of parking stalls?
Yes, sir. That is that's for a handicap accessible space. We take up 2 spots for 1 stall, 2 stalls for 1 handicap accessible space.
Okay.
So that designation of the asterisk was just designating that that's not actually going to be considered another parking space, that it's part of the handicap accessibility of the space adjacent.
Okay, so just making sure that's in compliance with the standard design the design standards for a compliant handicap stall. I'm just trying to make sure that that's being properly documented. And the reason why I'm asking that, I don't want it to be a condition where additional paving would go into place and further negate the buffer at the rear yard. I'm not sure, Jose, Rami, if you guys noticed that as well on the how the 4 stalls are shown in the back.
Yeah, I see it. I see. I didn't know what that was either. It should be properly tagged or showing striping for that matter. Yeah, and thank you for looking at the permeability. I think it's always good practice, and I think the architect in the last piece of the session said that they typically do this as their normal practice. So we always encourage permeability, particularly when a site is right now green space. Right.
So I guess if anything, as just an abundance of caution, if the architect, please make sure you look at the document and make sure that we're not going to cause another issue or further, like I mentioned, causing us to have to come back and revisit this for that buffer area. Because I'm not as familiar with laying out ADA compliant stalls in angled lots. I thought that usually it has to extend a certain way. So I just don't want it to become an issue beyond that point.
We understand and we can look into that. But our intention, to be clear, is to only have the 6 parking spaces that we are showing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to docket number 060-20, my motion would be to approve the request for variance for Article 22, Section 22.A, point B for buffer yards. And while the staff only address 5 of the 9 criteria, with regards to the remaining 4 for criteria 2, 3, 4, and 6, while this is being deemed that this is for the desire of the intended development by its functional use of a clinical facility, or its intended proposed use as a clinical facility, in order to provide what would be the appropriate scale of parking and required parking count for its intended use, the only other way for the proper drive aisle and parking stalls to be provided would have to reduce the percentage area or reduce the required area of buffer yards. And so with that, I would move for the approval and add the 3 standard provisos, but then add 2 additional. The 4th additional proviso would be to provide some level of landscaping to a higher caliper and density subject to review of BZA staff. And the 5th proviso would be for that all non-ADA required parking stalls and drive aisles be of a non-permeable nature. That all paving in that area be of a non-permeable nature. And I know Commissioner Alvarez, you asked about making them all permeable. My only concern is just with the required stall, making sure that we have something that does not degrade or not meet the standard provisions for ADA compliant stall. So that's the only reason why I made sure I made that modification.
Just to make sure you said it the right way. So you want the ADA compliant parking spaces to be non-permeable.
Correct.
Okay, I think you might have said it backwards.
Okay, talking quick.
On that, Todd, you also are suggesting non-permeable for driving aisles, is that correct? So the only permeable would be the non-ADA parking stalls.
No, I'm saying that, all right, so that's what I think the chairman was saying. I may have said it backwards, talking quickly. The only area that I would suggest is acceptable as non-permeable is the ADA parking stall itself. So there's the standard stall with the accessible area that's required around it. That's the area that does not have to be permeable. So the drive aisles will need to be permeable as well as the non-ADA stalls. Was that clear this time, Emily? Didn't hear.
I'm just making sure we have a motion. I don't believe we had a second.
I'll second. Jose Alvarez will second.
Thank you. With regard to docket 060-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James and second by Commissioner Alvarez to approve the requested waiver for Article 23, Section 23.8, Point B for buffer yards, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the commentary from today along with the applicant's submission for satisfaction of the 9 criteria, subject to 5 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Akins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, sorry about that. The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 061-20 for a property at 2335 Jefferson Avenue and 5324 South Robertson Street. This is a request for a variance to permit an addition to an existing single-family resident resulting in encroachment of steps and stairs into the required front yard. Let's see. There were no comments received for item number 6, so there's no need for rebuttal.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions or comments from board members for BZA item 061-20?
Just a quick question to the architect. Well, just within that, let's say within that block of Jefferson and maybe the 2 adjacent blocks, how many of those properties actually have forward-facing stair conditions?
The ones we specifically documented on that particular block, I don't know, to answer your question, I don't know the answer completely offhand for that specific block, but the ones we documented in our presentation were, I'm flipping through to which page it's on in the BZA version of our presentation. We're 2400, 2425, 2532, and 2414. So all within, you know, a few blocks of this location. Specifically to that block, I can't say right now without double checking.
Mm-hmm. And I think in a lot of those cases, those are the houses that have the architectural style where the balcony, or excuse me, where the front porch extends pretty much across the entirety of the structure.
That's right. Which, oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, as opposed to where you do have some that may have a porch that's only a portion of the front facade, and those stairs do project sideways and then make the immediate left or right turn facing back towards the street. So you do have a lot of conditions, and that's just me going through the Google Street Viewer and seeing condition at least within the same block that we're talking about in the 2500 block and going down into the 2400 block. So while I understand the staff's position on it, I do so where the condition is a little bit different. And if anything, so does the proposed new stair, is that a reduction in square footage of impact on the front lawn, or is it the same?
It is. It's a minor reduction, mainly because the original stair was a double winder, whereas this one will be a single, but the current one we're proposing is wider, similar to the historic precedent. It's about 8 feet wide, versus the other one was 2 winder stairs that were about 3 feet wide. But
well, what's the proposed width again? I'm sorry.
The width that we're proposing is 8 feet wide.
Okay.
Which was a similar, I'm not sure if you have the proposal in front of you or the BZA staff
yes.
document, but it's on page 19 of 34 where the
and I also see it on page 5 as well. I just I missed the dimension, sorry.
No, it's quite all right. Thank you.
I didn't have any further comments, Chairwoman. Just wanted to at least point out what I did observe from the street viewer as opposed to what was shown in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from other board members? If not, is there a motion?
All right, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
All right, Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 061-20, my motion would actually be for approval of the requested waiver of Article 21, Section 21.6, AA.1 for porches and steps and stoops, stair projection, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21.2 for permitted encroachments into required yards, steps and stoops. And I want to accept the applicant's 9 criteria response to address the remaining 5 criteria that were not met within the staff's report, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos, the 3 standard provisos for as required.
Alvarez will second.
Thank you. With regard to docket 061-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested waivers for Article 21, Section 21.6.A.1 for porches and steps and stoops stair projection, and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21.2 for permitted encroachments into required yards, steps and stoops, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and adopting the applicant's submission for the 9 criteria, establishment of the 9 criteria being met, subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yays, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Next item is BCA docket 062 for the property at 3321 St. Philip Street. This is a request for variances to permit a single-family residence with a parking space in the front yard on a parking pad with insufficient distance from the front line. There were no public comments received for item number 7. No need for rebuttal.
So we got it. Woo! I answered all the
Tony,
questions.
mic is still
The guy
live.
who suggested it for approval was the chairman,
I don't know if staff can mute.
and Jose seconded. And they were all for it. And no one had a dissenting vote.
Staff, just do a mute all.
Yeah, that's what I was just asking.
Was going through and turning off everybody. I think we're good now.
But they said something like, if
Because it's Will's.
We have, it's Will Soniak. I think he's away, so he can't hear us.
I don't know.
There we go.
Thanks. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Again, we're on item 7, BZA docket 062-20.
Isn't this the one that we talked about maybe deferring?
Trying to get back to juggling my screens.
Jose, this was, so Chairwoman, this was the one where we talked about deferring it for 30 days because she had, I believe she had additional information that she sent to Amos after.
Yeah. Got it.
So if a motion's in order.
Yep, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to docket number 062-20, my motion is for a 30-day deferral at the request of the applicant for them to provide supplemental material for staff review.
Second, Alfonso.
Thank you. With regard to docket 06-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to defer the matter 30 days, allowing the applicant to submit additional information. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yays, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 8, BZA docket 063-20 for the property at 727 Salcedo Street. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a two-family conversion of a single-family residence to a two-family residence with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, insufficient interior side yard, insufficient rear yard, and insufficient off-street parking spaces. 63, there were no public comments received, so no need for rebuttal.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? And this is BZA docket 063-20.
I have a question. I understand that this fails to meet standard 6 because it's possible to maintain the single family housing form, but is there a way to consider the city's broader goals around affordable housing with the intention of this particular project to expand the affordable housing base in New Orleans?
Is that a question for staff?
Sure, and also board members. I'm sorry, I don't know who to direct questions to just yet.
Board members, go ahead first. Speak to the process. I can't speak to the process.
So that's the sticky one, honestly, tomorrow. And because I understand the position that he's presenting, the problem is if we grant it, it's not necessarily that the unit type, we're not limiting the cost point or the value of how the unit would be rented. At the end of the day, it still becomes a double, which provides, he's basically increasing the overall square footage well beyond the allowable built area, which if you look at it just from a pure value of the property itself, when that square footage goes well above and beyond what's the allowable density to be developed, there's an assumed cost or increase in value for the property. So unfortunately, sometimes we get caught in that weird predicament of just looking at it rawly from what the CZO states and where benefit could be provided back. So it's no different from, this is one of those structures that he could still do an addition and increase the number of beds and make a more viable single family house and increase its value within an allowable built area. So he could make a nicer single family. Just pushing it to become a double, it just kind of throws it off a little bit in terms of its intended proposed development.
I understand that. I just have a quick question because I'm trying to pull up the report right now and I'm having some internet trouble. Exactly how much is he expanding the square footage by? And also, isn't it correct that the zoning would allow him to have a double there?
It wouldn't. It's only the base zoning allowed for a double, but there's parameters when a double can be built on the site. And because the lot itself is not big enough, where's it? I'm pulling it back up inside the report myself. So in order for him to have it, he has to have 1,700 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit. So he would need to have a 3,400 square foot lot in order for it to be allowed as a double.
And Tamara, you might also be thinking of Article 25 that speaks to exceptions for lots. And the exception applies to historic urban neighborhood residential districts. In those districts, you can build a single or a two-family by right, regardless of whether it meets the lot area width or depth regulations. But this zoning district is not considered historic urban residential, and for that reason, that does not apply.
Okay, thank you, Emily.
And just to clarify a little further on the demonstrable hardship question, when you read the language of the demonstrable hardship, it's to say that by not granting this waiver, that it creates a that there's a hardship for this particular applicant. And in this scenario, using the affordable housing, by not allowing the affordable housing piece, if that were the argument, that's not equivalent to a demonstrable hardship. And kind of to go back to Commissioner James' point, the availability to still develop on that property sort of negates that argument of saying that there's a demonstrable hardship, because usually if there's a reasonable alternative that exists, then it's hard to make that argument that there's a demonstrable hardship. The preference to want to put additional types of property above and beyond what's already there is not going to equate to a demonstrable hardship, if that makes sense. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? I didn't know if that kind of answered your question or not, Commissioner Agins. If there are no other questions, is there a motion?
All right, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
So Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 063-20, my motion is to accept the staff's report as it believes that the 9 criteria have not been met. Excuse me, skip past my sheet. That the 9 criteria have not been met is with regards to the request of the variance of Article 22, Section 22.4A, Table 22-1 for off-street vehicle parking, Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15.2, rear yard setback, and Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15.2 for lot area. As I say, it does not meet all of the 9 criteria and move for denial of the request.
I'll second it. Alfonso.
Thank you. With regard to docket 063-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to follow staff's recommendation, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met and deny the requested waivers. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
No.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Ramiro Diaz. Is he still on?
He had to leave at 3.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 5 yays, 1 nay, and 1 absence. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is BZA docket 065-20 for the property at 3038 Earhart Boulevard. This request is for a variance to permit construction of the Mardi Gras Den with excessive curb cuts. There were no public.
Interject.
Sorry, am I on the wrong one? I did. I'm sorry. I should be on item number 9. So we're going to go back. The next item is actually item number 9, BZA docket 064 for the property at 900 St. Ferdinand Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with insufficient lot depth. And we did receive an opposition comment from Jeffrey Seymour at 2227 Royal Street in New Orleans. I'm writing to express my opposition of the request for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9.3a of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with insufficient lot depth, docket number BZA 064-20. The minimum lot depth requirement is designed precisely for situations such as this. There is nothing unique or out of the ordinary that would argue for 900 South St. Ferdinand Street to be accepted from this provision. The purchaser of the property knew full well, or at least should have known full well, that the construction of a 2-family residence would not be permitted on a property with a lot depth of 87 feet. As regards to the necessary criteria for the zoning variance, I must strongly disagree with the staff's report statement with regard to criteria number 7 and number 9. The staff report states that the purpose of the variance is not based exclusively upon the desire to serve the convenience and profit of the owner, but isn't that precisely what the requested variance is for? It is not the property owner's convenience or profit, then what is the reason for the variance applied for? Regarding criteria 9, the staff claims that the variance will not impair the inadequate supply of light or air to the adjacent property. I will ask if a 2-story building 4 feet away from the southern exposure of 904 St. Ferdinand, the building in the photo below does not impair the adequate supply of light or air to adjacent property, then exactly what kind of impairment is criteria number 9 designed for? Based on the photo below, it seems to me that this would be exactly what criteria 9 contemplates. Thank you for accepting my comment in this matter. The next comment is in opposition of the applicant. This comment is from Alan Johnson on behalf of Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association. It was included in the September packet and was the correct version of the staff report, but the old version was mistakenly provided today at the meeting and left the comments out. Staff will read it into the record. The Board of Zoning Adjustment members, we are writing in opposition of the docket number 104-19, which would allow the applicant to build a 2-family residence with insufficient lot depth, Article 9, Section 9.3a, Table 9-2 lot depth. This 2-family residence would be a 2-story home in a neighborhood of 1-story homes. That is out of context for our neighborhood. We oppose the variance on the following violations of the 9 criteria of the Section 46F of the CZO. Section 5, the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the locality. The CZO allows for 2-family dwellings, but states that it should protect the existing residential development and maintain the desirable character of such development. This neighborhood is of 1-story residential properties with a significant number of them shotgun doubles. This property, which the applicant has referred to as a stackable double, is not consistent with our historic district and would prove to be an outliner, clear violation of Section 5. Section 7, the request for variance is not based primarily on the desire and to serve the convenience and profit of the owner or other interested parties. The applicant lives in Los Angeles and would use one of the units for himself when he comes to visit. He has told neighbors that the other unit will be used for short-term rental, which would improve the economic feasibility of this project, thus necessitating the need to build the second story. We believe this is a clear violation of Section 7. Section 9, this property variance will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent property, increase sustainability, congestion in public streets, increase the danger of fire or endanger public safety. This two-story building will block the sunlight of the adjacent one-story homes and an arguable violation of Section 9. We welcome the construction of the residential housing that the context with the HMR3 residential zoning. We ask that you decline this variance and that the applicant would come back with a development that would embrace the taut ensemble of the Marigny. Ensemble of the Marigny.
Was that the last public comment?
Yes, and the applicant now has 5 minutes to rebut.
Hi, I want to respond to some of the comments because I take them really seriously. There were a few other concerns as well. One is regarding the garden. I'm not requesting a variance to rezone the property. The organization that was operating the garden actually shut down all operations last year and dissolved. Some of the trees on the property will remain and a bunch of new trees will be planted. I'm not requesting a height variance. Two-story homes next to one-story homes are very common throughout the Marigny. And my proposed home is smaller than the home that was previously on the property and significantly smaller than current zoning allows without a variance. It's similar in height to a new construction house 2 doors down and a historic house 3 doors down the other way. The home will also be completely up to HDLC standards. And I'd argue that, again, that preserving the character of the neighborhood includes preserving its medium density history. The population of the Marigny has decreased significantly over the years, even prior to short-term rentals. Many of the historic doubles have been converted into singles, and the smaller population can't sustain the corner stores and cafes. Some of the comments mentioned that I don't have a vested interest in the community, which just isn't true. I love New Orleans and I love the Marigny. I'm a former resident and I've lived there on and off over the years. I was a board member for Halloween New Orleans. I attend local meetings. I advocated for more trees to be planted during the current Marigny roadway repairs. I've opposed the demolition of numerous historic homes throughout New Orleans. So I have a huge amount of love and respect and vested interest in the community. Regarding the concerns from Alan Johnson, who's the president of the Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association, his first concern is about the height of the proposed structure. I'm not requesting a variance for height. The height is well below the allowable height for the zoning. I've also taken these concerns into consideration. So, you know, when it goes to the ARC, I've already considered ways to reduce the height. There are tons of examples of two-story houses next to one-story houses throughout the Marigny, and especially on corner properties. Alan noted this during the October 2019 HDLC meeting that corner structures are often taller and shouldn't be compared to homes on interior lots. His second concern, I'm really not sure where that came from. It's a false accusation that said I would use the property illegally, and that's just not true. There are laws in New Orleans, and I respect the laws. You need to have a homestead exemption. Many of the neighbors use their property as Airbnb with a homestead exemption. So if I were to ever use the property as an Airbnb, which is not my plan, you know, there are laws. His final concern was about blocking sunlight, and the variance standards state that the variance should not impair an adequate supply of light. So I'm not requesting any setback variances. The setbacks are pretty standard throughout the district. And in fact, it's larger than most of the neighboring properties. And I'd also like to comment regarding criteria 6 and to say that there's no hardship because the property could be used in another way. would mean that no variance should ever be approved because there's not a single property in all of New Orleans that doesn't have a permissible use. I believe there's clearly a demonstrable hardship as there are other two-family homes within this stretch that have a similar condition, and the current regulations would prevent me from constructing a two-family home when the majority of properties in the neighborhood that don't meet the minimum lot depth are two-family homes. Unlike the previous request, which didn't meet the minimum lot area, the lot area of my property is large enough for 3 units, and I'm also not asking for any variances regarding size, height, or setbacks. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just one quick note. And thank you, Mr. Fern. You had made a comment as it pertains to the height. And I will echo that same point that we're not discussing a height waiver in any capacity. A second one that I believe one of the commenters provided was comments about criteria 9 for the light and air of the adjoining property. Because we're not dealing with any side or rear yard setbacks, that isn't something that would typically apply in this case for the request for this waiver. So I just think it was just at least important to provide some color to that comment as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members?
Just one last quick note. This is the one where staff acknowledged that the report was incorrect in its summary statement, that this was actually for denial because it did not meet criteria 6.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I be acknowledged to add some clarification to the mix-up in the versions that you all received?
Sure.
Last month, the board did in fact receive the report that had been amended to recommend denial. It also included a letter from the Faubourg-Marigny Improvement Association. That's the version that the board received last month. That's also the version that was uploaded for public viewing last month. And the error this month was mine when I pulled the incorrect version of the report to update it to note that it had been deferred from last month. But I just wanted to make it clear that the denial recommendation was put out there last month, including for public viewing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, if a motion's in order.
Yeah, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 064-20, my motion is to accept what was the initial staff's report, where it establishes that on a requested waiver of Article 9, Section 9.3A, Table 9.2 for lot depth, that the application fails to meet the 9 criteria and move for denial of the request.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there?
Alvarez will second.
Oh, thank you. In regards to docket 064-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to deny the requested variance of Article 9, Section 9.3.A, Table 9.2 for lot depth, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, now we're ready for item number 10. BZA docket 065-20 is a property at 3038 Earhart Boulevard. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a Mardi Gras den with excessive curb cut. Okay, there were no public comments received and no need for rebuttal.
Thanks. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
No more anecdotes from Mr. Granderson. All right, I guess hearing none, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
All right. Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 065-20, my motion is for approval of the requested waiver for Article 22, Section 22.11B for curb cuts. While the staff acknowledges that the majority of the 9 criteria have not been met, I want to acknowledge the one remaining criteria, that there are no special circumstances which would be particular to the land. Understanding that the public right-of-way at the street where the curb cut is proposed actually is narrower and would limit the ability of the intended use of float storage, would not be able to properly ingress and egress the site. So with that, I move for approval with the 3 standard provisos. And may I have, if I could also note that a precedent has already been established for the adjacent den directly across the street used by the same ownership group. And the intention of this actually falls more in line with preserving and protecting the public around this property.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the commentary as stated by Commissioner James, as well as submissions by the applicant in support of the 9 criteria. I'm sorry, I didn't hear, were there any provisos?
Thank you for catching that. It would be the 3 standard provisos.
Subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. The next item.
Okay, the next item is for unfinished business. Item number 11, BZA docket 046-20 for the property at 3030 First Street and 2336 South Durbin Street. This is for a request for variances to permit the construction of a mixed-use development, place of worship, and single-family residence with insufficient off-street parking. And there were no public comments received for item number 11, so no need for rebuttal.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
So as a reminder, this is the one that the staff report was suggesting a 6-month deferral, and the applicant said they could probably get it done in faster time. As I said before, the 6-month deferral that was recommended was based on the applicant's timeline, so you can go lower than that if you'd like.
Okay, and just to follow up, I see Mr. Fleming is on, and I know you were suggesting to possibly be able to complete this in a shorter window than the 6 month. And I don't know if you've gotten any further clarification on what the request would be, if 60 days was sufficient.
Yes, ma'am, I believe 60 days would be. And I just wanted to clarify something. Roughly 60 days, the December BZA meeting is scheduled for the 14th of December, am I right? Which would be almost exactly 2 months from now. And if it's possible for us to get on that docket, then I think that could work just fine.
Yeah, that's the date of the meeting, December 14th.
Okay, so we could make the deferral up to that point then, and I think that'll work just fine. And this is, you had confirmed that this was really the timeline of the owner as opposed to any issues that the staff might have. So I just wanted to make sure that we aren't causing staff any trouble. But if that's the case, then that would work out just fine. Thank you.
Okay, and when I mentioned the staff, it's just to make sure there are timelines, and I don't know the exact deadline. I don't know if staff would have that information, but to be on that agenda, there would be a deadline for when anything submitted would have to be turned in order to be considered. So just to make sure that whatever that date is, that you would have everything turned in by that date.
And just for reference, these staff reports for that December meeting are due on November 30th. So any revised plans or other information that you would need to submit to your assigned planner, I would encourage you to get it to her before that date so she can incorporate it. So I would say probably at least a week prior to that, which would be November 23rd.
Thank you for that clarification. I couldn't see what the deadline was on the schedule, but I think we'll be able to get all the final information well before that. So won't be any last minute things.
Okay, perfect. And I think Thanksgiving may be wrapped up in there too, around the 23rd. I don't know the dates of everything. So just keeping all of that in mind.
Yeah, it's actually, Mr. Fleming, it gives you about 4.5 weeks, 4.5 to 5 weeks to get anything revised and submitted into staff. Not sure if anything that you may be waiting on for approval, if it's something that you think is going to be well beyond that date, the safer date may actually be a 3-month or 90-day deferral instead of 60.
Well, the things that we thought we were going to have to be submitting are no longer relevant based on some decisions that the owners have made. So what's left is some fairly minor changes to the letter to the board and a couple of other drawings. So it's not a huge amount of information. In fact, we might even be able to make next month, but I didn't want to cut things so close that it would cause any trouble for staff in terms of feedback and any last minute changes. So I'm really confident that the December 14th with the November 30 deadline can work. So, okay. But thank you for that suggestion.
So, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yep. Proceed. I'm sorry, are there any other questions from board members? Proceed with your motion, Commissioner.
All right. Give me the correct docket number again. I think I just lost it off my screen.
046-20.
Thank you. Now my PDF's back up. Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 046-20, my motion's for a 2-month deferral to the December agenda, per the request of the applicant.
Alvarez seconds.
Thank you. With regard to docket 046-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to defer the matter 60 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Ufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, EA. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 066 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. This request is for variances to permit a single-family residence with parking space in the front yard. This is an after-the-fact request. And as a reminder, the applicant did request a deferral. We have Just 2 comments on an opposition. Ann Heron at 1441 Joseph Street in New Orleans, 70115. Thank you for allowing comments. I represent neighbors, and in fact, all of the neighborhood are opposed, with the exception of only one, who via text informed me that he had not opposed because he is afraid of retaliation from the property owner. I have docketed via text conversation. The previous owner put in a driveway unapproved, and which was fined by the city. The owner was aware of this before the purchase, in fact, participated in paying the lien on the property because of the act of sale. Her reasons for having is seem at moot. Okay, her reasons for having it seem at moot, all moot. She requested citing various reasons, safety of her parking, but this is a rental property and a safe area, no persons or person crimes. She lives around the corner at her primary residence and walks. There is no Mardi Gras traffic or parking issues for many blocks. On a day of the year, car break-ins occur for driveway and street parking equally. Let me just move this over here. Okay, I can't do that. Finally, this is a small frontage property, and a paving would cover too much green space per law, and almost 90% of the houses in the immediate and neighboring houses do not have driveways in the front facades, and not built in recent years. I'm going to ask Emily if you'll read the next comment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next comment is also in opposition to this application. Comment comes from Robert C. Hutchinson and Tamara B. Hutchinson at 1448 Joseph Street. The driveway originally was installed without a permit and in violation of zoning codes. It serves no benefit to the neighborhood as it removes a street parking spot and replaces it with an off-street parking spot. Given the layout of the house and the narrow lot, it crowds the facade of the building and detracts from the appearance of the neighborhood. The driveway should never have been built, and it should have been removed when first cited by the city 6 years ago. And that is the final comment. Since they were in opposition, the applicant, who I believe is represented by Claudia Cope, has the opportunity to rebut and has 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Claudia Cope again. I am not at all surprised to see a letter from Ann Heron there. She has a vivid imagination. I'll just leave it at that. I would like to ask for a deferral. I had originally asked for 30 days, but I think that it might be better to ask for 2 months. I'd like the opportunity to talk to some of the neighbors and assuage their fears. Ann is good at whipping people into a frenzy. You know, what I stated before stands, that I would like a 2-month deferral, please.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
I just had a question. Here in the comments says that this property was cited 6 years ago for the same issue. Is there any record of that? I mean, why is this still a problem 6 years later? Just wondering. And I'm not asking the owner. I'm asking
yes. There was, I think there was a violation cited when the driveway was first put in 6 years ago by, it wasn't technically the owner. The owner was a family trust. He was just a family member living in the house, and he took it upon himself to put in the driveway. There were citations, I think. I don't, I was not party to any of this. I, had nothing to do with it. But as far as I know, he ignored them. And then later he died and other family members moved into the house, and nothing has been done for years regarding the driveway. When I purchased the house, it was in pretty sad shape. It had been owned by that same family since 1965, and I'm doing a complete renovation, but it's not a gut renovation, it's a historic restoration, keeping all the important things, the integrity of the architecture and everything like that in place. And in order to get a certificate of occupancy, this driveway issue has to be resolved first. I'm nearing the end of the renovation process, and we've had to put in all new electric, plumbing, new roof, new AC, but I'm also restoring all the interior details, keeping all the mantles and the trim and as much of the original floor plan as possible.
And Ms. Cope, just a follow-up question. I'm assuming that due to this condition, this is probably tying you up from getting a certificate of occupancy to occupy the home?
Are you asking me if I'm going to occupy the house?
No, just in terms of finishing the work.
Right. We're getting close to the end of what needs to be done. I think we're going to be having the trim carpentry is mostly done. We have to get the floors refinished, and then we'll be installing the cabinets and such. So we're getting close to the end of the project.
And yeah, so just for board members, that traditionally means that they wouldn't be able to get a C of O for the property until
Right. Yeah, that's what we were told. Because when we applied for the building permit, it didn't come up because that's when all the computers in the city were shut down. And so no one was able to look and see what kind of violations might have been outstanding. But when the computers came up, then the violation, I think, came to the front again, and we were informed that we would have to resolve the driveway issue before getting the C of O.
Okay.
Fred, so I'm just, not being a lawyer, but wouldn't there be some sort of regulation that doesn't allow the sales of the property until issues are resolved with the city?
Yes. And I had some information about that. The representative of the family trust told me that she had to pay a fine in order for the sale to go through. And the fine was related to the driveway violation. She also said that everything had been taken care of and the driveway was okay. So I was led to believe as a purchaser that the driveway was no longer an issue, and was quite surprised to find that I was being cited again for this 6-year-old violation.
Right. So Missy, maybe a question for you. So in a regular circumstance, or maybe Robert can also help here, if let's say after the fact conditions happen and the owner doesn't want to demolish something that they did without a permit or XYZ, and there's a fine applied because of that, does that fine settles? Is basically that the dependency of an owner or somebody to do this work, or a fine is on top of the fact that they have not removed the driveway in this case?
That's a question for a lawyer.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Because I took my headphones off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the fine is for having the thing that is in violation, and we have to keep fining until they remove it. It's not. I'm not privy to the previous violations on this, but the property still can change hands while there's violations open. It happens all the time. But basically, we have the ability to continue to fine until they fix the condition. And as long as we're continuing to do it, it doesn't grandfather in. So this is one of those cases where we fine the previous owner, they just never fixed it.
Got it. Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, there was a request from the applicant to defer the matter 60 days. Is there a motion?
Is Madam Chair, the motion is in order?
Yes, proceed.
In regards to docket 66-20, I, Jose Alvarez, move to defer the matter for 60 days based on the request from the owner.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Rufo to defer the matter 60 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yay.
Tamara Agins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez, Alfonso Gonzalez, I think he may have stepped away, and Candace Forrest, yay. So that's 5 yays, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 13, BZA docket 067-20 for a property located at 7621 through 7623 Burt Street. This is a request for variances to permit a two-family residence with parking space in the front yard. And this is an after the fact request. There was one comment in opposition from Claudia Garfalo. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. The address is 922 Adams Street. I oppose the variance to permit a two-family residence and especially the request for a parking space in the front yard. Since there is opposition, we have Edward Fleming. You may speak for 5 minutes on behalf of this application. Is he on the line?
I think you asked the wrong person to speak.
Yeah, this is the wrong, you asked the wrong person to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have him on here. Let's see.
Looks like
Sure.
Prayer.
Is that Fern? Okay. Brian Fern.
Jacques
Are you on
Frere.
the line?
Yes, Jacques
Can
Prayer.
you hear me? Okay, I do not know who this Claudia person is. She says she opposes a variance to permit a two-family residence, period, and especially a request for parking space. It already is a two-family residence, and she's not given a reason why she does not want a parking space in the front yard. I do have all my neighbors on the block in favor of it. I've just submitted letters to that effect, showing that people are in favor of my parking. She does not obviously live on Butte Street. She must be around the block, a block or two down. I do not know who she is or why she is opposing this, just that she is opposing a parking space and the fact that it is a two-family residence. I'm only asking for one spot. And as an earlier conversation about the parking, just common sense not to park over the sidewalk. That seemed like a no-brainer to me. So that's about all I have to say on that one.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? If there are no questions or comments, is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just real quick, I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up the file.
Okay.
I'll just come back to the points that we stated earlier. I think while I appreciate what the applicant's concern is with the impacts on parking around him, we still, as a board, have a fiduciary responsibility to the city that we sit on behalf of this board of, and make sure that we're making decisions not necessarily impacted by one individual request, but understanding the overarching impacts of the decisions we could potentially make. So with that, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for docket number 067-20 as it believes that the 9 criteria have not been met and move for denial of the requested variances.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. With regard to docket 067-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Agins to deny the requested variance, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Agins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 14, BZA docket 068-20 for a property located at 2803 St. Philip Street and 1021 North White Street. This request is for a permit conversion to an office to a community center with insufficient off-street parking, insufficient aisle width, and no buffer yards. Let's see. We have Alex Glazier in support of this application at 2935 through 37 St. Philip Street. I own a property at 2935 through 37 St. Philip Street and would like to express my support of the application. I believe that the use of this building will be beneficial to the neighborhood and outweighs any detrimental effects that may arise. In support of the application is Jacqueline Taylor at 2733 St. Philip Street. I support this variance request. I live in the neighborhood a few houses down from SOAS. Parking will be better now with just Son of Saint using the building. Susan Kerr in opposition of the application at 2753 St. Philip. As a neighbor, I feel that this has to be a proviso that any and all variances are limited to SOS and will not pass on future owners or future renters of this building. In opposition of the application, Michael Harris at 1024 North White Street in New Orleans. The board should deny this application for at least 3 reasons. First, on page 1 of the report, the project now includes 4 variances when only a parking variance was applied for and included the neighborhood participation program. The project expanded to include 3 additional variances, including 2 waiver buffer yards and a third waiving accessible parking. It can be argued that the technicalities required to facilitate the parking variance, but the fact that they are variances that have never been subject to public review under the NPP. The board should not approve the 3 additional variances without public review as plainly required by the CZO. Second, the report includes a number of provisos, but absent is a sunset proviso for parking waivers, which the applicant agreed to. That should be included, but further, the parking waiver should sunset upon any changes of use with the property. Without that, the applicant could sublease or use the property in any manner different than that proposed without any recourse for affected neighbors. The applicant already has expanded scope of use through publicly announced partnership with Ochsner Hospital. It is exactly the type of expansion that concerns neighbors and is happening even before the project has been approved. Finally, essentially, every letter submitted to the board opposes this project on valid grounds, including opposition of the Faubourg St. John Neighborhood Association on page 166. The association and immediate neighbors implore the board to follow the rules set forth in the CZO and deny or defer application until all aspects are made public and subject to review. Please read the report page. Please read report page 195 for additional details. Emily, can you continue for me?
We have another comment in opposition to the application from Karen Dunn at 2800 Ursuline Avenue. I oppose new variances for buffer yards and accessible parking waivers that were not allowed public review under the NPP. I believe the BZA should not approve the additional variances without public review as required by the CZO. Additionally, the parking waiver sunset proviso seems to be missing, another reason to deny this project. Thank you. Another comment in opposition is from Paula Bruner at 2812 St. Philip Street. Dear honorable board members, I have joined with many neighbors to voice opposition following the discovery that Son of a Saint applied for a parking variant/waiver for 55 parking spaces. I urge the board to review the letters submitted by the neighborhood in its consideration. The blocks affected on St. Philip, North White, and Bell Chase cannot accommodate any business operation taking a majority of the on-street parking. The narrow streets have not been designed to operate safely with the business requiring this much parking. Very few residents in these several block areas have access to off-street parking. As a neighborhood, we rely on on-street parking to live and work here. Further, there is no relief that on-street parking is available during weekends or evening hours when we come home from work, because Son of a Saint may need on-street parking at its discretion 24 hours, 7 days a week. There are no other businesses in this residential area that require this amount of parking, and it is because it not only places a strain on the limited parking, but it also interferes with the purpose of a special historic residential neighborhood. The zoning laws are in place to preserve and protect the residential neighborhoods from being overburdened by impractical business needs. I respectfully ask that the board uphold these laws and deny the parking variant/waiver. We have another comment in opposition. Let me set my timer. This comment comes from Winta Jerme at 1016 North White Street, Apartment B. I'm in opposition to this application for the following reasons. 4 waivers are included in this application, but only one has been presented to neighbors through the NPP process. SOS is not a community center. While SOS states that they provide a variety of services open to the public, it's clear that in practice, the public cannot access the space in any way or participate in their programming. There is no signage outside the building or flyers to neighbors indicating community use. The building appears private and closed off to passersby. SOS agreed to a sunset proviso for parking upon the sale of the building, but that is not included in the provisos in this application. A sunset proviso should be included upon any change of building use, including subleasing the building. SOS has recently announced a $100 million financial partnership with Ochsner Health to expand their programming. Neighbors have not been informed what this means for the use or expansion of the building. I believe SOS has neglected to inform neighbors of their full intention for the building and hope that this board moves to deny this application. We have another comment in opposition from Sandra Taylor at 1016 North White Street, Apartment A. I've lived in the house across the street for 15 years. I'm opposed to this application because this organization has asked me and my family to move cars parked in front of my house or across the street many times. I spoke to my neighbor and she said they rejected fatherless boys who live just up the street from entering their program. This organization is not serving the community. And the man I talked to who runs the organization has a nasty attitude towards me. They are not good neighbors. An additional comment in opposition from Lorraine Thomas at 1016 North White Street, Apartment A. Me and my family have lived across the street for 15 years. I oppose this application because this organization, I'm sorry, did I already read this one? No. This organization asks us to move cars parked on their side of the street, but they don't mind parking their cars in front of our house on our side of the street. The man who runs the organization has a nasty attitude. There is a lady down the street with 6 kids, and they turned down 4 of her fatherless boys. How is that serving our community? We have a comment from Jessica McNally at 1016 North White, Apartment B. I stand with my neighbors in opposition to the parking waiver and expansion of this building. Immediate neighbors, including myself, were not given proper notice to respond to this application when Son of the Saint attended our neighborhood association meeting in July, with no notice to myself or concerned neighbors. I learned recently of two things that concern me. One, a $1 million partnership with Ochsner Health that indicates an expansion of programming and possibly the building itself, which is unclear. 2 to 3 additional waivers included in this application that were not presented to neighbors through the NPP process. Another comment in opposition from Mark Meester at 925.5 Hagen Avenue. Neighborhood residents were told there would be a proviso stating that when the current owners sell the building, their waiver of 54 parking spaces would sunset. To the best of my knowledge, this proviso is missing from the BZA report, so I do not support it. We have a comment in opposition from Conrad Abadi from 2909 Grand Route St. John. The owner of the building is asking for a huge parking waiver that will have terrible impact on a neighborhood that has few off-street parking options. They have reportedly admitted that the extra space is not needed for the core mission. The owner knew what the limitations of the building was when they purchased it and should not be awarded with a large expansion that will adversely affect the neighbor's quality of life. We have a comment from Deborah Chapman at 927 North White Street. I am one of the oldest residents in this community. My family and I have lived on North White Street, less than a block from the SOS building, for 5+ decades. I oppose this application for the following reasons. The organization was not transparent about their intentions for building expansion. They didn't give us enough notice to review their application. They knew their intentions pre-COVID and had opportunity to engage neighbors much earlier in the process. Instead, I believe they have used COVID as an excuse to bury the conversation and push this matter through behind closed doors. There is not enough parking in the community, as is for neighbors with families. The 55 parking space waiver would place an undue burden on neighbors. The sunset proviso that SOS agreed to is not included, and it should extend to any building change of use or future subletters. I've reached out to the owner numerous times to have a conversation with him, and he personally has not responded to my request. I'm a decades-long community leader and advocate for children, yet young males who are in need have been denied access to programming. If this space is not going to support young men directly in the community, I suggest SOS make this their administrative office only instead of using it as the main site for programming. I've spoken to over 20 neighbors within my immediate block, and they've all stated to me that they oppose the requested variances and building expansion. We have a comment in opposition from Vincent Booth at 3330 Grand Route St. John. Any parking waiver should have a sunset clause. We have a comment for information only from Sarah Newell Houston at 3034 Ursuline Avenue. I would like to request that a sunset proviso on the parking waiver be added to this item. It is not in the application about to be approved, but absolutely should be. Additionally, the NPP needs to be repeated since the project changed materially since the application and the NPP that supplemented it. Our neighborhood association, FSJNA, board commented the same. Process matters tremendously, and having one that is followed for the accurate application is essential to trust and transparency. Taking the time to do things right will be a win-win in the end for everyone. This has nothing to do with the mission of Son of a Saint, but everything to do with following processes of the CZO, which is about to be defied to approve the parking waiver permanently. We have a great history of coordination and collaboration in our neighborhood. The process should be followed to ensure good relations moving forward. Approving today without the waiver and without repeating the NPP does not engender the trust and collaboration we expect from this board. And one final comment for information only from Daniel Samuels at 1450 Moss Street. This application should be tabled because the nature of the proposed use has changed substantively since the neighborhood participation public meeting. That is the end of the comments for this item. So the applicant's representative, Matthew Byer, now has 5 minutes to rebut.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing our variance request. There was one issue that came up with the sunset proviso, and that's something that Son of a Saint agreed to provide with the application. It didn't come in the staff report, but that's something that they're very happy to include in this application. Since the NPP meeting, Son of a Saint acquired a large one-time donation from Ochsner Health Center. And this donation came in the form of a dedication for naming rights of the building. I think a lot of the neighbors probably see this Ochsner sign and this Ochsner dedication as an indication that an Ochsner clinic is moving in their backyard, but that's not the case. It's really just for the naming rights of the building, and much in the same way that many not-for-profit organizations operate. And that they dedicate the naming rights for a gallery, for parts of the building, or for parts of the project. The association with Ochsner does not change their programming. There's not going to be Ochsner employees walking around on site with Ochsner shirts on. It's not changing their programming or anything at all. It'd be the same if Chase Bank or another organization donated their naming rights to the building. Would it mean that a bank is moving into their backyard or another commercial property? There were two other additional waivers that came up during the staff report that Emily wrote and reviewed with us. The two additional waivers included a parking buffer. And at the time of the report, we're going back and forth trying to figure out exactly what that meant. There were some discrepancies between the what was required in order to make that parking buffer requirement applicable to our project. There are several, most of them have to do with the building size and the percentage of expansion, which we didn't comply, or we didn't trigger. However, there was one where it was in order to reconstruct an existing parking lot triggers a requirement for a buffer yard requirement. And the reason that we're reconstructing our existing parking lot into a permeable paving type parking lot is because really to address stormwater management requirements and include retention tanks in the design, which would actually really help the neighborhood. And this large, Son of a Saint actually occupies a large amount of land in the neighborhood, and responsibly integrating stormwater management would be beneficial to everybody. Do you have anything like that?
Well, I think, one of the big issues is the amount of parking that a lot of the neighbors are concerned about. And it's just sort of a reminder that the building previously had a number of businesses in the building that have now left. So it's just for, this building is now just for Son of a Saint. And most of the occupants in this building that are going to be using this building don't drive. So the parking impact is being greatly reduced. And I know that the neighbors are concerned about it. And, it could be that they're concerned about the existing and current condition of their neighborhood in the past with Trumpet and all the other commercial businesses in that space. We feel like we're going to, with Son of a Saint being the sole occupant of this building, the actual number of parking spaces will be reduced and, help alleviate some of these parking concerns that clearly the neighbors have brought up in their comments. So we feel like, the impact that Son of a Saint will be putting on the street is actually a lot less than what they have been used to in the past. And I'm trying to see what else. And then, I think one of the other big items, and I guess we can both talk about, is the process itself. The MPP was put out. Son of a Saint decided, to extend the time period past what was required for the MPP process in order for the neighbors to give their comments. The owner met with folk of St. John back in July, just like the neighbors have said. And at that time, the association was in support. any sort of resending of that support has been done after the application was filed. So it is it is a little disheartening that, they changed their position after the fact, but the owner or son of the same has reached out and tried to work with the neighborhood in good faith. And it is, it is unfortunate that, late in the game that there's these comments of opposition. When the MPP report and the BZA application was actually submitted, we had more in support of versus in opposition. But I think that if it's really just about parking, we're willing to talk about the sunset proviso and add that as part of, a provision to possibly, hopefully get the parking waivers that we're requesting. Is there any, I don't know if there are any other questions or any other comments you want to make, Matthew?
Not right now. We'll see. We're open to questions.
And Mr. Byer, I don't recall if the other person with you gave her name and address for the record. If you can just give your name and address just so that we can have it for the record.
Sure, this is Gabriel Overdue, and I'm with Trackland Peter Architects as well. And address is 850 Chapters.
Thank you. And just a question to staff, just trying to understand. I heard the comments from Mr. Byer. Thank you both for your clarity on some things. And I just wanted to ask staff if in fact this item has had any major change since it was originally, since they originally submitted the application and held the MPP, and if that matters for purposes of holding an additional MPP.
So this happens quite often between the time an NPP is held. Oftentimes, and for this case in particular, the plans were, they were not as detailed as the plans that were submitted for the actual variance application. And in addition, the NPP stage does not get a full review by the staff. So, it's very likely that we won't see all of the necessary variances at that time. Typically, applicants are coming to us already knowing which variances they will need, and we do our best to try to find any other ones. But in this case, after digging a little bit deeper after they submitted their variance application, we did find the remaining variances that would be needed that were then included on the report. So we did not find those until after the draft agenda was released and until after the postcards were sent out. So, the staff report that went out a couple of days ago was, likely the first time that neighbors were made aware of those additional variances.
And even just thinking through some of the items that we've had today, there are points even when it comes up before us where changes are made at the meeting. So I know that changes are expected throughout this process. So I was just wanting to make that part clear. So that was part of asking that question. Any other questions or comments from board members? Hearing none, is there a motion? No need to all speak at once.
Madam Chairman, if a motion is in order?
Yes.
In regards to docket 6820, I, Jose Alvarez, Move to approve the request of waivers of Articles 22, Section 22, 4A, 22AD, 23A, and Article 23, Section 23A. Acceptance staff recommendations. That the request meets all 9 criteria standards for variances, subject to the 7 provisos.
And there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is that Matt Rufo?
Yes.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Rufo to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 7 provisos. Roll call vote. Tamara Agins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest. Yay. That's 5 yays, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is BZA docket 069-20. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that there are no setback requirements for water features or mechanical equipment in the French Quarter because there are no required yards. Let's see. We have the public comments up. Okay, which one are we on? 15. All right, Wayne Bloom is in support of this application at 923 St. Philip Street, number 2, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70116. The language is clear, concise, and easy to understand, and as it was meant to be. Anyone can request a variance without the interpretation. Safety and permits interpretation restricts the city from denying the permit, that it is injurious to neighbors. Thank you. In support of this application, Terrence Jacobs at Terrence Jacob, USN retired, 1011 St. Philip Street. I am asking that you support this appeal. The owners of 1005 through 1009 St. Philip and John Williams will have you believe that the issue at hand is a frivolous complaint about a fountain by an angry neighbor. It is anything but. The CZO was written in order to achieve clarity because the previous CZO was vague and open to interpretation, thus failing to provide the protection zoning laws are meant to achieve. When I pointed out to VCC staff that the subject fountain proposal did not meet the 3-foot setback in the CZO, the staff first claimed ignorance of zoning laws. In my previous letter, I provided the BZA with the email chain from the VCC obtained through public records. Mrs. Marguerite Williams informed the rest of VCC that a Google search of the CZO found that section 21.6 GG water feature requiring 3-foot setback rather than this finding and denying the proposed fountain location. The staff of the VCC set about trying to create work around the very clear and concise language in the in the CZO introducing the idea of a required yard. Let me be clear, the words required yard do not appear anywhere in section 21.6 GG. The mention of the 3-foot distance from a lot line, the only mention is a 3-foot distance from a lot line. If the 1005 through 1009 developers wish to have a fountain, they have several options. They could relocate the fountain to a distance 3 feet from the lot line. They have 26 feet of width to do so, or they could apply for a variance. This would not be the first variance on this project by these developers. The 3-foot setback requirement is also crucial for mechanical equipment. The interpretation that setbacks do not apply to the French Quarter stands. Mechanical equipment such as AC units and generators could be placed directly on lot lines. The CZO is an important tool to protect both our city and property owners. It was written to achieve clarity and avoid interpretations done for convenience of developers who did not want to abide by its restrictions. I'm asking the BZA to enforce the clear language of the CZO and not go down the road of muddying up the new document. If the language found in the CZO is modified with interpretations as the type of issue today, it will strip the city zoning protection. As a homeowner, I should also be able to read the CZO and know the rules, know what the rules are and what protections I am afforded. Please maintain the clear language of the CZO, respectively, Captain Terrence Patrick Jacobs, 1001 St. Philip's. Okay, Darren Baguette in opposition at 932 Burgundy Street, number 256. I own 50% of the property which appears to align, I own 50% of the, which I own 50% of the property which appears in line the proposed project, appears to line the proposed project. I continue to have numerous water/damp issues with my 2-story dependency for quite some time. Of course, not only due to the rising damp of our perpetual below sea level, but watering various courtyards and the age of the brick structures. I'm opposed to any variance or exception on the water setback due to these challenging conditions all owners in the Vieux Carré face. Sadly, I strongly oppose and ask the property owner to redesign their proposed new courtyard per regulations set to protect our gorgeous historic Vieux Carré. Emily, can you help me?
Yes. We have a comment in opposition from Bridget. Bridget didn't provide their full name. Bridget at valentine.com at 1005 through 1009 St. Philip's Street. Terrence Jacobs and Nikki Solvinsky of 1011 St. Philip's Street have once again brought an appeal against our home. Their tortious interference in our restoration and ability to live in our home has no end. I was born in New Orleans. Rick Valentine, my husband, and I wish to live in our beloved home. We understand fully the responsibility of stewarding these historic structures in the Vieux Carré. We have worked closely with BCC to follow the guidelines. For 2 years, they have brought many complaints to the City of New Orleans and its departments regarding our property, abusing the city's public forums for their unkind personal agenda. Please see through their appeal and support the Nicholas Kindle and the BCC approvals of our courtyard landscape plans. We only hope to have a beautiful French Quarter fountain in our courtyard. Let me just scroll down. We have another comment in opposition from John Williams at 824 Barone. Water features are a staple in Bucharest since the dawn of the department. We are in support of the department's existing decision, as well as maintaining the integrity and beauty of the neighborhood. And the final comment from Kala Bardwell at 824 Baronne Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70113. The 0-foot 0-inch setback is commonplace throughout the Bucharest. Changing this ruling will set a precedent for all future structures in the neighborhood and have a drastic effect on the overall appearance of our historic core. That concludes the public comments for this item. The applicant now has 5 minutes to rebut, and we have Nikki Skolinski, and I'm sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for your time on this today. I know it's been a long day. First of all, I want to point out that Mr. Baggert's comment, although it was registered as opposition, his words support this appeal in that he was complaining about water intrusion. As I said earlier, some are confusing a variance with decision appeal. Mr. and Mrs. Ballantyne are Colorado developers for decades, and they seem to be among them. They would have you think this is about one fountain and courtyard plan at one address rather than a ruling affecting every property in the district. This is about whether the CZO applies to the fringe quarter as it does to the rest of the city. I think we all want zoning protection for our citizens. I'm simply asking you to uphold the clear and concise language of the CZO and require variances when mechanical and water feature proposals are not in compliance with the current language. How many citizens would support 0 setbacks for 10 HVAC units from a condo or a business on a lot line, a generator under their balcony, a water heater attached to their building? Fountains and ponds attached to buildings cause moisture intrusion and termite problems for everyone. This appeal does not prevent anyone from seeking a variance for water features or mechanical, as has been the practice since this CZO was adopted in 2015. Existing fountains and ponds and mechanicals are unaffected and are legal non-conforming. This is for the future. Only a couple of weeks after this determination was made, zoning administrator Todd Breckman reversed the course on it and on an unrelated project for a mini split at 918 St. Peter. He applied the CZO verbatim, requiring a 3-foot setback from side lot lines and a 5-foot from the rear. Which application is correct? Again, the CZO reads, a water feature shall be located a minimum of 3 feet from all lot lines. And the CZO says shall is mandatory. Last year, Safety and Permits Director said about live outdoor entertainment as a conditional use in the quarter. This office is bound to its interpretation by a section of the CZO which requires the department to choose the most restrictive interpretation when there's an apparent contradiction. This led the council to pass a clarifying CZO amendment. The same can be done here. Again, Article 1.4G says an actual, implied, or apparent conflict with other laws and regulations, including an internal conflict in CZO, the more restrictive regulation applies. The stricter interpretation here is to require setbacks or a variance. Earlier, there was a question about building code versus CZO. The setback mentioned was less restrictive, so the CZO setback, which is more restrictive, should stand. Just as all courtyards are not the same, not all water features and mechanical are the same. Mechanical equipment can be noisy and cause vibrational damage. A small freestanding fountain or metal fountain with only a few gallons of water might be fine, but the CZO allows a 100 square foot single container fountain, which can hold 1,125 gallons. It allows a 2 container feature, which can hold as much as 2,800 gallons. It is not a question of if, but when this much water next to and attached to a building or fence wall will cause damage and dissolve the bricks, hence the setback in the CZO. The subject proposal is for a 2 container fountain holding over 1,000 gallons of water with more than 800 in a masonry basin attached to a historic brick fence and building wall. The neighboring historic rear building is immediately next to this proposed fountain. I'm not asking for a 3-foot setback out of left field. This is not a change as it's been called. I'm only asking the CZO to be enforced as written rather than through interpretations that are unevenly applied based on who asks and why. Rather than eliminating setbacks currently in the CZO through one administrator's reading, the appropriate action is a zoning amendment to the CPC, then voted on by the city council. A variance is already an available option, and in my opinion, better for the overall health of this district and the city as a whole than allowing this interpretation to eliminate that requirement. The CZO should be maintained as predictable, understandable, and enforceable. A couple of further points from public comment. The developer and John Williams and Calla Bardwell, their project architect, all who've commented here, they all offered an alternative plan with the fountain set off of the property line, which would be just fine. It was set like 6 feet off. They have about 20 feet frontage. I'm also concerned that the VCC staff led the administrator to give the interpretation that they wanted without realizing the complete impact, since this does also apply to mechanical equipment. To reiterate what someone said earlier, a citizen, trust and transparency is paramount. And the email that I read seemed like an attempt to sidestep the clear CZO language, the city council, and the CPC. As to the petition, you guys were submitted in the materials. It was very vague. It didn't really explain the issue and the implications beyond this particular property. And this is not a variance application. Again, it's a decision appeal. For example, the neighbor on their opposite side complained for years about the HVAC units on the subject property's lot line that was installed by the Norrises back in 2000-ish. If this interpretation stands, that location would be legal, right on the lot line.
Nikki, you've exceeded your time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? A quick question for the staff, just trying to understand with the current decision, if not making a decision one way or the other, but if the decision were somehow found to not be correct, what is the remedy for that? Is it just that there would be no fountain feature? I'm just trying to understand what the applicant is asking for.
I can maybe answer that just because I'm the VCC. I do the VCC as well.
Okay.
So what happens is VCC looks at the architecture of something, and they can only permit things that are allowed by zoning. So they asked safety and permits if this was allowed by zoning, and safety and permits said yes, this is allowed by zoning. So VCC went ahead and approved the designs for the water feature. What Ms. Sawinski is appealing is the determination of safety and permits that this was allowable under the CZO. Should you say that this was not allowable under the CZO, it voids the VCC approvals, and then and that's where that goes. And then the applicant would appeal that to civil district court. Should you uphold the decision, then the VCC approvals would stand. There's currently some pending VCC applications, and Ms. Lewinsky does have appeal rights for those VCC applications as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
So I have a quick question back to safety and permits, Nick. Earlier I'd asked a question about the requirement of mechanical equipment and how the 24 inches clear that's required around equipment so it doesn't create an obstruction. How does that have any overlap or input on this, even though that's ID'd in the CZO?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your question. Could you please repeat that?
Earlier, in my earlier question and kind of dialogue with you during the application, we were talking about the 24-inch requirement per the code around equipment. Can you explain how that may have some impact on what some of the comments have been speaking to in terms of how mechanical equipment, how this, if we were to determine that this is the case, how that has some impact with that other code requirement?
Yes, so this is just concerning the zoning code regulations and certain.
Correct. Not about the building code.
All other building code regulations would stand and would have to be complied with, similar for BCC approval.
You're breaking up a little bit, Nick. I think you might be covered up.
Can you hear me now? Is that any better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is an appeal specifically of the zoning regulation, so all other building code requirements would still apply, and any required approval in the VCC still would apply, though this is specifically just related to the zoning matter. So you could have potentially have something that would comply with zoning, but might not get approved because there has to be a 2-foot separation required by the building code.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, when you're dealing with some of the AC units and how they may have some restrictions from the VCC side of the coin, or at least within the VCC jurisdiction, whenever you have equipment up against the property line, I think a large part of that is because people would use rooftop equipment, and the intention is to try to avoid it from being seen at the property line. So it'd have to be concealed in some capacity or pushed back far enough where it's not directly visible from the property line, correct?
Correct, and there are other specific regulations regarding rooftop and roof-mounted HVAC equipment as well in the regulations. As far as being set back a certain distance from the edge of the roof and those sorts of things as well.
Okay. And one last item. When we're dealing with this concern around a 3-foot setback for water feature, I know that in some cases, if you're talking about a pool within the CZO, traditionally a pool is supposed to be 3 feet away from the property line for certain reasons. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so pools are a separate type of accessory structure in the same section, the CZO 21.6. Pools are required to be set back 4 feet from the property line. And a lot of that sort of gets to particular safety issues of if you've got people in the pool, they need to be able to get out, at least along half the sides, as well as concerns because pools are supposed to be surrounded by a fence all the way around that you could potentially have, neighbor kids jumping over a fence, and if they're not set back from the property line, they're jumping straight into the pool. And so there's particular safety reasons behind those sorts of setback requirements to the property line.
So in short, we basically have provisions within the code where it calls out for any of these other special conditions where they may exist, or at least accounted for in some capacity within the CZO, including much like this when the clear interpretation is just about this being a piece of equipment at the property line. And this is more of an architectural feature as opposed to a pool, for instance, which in some cases should not, well, not in some cases, which according to the code would not be at the property line.
Correct.
I don't have any further questions, Chairman.
Any other questions or comments from any other board members?
I just had a quick, first of all, I'm back first. Sorry for disagreeing. But I didn't get all of the discussion, but some of the stuff about, I'm reading the comments about, rising damp and water and issues with, property line stuff. That's more of a design and construction issue than a zoning issue. So I respect that and understand it, as I personally have a property line issue as well with rising damp and such. So, but I don't think that's personally, I don't think that's the issue here, because hopefully the architect and the contractors can ameliorate that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Welcome back. Any other questions or comments from any other board members?
Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 069-20, my motion is to uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, and second by Commissioner Agins to uphold the decision of the Director of Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there's no error in that decision. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Agins,
Yes.
Matt Rufo,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yays, no nays, the motion carries. The next item.
Okay, the next item is a consideration of the election of officers. Oh,
no, we have another
no,
decision.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Item number 16, BZA docket 070-20, an appeal of the decision of the Director of Department and Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 20-21846 NEWC. And we have over here. First comment is in support of this application. Ted Applaw at 716 Eleanor Street. No one in the neighborhood was ever informed about the approval of this eyesore. Moreover, we were initially told that it was to be an office building with an apartment above. A review of the most recent plans show a huge kitchen on the first floor with 4 top tables over the second floor. The building is clearly being envisioned as a restaurant and not the headquarters of a juice company. Added to that is the parking or lack thereof in the neighborhood. I routinely have to park 1 or 2 blocks away from my house, and this will only get worse. The owner of the property does not live in the neighborhood, but in the Chateau Estates in Kenner. So he will not be impacted in any way by this. We in the neighborhood would bear the brunt of his actions. If this building had been on a separate lot, it would have required parking. The fiction of associating it with 737 Eleanor is an attempt to grandfather the lack of parking in a cynical slap in the face of the neighbors. I urge you to revoke the approval of this building. In support of this application is Joanne Lanoke, OBO Nashville Property LLC, 734 and 734 and a half Nashville Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana 70115. The construction of this building should not be approved. I am an adjacent property owner and was never notified about a hearing to approve the construction, nor was I notified about subdivision of the property. There is not enough parking in this area, and this will create more congestion and parking problems on an already very busy Magazine Street. It is also a safety issue as pedestrians accessing the sidewalks what's left of them will be subject to cars trying to pull over and stopping in the middle of the street to drop people to patronize the business. Please also note that the current construction site at 5808 is not adequately blocked off, and it alone is a safety hazard. The city is actually inspecting it. Is the city actually inspecting it? In support of, let's see. Okay, it's another, it looks like a duplicate. So the next one is in support of this application. Shunlin Leonard at 1414 Audubon Street. I'm writing to support Justin Schmidt's appeal against the issuance of building permit 20-21846 NEWC for a mixed-use 3-story building at 737 Eleanor and 5808 Magazine Street, in parentheses, permit. The DPS violated the CZO by issuing the permit without the approved subdivision as required by the City of New Orleans subdivision regulations. The CZO requires that all subdivisions shall comply with the City of New Orleans subdivision regulations. CZO 14D of the New Orleans subdivision regulations prohibits issuance of building permits unless a final plat of such subdivision has been approved by the City Planning Commission subdivision regulations 154. No land be subdivided through the use of legal descriptions other than with reference to a plat approved by the City Planning Commission in accordance with these regulations. ID. It is undisputed here that the developer failed to obtain a subdivision. The DSP admitted itself that the developer withdrew the subdivision application because the new property line caused an issue with the rear setbacks to the existing structure. Nowhere does the CZO support DSP's position that it does not have to comply with the subdivision regulations just because multiple principal buildings are theoretically permitted on a single lot. The city's zoning laws, including the subdivision regulations, are enacted to protect all property owners. The DSP's issuance of the permit here violates the zoning laws and damages neighboring property owners' rights. I respectfully urge the BZA to reverse the DSP's issuance of the permit. Thank you. Emily, can you help me?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a comment in support of the appeal from SP Johnson at 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70117. I'm writing as a former resident of this Uptown Magazine Street neighborhood and as a native New Orleanian who is deeply concerned about the growing trend to development, one might say to hyper-development in the Uptown neighborhoods. Historic districting regulations are powerless. The housing market everywhere in the country is booming, and city leaders and agencies are distracted by the pandemic, in addition to the usual problems of managing a bureaucracy. In the meantime, developers are rushing into the breach, building outsized properties like the structure at 5808 Magazine with no additional parking, and what is far worse, with no consultation with the neighborhood. Somehow, here as elsewhere in the city, it is left to private citizens to argue and sue and appeal on behalf of their communities. So the Brandas, whose family not incidentally has an illustrious history of true civic service to the city of New Orleans, are compelled to hire an attorney at their own expense and to turn to their community for its support. And the community gives it gladly. But this battle is being fought all over the city by aggrieved private citizens against the same old tired tricks of the archetypical greedy developer. Why? Why are there no regulatory mechanisms in place to mediate among all the interests that are now in conflict? At any rate, the case of 5808 Magazine, in which Edward L. Nicholas, DBA ELN Enterprises, a resident of Kenner, Louisiana, seeks to build, nay, is already building, a 3-story mixed-use monstrosity in the back of his owner-unoccupied residential property gives new force and validity to the old cliche, "Not in my absentee neighbor's backyard." Please grant the appeal of Mr. and Mrs. Edward Brandow. Respectfully submitted, SP Johnson, MA, 2822 LePage Street, Apartment 3, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. We have another comment in support of the application from Samuel T. Brandow at 6119 Camp Street. I feel very strongly that the building should not be built without setbacks and that it should not be so tall. The single-story storage shed that used to stand there was not a particular eyesore because it was in keeping with the neighborhood, where many of the houses have backyards with sheds. A new building on a similar scale to what was there would indeed be an improvement, but this structure is out of scale and truly harms the neighborhood as a whole. It will also cause particular harm to the corner house, which was home to a family before the current owner turned it into an STR, but which will probably never be a family home again if the yard gets a tower built in it. Please enforce the setbacks and parking requirements and limit the height. Thank you for considering this comment. We have one final comment in opposition to the appeal from Barbara C. Ewell at, I'm sorry? I'll proceed. From Barbara C. Ewell at 8318 Zimple. Wanton subdivisions of property like this one subvert the whole zoning process and our ability to preserve residential and community balance in our neighborhoods. Stop this stuff. That is the end of the comments with regard to this appeal. Since there were some in opposition, then the applicant, represented by I believe Justin Schmidt, has 5 minutes to rebut.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. So as I was saying, Mr. James, I'm probably going to need you to help unwind this one with me. But if you look at sheet G100 of the plans that were approved, even the title sheet shows that you've got lot A1 and lot A2. So it's not accurate when the department says that they had gone in and changed it. What's problematic here is that Mr. Nicholas knew in February that he was going to be subjected to residential use and yard and bulk requirements because he had the because he had the short-term rentals in 737. However, that just proceeded forward, and for some reason, and I don't know how it keeps happening, but somebody in safety permits dropped the ball when we're then reviewing the plans that he submits later on, and they act like, oh, it's no problem. It's in a commercial zone and you don't have anything to worry about with these setbacks. Well, so we end up in, with this problem of not only the setbacks, but the Brandows were also kind of really dealt a poor hand in 2015 when they rezoned the property, because when they did all the Magazine Street rezoning, they included their house in the commercial, the BU commercial use of Magazine Street. So there's not even they're not abutting a resident. This commercial property, 737 and 5808, is no longer, it's not abutting a residential district because, and would be kind of tempered with some of the restrictions that come with being adjacent to a residential district, even commercial areas, because the Brandows property, which has always been residential, along with 737, which up until the short-term rentals was always residential, was residential. It was a single-family residence. I carpooled. I grew up on Eleanor Street, closer to St. Charles, but we carpooled with the Brandows for years going to school. I know the area well. And it's not, yes, Magazine has been commercial and there's commercial things there, but this particular structure has always been residential. So what do? We cannibalize compliant parking by letting them tear down a garage in the back. And then we let them build this huge building. There is a 35-foot monolithic wall now at the property line because of no setbacks that has boxed Mr. Brandau's backyard in. I mean, it's atrocious. He could show a film on Friday afternoon to the whole neighborhood on this wall that's in his backyard. So that's the issue really in and of itself. And that you know, this developer knew the city, you know, we've got more than 5,000 square feet of commercial area when you start taking care, when you look at the use of this going forward, and we should have applied the bulk and yard requirements of the residential use. And so those two things coupled, this shouldn't have been issued. And it needs to be, you know, the stop work order needs to be confirmed, and it needs to stay in. And I'm sorry, but Mr. Nicholas is going to have to, you know, do something to modify this building to bring it further into compliance. When he knew he couldn't subdivide the lots, and he couldn't subdivide the lots because they were going to require a rear yard setback on the 737 house, and that would have made him narrow the building that he's squeezing in where the garage was. But now he's getting the best of both worlds, and he's just stacking up square footage after square footage after square footage. And this mistake of, well, it's a different building, so you don't get to count both of them. No, you count the entire site. It's nonsensical to say just because you have two primary uses, you get double the square footage. The total area is the total area, and that's what needs to be counted. Is that my time? So anyway, I ask the board to please uphold this appeal and grant the Brandows and the rest of the neighborhood some relief here. Thank you.
Do I get to rebut?
No, I believe, clarify staff, I think it's just the applicant for rebuttal. Can you confirm?
Just the applicant. The property owner had their opportunity to speak, but if the board has any questions, then that's kind of at your discretion.
Okay, thank you. I did want to just clarify, Mr. Schmidt, because I know you had mentioned earlier, and I didn't hear it in your comments, but were you still seeking, I know you brought up the stop work order, but were you still seeking a deferral to address some of those other issues?
Well, Chairman Forrest, I'll be as frank as I can be. I understand that this board's prerogative is not to grant appeals and is to protect the safety and the Department of Safety and Permits. I understand that's your mandate. I understand that's what you've been told. You don't have to agree with me, but that's where we are. I guess what I asked for the deferral is, I think we've raised enough points. I mean, I haven't even raised the points. Ms. Becknell in her emails, and I mean, her emails that she sent out on February 4th to Ms. Goins contradict what she says in her report that she's defending these decisions on. If you are, and this is why I talked to Mr. James and see if he can come in, you can't have it both ways. If you're going to be commercial zone, then you've got to stick with the commercial regulations, but you don't get to have the short-term rental in the house. If you want the short-term rental, you're then stuck with the residential bulk yard requirements, and then you're subject to this. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not being facetious here. I really don't know, and that's why I was talking to Mr. James. I don't know what the answer is at this point. I mean, if the board is going to deny the appeal, then yes, I'd like to have the opportunity to have, you know, sit down with Safety and Permits and have somebody sit and explain it. I think we've accurately pointed out that this was done in error. The numbers are all in the reports. It's over 5,000 square feet. This should have gone to conditional use, but you know, that's up to you. So that's where I mean, in all candor, that's where I am, Ms. Forrest.
Okay, I didn't think that we'd have two times where we have to speak about our integrity today, but I guess here we are. I thought Mr. Schmidt, that you've known me long enough to know that I operate under what the law dictates to us. And we don't come into these meetings with our minds made up. That's the whole purpose of the meeting. That's the whole purpose of public comment. And nobody here, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my fellow board members because we all stand in the same position. None of us come here to deny anybody their opportunity to speak and be heard, and speaking for the staff as well. So I do think that those comments are inflammatory and a bit uncalled for, given the way that we've conducted our meetings for the years that I've been on this board. And we've made decisions both saying that the Department of Safety and Permit decisions were in error and were not in error based on the circumstances and the facts before us. To go back to my question, you presented at the start of your comments for this item, you made the suggestion that you request a deferral, and I was only following up to determine if indeed that was your desire. Everything else is, purely your position, but I just want to make it clear for the people listening, for the public listening, that those statements are patently false and inappropriate to make the assumption that this board is not acting within what the law requires them to do.
Well, Ms. Forrest, when a board member not sitting with you today, when a former board member says, we have been told to uphold the decisions of the Director of Safety and Permits regardless, and that's my decision, I've got a problem with that. I'm not saying that's your integrity. I'm saying that's what a board member that's previously sat on this board has represented to me. So I apologize if you thought I was attacking your credibility, but the fact that Ms. Malone's no longer on that board is probably indicative of something. And the fact that you finally got rid of Ms. Harkins is probably indicative of something as well.
So I would just say to refrain from speaking of anybody on a personal level.
No, I think that's fine. I haven't called anybody's name out. It's all on the record.
And I stand by the statement that I made, and just to refrain from any personal attacks on the board members or any of their credibility. So I just go back to my original question, which was whether or not you wanted to pursue a deferral. A simple yes or no would suffice.
Now, I'd like to hear Mr. James's thoughts on the issue. He seems to be able to weed all this out.
Well, thank you for that compliment, Justin. It's been a while since I've received one from you, so I appreciate it. But and actually, I was going to, and Candace, thank you for those points. And Justin, I do have to echo a little bit of Commissioner Forrest's points. My silence at first was because I was still trying to identify some of it, but I have to say this. We have to keep these conversations pertinent to what we're dealing with as the topic, and not about a procedural thing or about the history of what has happened with this board. Justin, you come in front of us all of the time. So you win some, you lose some. It's not necessarily someone taking a stance one way or another against or for a different body. So I'm gonna just get that out the way. But this is one of these weird ones where I'm still trying to get some clarity around how this is really being applied. And I would like to see a little bit more information because I'm still a little confused because I feel like we kind of went up and around what happened.
Well, we were both are. I can't find any calculations in the public record where Safety and Permits did any of the calculations needed to say this is approved. If it needed to be done with the setbacks of residential, like is stated in her email, and what was the whole reason why they withdrew the subdivision, because it would have caused a narrowing of that back lot, then there has to be some way where they calculated everything else. And I'm being honest here. I honestly don't know either. And that's why I suggested first that we do need to figure out exactly what's going on here before there's any action on it. Because I don't see how you can say that you make a decision, if you re-subdivide the property, you have, you know, you have to have this rear yard setback because this is residential use, and because you've got to follow the yard and bulk requirements of the residential district, then turn around and you permit the thing as if it's still just commercial and all that's out the window. I mean,
That's right. No, we have the floor, and thank you. So I'm gonna come back to staff and just help too. Since Justin asked, we're gonna have a little quick conversation, but we're not gonna drag this into other facts. All right. So the underlying zoning, we're strictly dealing with HUB1, correct? Correct, Nick? Okay. So if I go strictly into the regulations of the HUB1, what are the setback requirements for that HUB1?
So the setback requirements depend on the specific use. The proposed structure that was developed by the applicant is a mixed-use structure. It contained both commercial, I believe, on the first and second floors, and a dwelling unit on the third.
What's the primary use?
It's commercial and residential, I believe. It's been a while since I've looked at the plans. I'm sure Mr. Nicholas can jump in and say, I think there might be an office on one floor and maybe white box retail on the ground floor and residential on the top floor, but it's...
I need to keep it pertinent to your department in terms of this conversation. I don't want to confuse the person who owns the property in terms of how they're determining it. All determinations come through your office, Nick. That's how I appreciate it for any project that I work on, as well, I'm sure, as any other architect or developer, anyone who comes to you guys' department. So from you guys' office, what is the primary use?
Yeah, and let me look at the plans because it's been a little while since I've looked at the specific floor plans for this structure. But as far as setback purposes, we would treat this structure as non-residential / mixed use, which is laid out in the use table, which is shared on the screen right now. So
yeah, I'm looking at the table as well, the table 12.2. So
okay,
this is a non-residential use, which means that there's no required setbacks.
Correct. So the only setbacks that would be applied would be if it abutted residential, but this property abuts other commercial districts on all sides. Therefore, there were not any required setbacks.
Nick, you need to look at the email on February 3rd, 2020 at 12:20 that Ashley Becknell sent to you, Valerie Goins, Zach Smith. Valerie, while commercial STRs are classified as commercial uses because of the requirement that a commercial STR take place in a legal dwelling unit, residential bulk and yard standards rather than the commercial standards are applied to these uses. This reading is consistent with 20.3.LLL.1.E. I hope this answers your question, but if you need additional information, please let me know. That is in your email box, Nick.
Yes, and so that refers to the existing house that's on the property. And so that house would still be subject to that 15-foot rear yard setback, which it meets because the setback is, the setback's at least 30 some feet from the rear property line. So the existing structure at, 737 Eleanor meets that required 15-foot setback, but the new mixed-use structure is subject to the mixed-use setback requirements of the HUB1 district.
It's not the structures, it's the entire property. You don't get to choose one structure is compliant and one's not.
You have to look at the specific setback requirements for the individual structures.
Anyway, Mr. James, that's why I'd like to defer this and to the bottom of it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm having a moment of pause. So I appreciate that. And Mr. Kendall, I mean, I get it. I see what you're saying, but I'm not necessarily seeing where that's truly applied. So I would actually strongly suggest pushing the deferral because I'd like to get a lot more clarity around this. to determine where that does apply, because I'm appreciating this is once we establish, at least my appreciation has always been, once we establish an initial principal use for the structure, principal use for the lot off of the parcel, then that's when the setback requirements come into play. That's establishing, you move forward from there. Applying setback and use standards on individual buildings within one lot parcel just seems a little,
Don't do it.
I'm not following that. Because, and I do understand that, I know that Smith brought up a point earlier about the 10,000 square foot uses, anything over 10,000 square foot of uses prohibited. I mean, if that's the case, I'm sure that you could easily get a bunch of big box retails that will go into different districts and just make a bunch of small 5,000 square foot buildings and build whatever they want. And that's not necessarily how it's always been applied. So Nick, you understand where I'm coming from when I say that and how that could be just confusing?
Yeah, and some of the zoning regulations can be confusing, which is why these issues do come up from time to time. Right. But our application of especially the 5,000 square foot limitation has always and has been consistently applied at 5,000 square feet for commercial use. So right. Individual commercial use is subject to that limitation. So we do see situations where you'll have a building that might be 20,000 square feet. It has 5 tenant spaces that are each 4,000 square feet. And if it's in an HUB1 district, that's compliant. It doesn't require the conditional use. Individual commercial use is less than 5,000 square feet. And that's what it says, and that's how we've consistently interpreted this, and how the commercial uses have been applied ever since I've been working with the city of New Orleans. And this is a specific case where, you know, in this particular building, you have 2 separate commercial uses. Both are relatively small, probably less than 1,000 square feet each. And so each of those individual uses would be below the threshold for any sort of conditional use requirement for a commercial use.
Yeah, the way I have been reading that as an architect, as a professional, is the same way that each commercial space has a limitation of use at 5,000 square feet per commercial use, which even triggers, you know, anything less than 5,000 has no parking requirements. That's correct. I remember correctly. So, and what I've seen is, again, the way the city has been interpreted this in projects that I have been involved and heard from, is that they use that as the key limitator for, you can have multiple uses of less than 5,000 in a larger building. And when those uses bypass the 5,000 square feet, then at that time triggers the variance to allow for anything in between 5 and 10, but not exceeding 10. Correct. Remember it, yeah.
Correct. So, and I see where you're coming from, Jose, on that one, but I think where it comes in is within the setback requirement. So how is that? I mean, I've never done it this way where it's, oh, well, I have 2 principal use structures, so different setbacks apply to the different structures because the use within them are different. I've never seen that.
No, exactly. I have not seen when you assume 2 principal structures. What I'm talking has typically been one structure with multiple different uses, mixed use uses.
Yeah, and that's no different from, I mean, you and I have dealt with multifamily projects individually, where on mixed use, maybe a commercial use on the ground floor, but I could have 20 units above a commercial use, and I'm sure that building it far exceeds 10,000 square feet in total square footage of the building. But I've not seen it where it is the 2 principal uses, but then they have different applicability and setback requirements. I've not seen that.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, the way, again, I think it's smart for this board and everybody involved to take the time to think about how we got to this point. So I think that is a smart way to move forward. But just, thinking about the idea, if you're looking at this property as a single lot of record, whether it's, I said that the subdivision is null, that doesn't exist. And we start from one single lot of record. How you view accessory structures, principal structures, whether these structures need to be connected somehow to actually make them be one structure, and that might change things. I don't know, but that's the biggest question. So I would love to, as I guess the staff gets to work with Mr. Nicholas on preparing the documents. I mean, this is a case for Mr. Smith, really, right, to put together to support his appeal.
Right.
So, Jose, I was gonna agree with you on the question of the distinction whether it was one building or two. But if this is conjoined with the existing building by right, would you be able to build what's shown here? And that was going to be my question as well. So it feels that's the only thing that's confusing me about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if those two buildings will be continuous, probably that would be allowed.
Yeah.
By right.
Yeah, or if it's a complex, I mean, what other some of the other buildings on Magazine, like where the restaurants and stuff are just down the street, the shotguns that were all connected together. I can't remember the restaurants that's there now, but those are all connected together and they're one big building. So I'm curious how if that would change the discussion.
So maybe it does necessitate us to maybe consider a deferment to get further clarity around that. And if maybe safety and permits could catalog some efforts where they've shown that this has been applied in the past so that this isn't like a one-off thing. I think by showing that a precedent of this has been in play already, I would find that a little bit more helpful for me at least as one board member to get some clarity to this point. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing how this has been done before. And I understand that's the reason for an interpretation, because someone may not know, but this just doesn't seem to gelled, because I could also see how this could be abused in the future.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly pull together additional information that we might have. And yeah, this isn't a situation that does come up very often. I'm not immediately off the top of my head familiar with a number of similar cases where you do have kind of multiple principal structures that get developed on a relatively small lot like this, but we can pull together whatever information we do have. But, based on where this conversation has been going, I would say, yeah, if this were something that they connected the front building to the rear building, you then right there have a mixed use building as well. And I think, we would apply the mixed use regulations to that. I also see this individual structure in and of itself, separate from the residential structure in the front as also being a mixed use building that's subject to the mixed use setback requirements. And so that's why we had applied it that way, but we're happy to pull together additional information and research that we might have.
One more quick question, Nick. If the use of that building on the corner were to just be straight up commercial, change, if a restaurant wanted to go in there or something else that, wouldn't be out of the realm of reality given that the area, it would still be the same determination then for the building behind?
I think so, because we're looking at the building behind it, because that's the one that came in for the permits. That's the one we apply the setback requirements for that building. So yes, if the change of use, or if the use of the building on the corner at 737 Eleanor went from residential to commercial, I don't think that necessarily changes how we would view, the structure at 5808 Magazine, because we're still looking at that as being its own mixed use.
Yeah, and just one more thing for clarity, I know you mentioned it and other people have, but when I was looking at the map, several of the properties are business on the side streets. it's not just the first two. It's like two or three properties deep off of Magazine. So I have a similar condition in my neighborhood. So it's in no way next to a residential zoning. So.
That's correct. And it appears that this is historically the way the zoning was, even pre-2015 when the new zoning districts went into effect. This HUB1 district replaced whatever it was, the B1A district, pretty much for all the exact same properties. So this has been kind of this historic pattern of zoning in this part of Magazine Street.
Right, and we're talking about abutting residential districts, not residential uses.
Correct, residential district.
All right, so Mr. Smith, I think does that at least give you some clarity around where we are now? I mean, I think that gets back to your initial comments and what Commissioner Fars's first question was to you. If it's your intent to still move towards a deferment so that more information could be gathered.
I think that's where we need to go, Commissioner James. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, please. I'd like to go with the deferral. I think we all need to sit down and look at this.
Okay. Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from board members? You can proceed, Commissioner.
Just real quick, well, never mind. We're just going to push to the 30-day. Madam Chair, regards to docket number 070-20, my motion's for a 30-day deferral to allow the appeal applicant time to do further records research as well as safety and permits.
Alvarez seconds.
Thank you. With regard to docket 070-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to defer this matter 30 days. Just a note that Commissioner Gonzalez did have to drop off. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 17. It's a consideration of the election of officers, which was deferred from the last meeting. Would the board consider a motion to suspend the rules to consider this at the current meeting rather than the July meeting?
I just fell in a time warp there. Say that last part again. So I don't know what day it is anymore. We're making a motion to have it today instead of the last meeting. Is that
go ahead.
The meeting rules require that you have your officers elected in July, and we did not do that. So this is suspending the rules to allow it to be taken up now instead of July because the rules require July. It's just a formality.
Okay, I'll make a motion to say that we will have that today in 2020 of October.
Todd James seconds.
Instead of July.
Todd James seconds.
And you're muted.
Candace.
Sorry, held the whole conversation. It's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James to suspend the rules to consider election of officers. Roll call vote, Todd James. You're muted, Todd.
There we go again, yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Proceed.
I believe we already had a motion on the floor to keep the same officer, so I don't think there was any public comments, so we can go through unless anybody has any comments.
I think the only problem is that Commissioner Gonzalez made the motion.
Is that I'll make the motion.
He already made. He already made it and it was already seconded, I believe.
It was.
So we can just go from there, even though he made it already, so it's fine.
Were there any other discussion, questions, or comments from board members?
Thank you.
Certainly. Hearing none, since it was moved and seconded, do we just go to roll call vote? Ms. Quigley?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you reiterate as well who moved and who seconded?
See?
I don't recall who seconded. I know that Commissioner,
You did, right?
the motion. It may have been Jose.
It's either Jose or myself. I can't remember.
Is it okay to redo the motion? Missy, is that better, cleaner?
Well, yeah, somebody else the problem is he's not here to take back his motion. So, and it's already on the floor. We have it on the record who seconded it. So let's just,
okay.
Did anybody write that down?
I did not. I apologize.
Not even.
Yeah, I think it was Rami. Rami did it.
I know it's on the
Well,
record.
we can do it. Let's say Rami did it, and then when we go back and watch the video, we can correct the minutes if needed when we vote on the minutes.
Perfect. So it's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez. It's second by Commissioner Diaz for consideration of officers. Is it okay that I'm saying it and I'm one of the nominees?
Yes.
For Candace Forrest to remain as chair and Ty James to remain as vice chair. Roll call vote. Ty James.
I guess so. Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yeah.
Matt Rufo.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 18. The BZA docket number is to be determined. It's a consideration and possible actions on the request to compel witnesses to the November 9th BZA hearing on the appeal relative to 200 Henry Clay Children's Hospital. Hold on just a second. If we have any public comments.
Yeah, I'll pull out again.
Just real quick, we still have Mr. Schmidt's mic is still live. I don't know if he can hear to disconnect. If not, can staff just mute it for us? Thanks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. We have in support of this application, Victoria Emmerling at 6334 Annunciation Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70118. At this point of clarity, the definition of a heliport takes into account whether there's heliport facilities, which by definition includes fueling, according whether or not a jet fuel tank was installed directly underground below. The heliport to service the heliport is directly relevant to the inquiry, and any attempt to preclude applicants from submitting evidence pertinent thereto by way of witness testimony is facially, and substantively improper, while there is a separate dispute concerning the existence of the 2 additional above ground diesel tanks, that dispute does not govern the relevancy or irrelevancy, admissibility or inadmissibility of evidence of whether there are heliport facilities located on the premises, including a 5,000 underground jet fuel tank installed to service the heliport. As such, applicants should be entitled to present evidence pertinent to either the basis for finding the structure as a heliport, including the presence of fueling via the underground jet fuel storage tank. In support of the application, Robert K. Denny, 6334 Annunciation Street, Agenda item number 18, subpoenas involves a unique situation where the factual information necessary to oppose the zoning verification regarding the heliport is largely within care, custody, and control of LCMC Children's Hospital, New Orleans. Additional factual information has been requested on numerous occasions from the hospital by the affected neighbors' council, but these requests have steadfastly been refused. This information is not in control of the 103 applicants to this appeal. Further, reasonable requests for this information have been steadfastly denied by LCMC Children's Hospital, potentially allowing them to stonewall this process, presents only information beneficial to their position, and preclude this body from hearing all reasonably available evidence, not just that LCMC Children's Hospital chose to disclose. For this reason, the board should strongly consider subpoenaing the necessary witnesses to be able to make an accurate, factual, and legal determination on November 9th. In opposition of this application, Priyanka Desai at 6021 Chapatilla Street, C, New Orleans, Louisiana 70118. This important work that Children's Hospital is doing for all children of Louisiana and beyond is invaluable and deserves unequivocal support. In opposition of this application, Bonnie DeSalle, 325 Explosion Boulevard. We live 1 block away from Children's Hospital and have found that this organization to be good to neighbors. They listen to our issues, respond promptly, and make appropriate changes while providing an amazing, honorable service. In opposition to this application, Justin Schmidt at 909 Poydras Street, Suite 1500, NOLA 70112. Welcome to the Big Easy, Mr. Kinney. It appears that the applicant's cardinal point in arguing for the issuance of the requested subpoenas is that I don't have good evidence, so I need my opposition to provide it to me. It is a long-standing custom that the employees of the City of New Orleans will not provide compelled testimony, either in person or through affidavit, to an adverse party in the zoning inquiry. In this case, Ms. Williams submitted evidence to Ms. Becknell sufficient to make a determination on the underlying issue. In fact, the record reflects that Ms. Becknell requested additional information from Ms. Williams, her client, during the review process, and Ms. Williams happily complied. Ms. Williams did not pry information and evidence out of the city. She provided it from her clients. Mr. Kinney should not be allowed to conduct a fishing expedition in hopes of stumbling across some silver bullet piece of evidence. The BZA appeals process allows the district court to review new evidence if a party establishes the need. Mr. Kinney's request at this point is premature and should be denied. Thank you. That's the end of the comments for this application or for this docket. That's not been docketed yet. Since there was opposition, there's an opportunity for rebuttal and the applicant has 5 minutes.
We are? Can we speak?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear us? I'm sorry, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay. A couple of things. I think Mr. James didn't understand where we are procedurally, and maybe for some other members of this board. This is not a variance or anything else. It is solely an appeal from the issuance by Ms. Becknell of a zoning verification letter. Okay? Now, The letter was originally requested by Ms. Sharonda Williams. Ms. Becknell asked some questions. Ms. Williams responded to that. And then on the 3rd of August, 2020, Ms. Becknell wrote at the conclusion of her determination, quote, given the evidence presented by Children's Hospital, the Department of Safety and Permits has determined that the helipad is a helistop. So basically, we have Ms. Becknell as the arbiter of what the evidence is. So the only evidence that was in front of Ms. Becknell was from Ms. Williams. Okay, now let me explain to the board one of the issues that Mr. Schmidt from the peanut gallery came up with. This evidence is only within the control of Children's Hospital. And you have to ask yourself, why are they afraid of producing this evidence? It makes no sense whatsoever. It just doesn't make any sense. Why are they afraid of the truth? And there are a bunch of different issues, okay? There's two separate issues. One is the facts of whether or not there was a 5,000-gallon jet fuel tank, whether that's a service facility, and secondly, whether these folks use this as permanent basing, okay? And that is within the knowledge and control of these people. We certainly have some evidence, okay? But remember this when it comes time at the hearing. If you deny us our ability to get this evidence in, okay, I certainly hope that we won't hear, well, you didn't prove your case, or, well, she said, he said, well, there was no burden of proof carried. I think it's very important also for me to state, I do not accept the evidence that Ms. Williams put forth in her letter. Let's say this as nicely as possible without saying anything unethical or immoral was said. It was inappropriate and in error. Okay, so for Ms. Becknell to be making decisions on evidence when my clients have no right to submit evidence or to compel testimony that would be as an evidence is about as bad as it gets. So evidence that's in the CZO, evidence that's in Ms. Becknell's letter, evidence, 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 evidence. Okay, evidence is there for everybody but the applicant. Okay, so it's a very simple thing. Okay, if you believe in fair play, if you believe that this board is not to rubber stamp the determinations of the Department of Safety and Permits, it would seem to me that it's very, very, very compelling that you issue these subpoenas. Very compelling. And it would seem to me also that if you don't, it would be the height of a denial of due process. I did want to also make sure that, no, I think we've made our point. Evidence is evidence is evidence is evidence is evidence. Evidence. And you can't get away from the concept of evidence. If anybody has any way that they can get around the concept of evidence, I'd appreciate hearing it. Because up until this point, we have not had an opportunity to present evidence on the physical structures that are there, that are required for proof of the helistop, as well as the permanent basing, which is a utilization. Ms. Williams submitted, quote, evidence on that point, so we don't believe we should be governed by that. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Oh, I have quite a few, Chairwoman. So first, Mr. Kinney, I do take issue with one of your comments that you illuminated as if though I don't understand the process. I'm sorry, I've been sitting on this board for close to 8 years now. I'm pretty familiar with our waiver and variance process and how it varies from our appeal process. Thank you. First of all, I'm gonna come back to my prior comment earlier in the meeting. I'm not seeing where it's necessitated for us to subpoena the architect, the CEO, nor the general contractor to be present at the hearing at this time. So, as I mentioned before, and I'm gonna just go through a quick process of how these projects get to these points. The only reason why this is happening is because a heliport was placed in a certain location on the site that has been derived by a set of drawings that was submitted for building permits. That set of drawings is also the tool and instrument of the architect of record for that given project. So it is my opinion at this time that as long as we have the instrument in hand as a part of the record when it's submitted to us for review as a body to review the appeal, that is a sufficient amount of information that we will need at the first hearing. If at that time, this body feels as if though we do not have enough information, at that time, we can then subpoena the architect of record or someone else in order to get the further documentation or supportive information that we need to address further detail. So that's why you heard the stance that I provided to you earlier, and that's why I stand at this point as one individual board member. No further comment, Chairwoman.
I'd like to add that, you know, in every one of these cases, we are presented with the best information and the best compelling arguments from both sides. And if, you know, if the whoever the person is that's coming before us, you know, they put together their team to give us a response, and then the records that are given to us in advance of the meeting are also given to the public, and there's a notice process for that. And I'm not sure I understand how this is different from other cases that have come before us that would change that procedure.
Thank you. And just to kind of reiterate some of the points that were made by the two board members and just from our earlier comments, to kind of remind the applicant that we're not a court of law as the Board of Zoning Adjustments. While you do appeal decisions to us, we're not a court. So the references to evidence and facts, as I stated before, it's not the same as what you expect in a court of law, and that our decisions are appealable to the court, to the Civil District Court in Orleans Parish. And I don't want to mischaracterize the process that's done here as though it has the same level of scrutiny or the same stance that a court of law would. I'm not trying to minimize our role, but I don't want to overstate what our position is and what our role is in this process. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, and that the level of scrutiny and it's just not the same scenario. So I don't want to confuse this with a traditional court proceeding, because I feel as though the arguments and the statements being made are sounding more like what you would say in a courtroom as opposed to in front of this body.
Do we get a chance to respond or not? I'm sorry.
I didn't ask you a question. I mean, unless a board member has a question for you, I was just trying to clarify statements that were made. Are there any other questions or comments? Again, just to clarify, I know this is a somewhat unique request. So I just want to make sure, since it's not a docketed item, this is a request for specific witnesses to be subpoenaed before us at the upcoming November meeting. So,
and Chairwoman, this is a point of order. I was actually going to ask.
I was just about to ask Ms. Quigley or staff to clarify the process when with this type of request. Do we need to make a motion, or how do we make a decision, I guess, on this item?
So it's styled on the agenda as consideration and possible action on a request to have it. So basically, you know,
wanted to take action, we would have to make a motion if we decided to actually subpoena witnesses.
Right.
Actually, Madam Chairwoman, I believe the power to subpoena is the power for the chair and not for the board. So I don't know that a full motion is needed.
Okay.
That's what I was. We don't need a motion because, well, we don't need a motion unless you're going to say that you want to compel them.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other comments, questions, concerns from board members?
Only one request that, and I'm not sure if it's going to be in the record or not, to make sure that at least the plans, if there's any plans that have been on file, just the initial site plans that may apply to this site, that at least if we could have some of that information provided as a part of the record.
Site plans or construction plans for the perimeter?
Mr. Kenny, you do not have the floor. I'm speaking to the staff. Thank you.
I'm not sure if safety and permits is still here, but it will be passed on to them.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask that. If there's no further questions or comments, I don't have a position of making I don't see a need to, at this point, subpoena any specific witnesses. I think we can proceed with the information in our normal process and make a determination at the time that this item comes before us at the meeting if there's any additional information that would be needed. Moving on to item 19.
Okay, the next item is item number 19. Docket number to be determined is a consideration and possible action on a request to have the BZA retain outside counsel for the BZA meeting of November 9th for the appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits relative to 200 Henry Clay Avenue Children's Hospital as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that the new helicopter landing structure is a helipad, excuse me, rather than a heliport, and the decision is invalid because it was not issued by the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. And Emily will read the comments for this item.
We have one comment in support of the application from Victoria Emerling at 6334 Annunciation Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70118. And the comment reads as follows. The City Attorney's Office has represented to this board that there is no attorney-client relationship between Ms. Becknell and the City Attorney's Office relative to the dispute over the heliport, and thus no conflict of interest is present, as would preclude the City Attorney's Office from advising the BZA. Simultaneously, the City Attorney's Office has withheld documents in response to a public records request seeking any communications between Ms. Becknell and the City Attorney's Office regarding the permitting of a heliport, helistop, and/or helipad at the referenced facility. Indeed, a privilege log produced relative thereto shows Ms. Quigley on emails discussing the topic, including an email with the title reference hangar lease prior to the issuance of the zoning verification. Moreover, since the zoning verification was issued, there have been repeated communications between Ms. Becknell and Ms. Quigley withheld on the basis of attorney-client privilege and discussing the litigation. Accordingly, these two realities, one, lack of a conflict due to the purported lack of an attorney-client relationship with Ms. Becknell relative to the item in dispute, and two, the withholding of documents based upon the existence of an attorney-client relationship relative to the exact same matter cannot exist at the same time. Moreover, as evidenced in the general hearing before this committee today, Ms. Quigley has been called upon to speak on the requirements of the law and what the law requires, in addition to procedural questions. In light of the assertion of attorney-client privilege with regard to the matter at hand, the City Attorney's Office is regretfully conflicted from advising the BZA on this matter, and the BZA can and should appoint outside counsel to serve in that capacity. We have one comment in opposition to the request from Justin Schmidt, 909 Poydras Street, Suite 1500, New Orleans, Louisiana 70112. The city does not have the money to pay the attorneys it has on staff now, much less hire expensive outside counsel for spurious reasons. Please deny request. That is the end of the comments relative to this item, and the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
The issues are substantially part of the issues that you will be asked to rule on in November are legal issues. There's a question, and one of the questions is, does someone who is not the director of safety and permits have the authority in contravention to the clear language of the CZO to render a zoning interpretation? That's a legal question. We all know factually that Ms. Jackson didn't render any opinion. So who's going to give you the legal opinion that that's illegal? Who's going to say that to you? Are you all going to make a legal determination that that's illegal? Okay? Or are you going to turn to Ms. Quigley and say, is that legal or illegal? Because Ms. Quigley sat in and participated, as well as 5 city attorneys in all of these proceedings. So when you turn and look for an answer to a legal question, are you going to just stare out and say, somebody tell me whether this is legal or not? Mr. Rivers can't tell you. Ms. Quigley can't tell you because she was part of the process. So who's going to tell you this? The city attorneys can't. 5 people in their office said that they were part of it also. 5 people responded, we gave and were involved in confidential correspondence. So Ms. Forrest, who are you going to turn to give you that legal advice? And the insane comment by poor Mr. Schmidt that you don't have the money to do it. And by the way, the charter does allow the outside counsel to be hired. There's no prohibition against that whatsoever. Okay, so the flip side, so that, wait, you don't have the money to hire? So you have to suffer a conflict. Too bad, too sad. You know, we don't have the $500 to have somebody come in here and bail the city attorneys out of this illegal situation. That's just wrong. Okay, it's just wrong, because, you know, you turned 3 times so far since the break, you've turned to Ms. Quigley for non-procedural advice. So are you going to stand up and limit? You're not going to be able to talk to Ms. Quigley at all when it comes to November. Are you going to say, we only use Ms. Quigley for procedural questions, when that hasn't been her position? I'm very, very curious to see who's going to answer the question. Is it legal for somebody to violate the comprehensive zoning ordinance and sign a zoning verification letter if it's not the director of the Department of Safety and Permits? Okay, that is the epitome of a conflict. And Ms. Forrest, I don't think the word evidence has a different meaning in this board, in any court of law. Evidence is evidence, and it's designed to provide.
At this point, we're beyond that item at this point. The only item that we're discussing at this time is the decision on whether or not we are to seek outside counsel. The previous matter has already been decided.
The word evidence has meaning, and evidence in this particular circumstance involves a legal interpretation by your lawyer. It has, and by the way, I believe I have a right to rebut your comments also, because there is no different standard of evidence whether or not we're in front of a court of law here. You cannot hide behind a lesser standard of fair play by saying the BZA is different? I don't think that's the way it works. That's my comments. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
And I am looking forward. I am looking forward to when you turn to somebody and you look out and say, "Who's going to opine legally?"
Mr. Kinney, you are completely out of order at this point. Are there any questions from the board? And just want to make sure that my board members understand the question before us at this point. I thought I had a question, and with everything else going on, it has totally slipped me. But if any other board members have a question or comment to make on this matter, please feel free.
And I'm happy to answer any questions that I can answer as well.
And thank you, Missy, for continuing to help us on process-based questions.
I did want to clarify that point. And Missy, I would just ask for the record for you to indicate what the role of the city attorney is for purposes of our meetings, what your responsibility is to the board.
So as a general rule, I'm not going to give out legal advice to the public on the dais. Most of the time I'm asked what the law reads. I'm not interpreting the law. I'm literally spitting out the law. Or you're asking me a procedural question. How do we vote? How do we do this? I was not involved in drafting Ashley's opinion. I'm not here to defend Ashley's opinion, and our office will defend any decision that the board makes, whether or not they overturn Ashley's opinion or not.
And just as a general matter, the city attorney's office is the legal representative of all of the, I don't want to say all, but I'm guessing most of the agencies and arms of the city, boards, commissions, and departments.
The chartered ones.
Got it.
And the rule is that the charter does allow for getting outside counsel, but it requires council approval.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? And just for clarity, Missy or Bob, in making this decision, does this follow the same steps as item 18?
It is styled the exact same way.
Okay.
So just, Madam Chair, just as a, just from my position, I don't see why we would need to seek outside counsel at this time, understanding that how we functioned as a board whenever we review any other appeal. We do have people with a diverse set of backgrounds who can evaluate and review this process. And we've been the ones who have made that decision in the past and not ask for the city attorney's office to tell us what is the legal position of our answer. So with that, I don't see why we would need to seek outside counsel.
Okay, thank you. And just to add, I don't know if I made this statement with item 18, but I did specifically request staff to include these items on the agenda so that we could intentionally have this public and open dialogue, so that this decision was made, clearly without any concern for the norm. I don't know that this has ever been presented this way. So I actually reached out to staff just to find out the appropriate way to have this conversation. And we decided on an open public conversation so that there would be no question with how the decisions were made. So hearing or not hearing anything to the contrary from the board members, I don't see that there is a conflict of interest rising to say that there's a need for outside counsel or anything to that effect. So I, like number 18, request that we move with this as in our normal process. Ms. Quigley, is there a reason to address number 20? I don't know if there were public comments that we would need to read, or, given that we don't have a need for executive session, did we need to take any action on that item?
No.
Any other items before the board?
Okay, do we move on to item number 20 since it was associated with 19?
19, because 19 was already decided not to be acted upon, number 20 is moot.
Okay, all right. Well, in that case, would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
James, so moves.
You muted, Rami.
Alvarez, second.
You to it, Rami. It's been moved. James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to adjourn the meeting. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Matt Rufo.
Did we lose Matt?
On.
We may have lost Matt.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your time and patience with us today.
Tamara, welcome to your trial by fire.
Thanks, Todd.
All right.
Yeah, welcome.
And I told you by the end, Tamara, I would get your name better. So I apologize for misstating it in the beginning.
You're all good.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome.
Thanks, everyone.